Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 531 and hear from the prime sponsor, Jerry Stringham. Good morning, Representative Stringham.
Good morning, Chairman. Thank you for the invitation. I am Jerry Stringham. I represent Lincoln and Woodstock. I served on the Ways and Means Committee from 2018 to 2020. So I had some background in our syntaxes. My background includes degrees from MIT and the Harvard Business School. After several years as a medical device entrepreneur, I spent the last 25 years as a strategy consultant to medical technology companies. I'm also joined on this bill by Representative Tom Schamberg, who's over here as well. He's my compatriot in out-of-the-box thinking. And if it's helpful, you can think of this bill as a Tom and Jerry bill, if you like. This bill is largely a taxation bill because it doesn't propose new regulation. So it's certainly geared that way, but I'm happy to bring it here, but hope it reaches Ways and Means as well. The bill is divided into three sections. The first discusses and proposes to change the process for the cigarette tax. Secondly, something similar for the vaping and e-cigarette tax. And then finally, addresses a committee to discuss the tobacco settlement funds. All of these were part of discussions from several years ago. Let's start with the cigarette tax. A few observations. The cigarette tax rate is set by the legislature currently. It's $1.78. Cross-border sales is a significant factor. Over 50% of our sales come from residents, generally from New England, but outside of New Hampshire. The demand, the marketplace, the demand is very elastic based on pricing and tax rates. So paying attention to that has significant impacts on what kind of revenues we generate. So lower prices and lower taxes generally generate more sales. Our rates are the lowest in the region, which is primarily us and our three contiguous states, is kind of a one marketplace. In the 2018 to 2020 Ways and Means, we heard testimony from groups like the American Heart Association and ACS, American Cancer Society, that keys to limiting cancer and heart deaths was a combination of three factors: regulation, taxation, and cessation. Tax changes should be considered. At the time, we looked at our closest competitor in price or tax rate, which was Maine, which was slightly higher than us, about 11%, and still the case. I spoke to two Maine reps at the time. One was pushing for lower taxes so that they can compete with us in their border area, and the other seeking to raise funds and had a bill that way. Part of their reluctance to raise taxes in Maine is the impact that it would have on losing sales to us. An epiphany occurred to me while reading a New York Times article last November about how we handled online gambling in the state, and how essentially our take was established. And I'll read a quote. Today, 31 states permit sports gambling online. The gambling industry pressed states to set tax rate low in sports betting, warning that if the states pushed rates too high, sports fans would turn to the black market to place bets on unregulated sites. These warnings turned out to be misplaced. This is, again, still quoting. Some states, including New York and New Hampshire, ignored the industry's advice and installed the highest rates on betting. They have seen bets placed at a higher rate per capita than low-rate states. In fact, New York has seen such a high rate of betting that has collected $546 million in the first 10 months of 2022, which is 50% of the entire online sports gambling take for states in the country. Uh, uh, New York Times didn't get it entirely right because we didn't really set a tax rate for online sports gambling. What we did was we allowed our administration to go out and get the best deal. Rather than us micromanaging the rate of taxation, we used our terrific Lottery Commission and Charlie McIntyre to go out and work a deal, and on a voluntary basis, the amount that we take from our online gambling partner turns out to be right about where New York is and way above where the legislature set in the rest of the country. So, so there's precedence for us maintaining control over this process by engaging with the administration, but allowing their full-time expertise to make decisions sometimes day by day. I mean, if you think about it, even something like hard liquor, how much tax is there in a bottle of Jack Daniels? That changes based on market conditions, and it's set by the Liquor Commission, not by us as a legislature. But the take we get, is in some ways you could think of as a tax. So I think the success of the online gambling, and it was certainly a heavy process, and where we come out in this article is a surprise even to Ways and Means members that we did such a better job. And I know Charlie McIntyre is presented to Vermont, who's proposing online gambling legalization there based on our model. So for cigarette tax, it's another form of a sin tax, and I certainly, if we get the same amount of money, I'd rather get money from tobacco than, say, business profits or something that that doesn't have an externality associated with it. But what it does is it guarantees that we're the low tax state in the region. So if somebody in Maine is thinking they're going to undercut us, they won't, and they won't try. But it allows the tax rate to change based on local market conditions without new legislation or legislative approval. We can still manage the process through annual oversight. So that's kind of a background on the cigarette tax. The second addresses e-cigarettes or vaping. Keeping in mind again the three criteria of regulation, cessation, and taxation. The bill we passed, regulating vaping, also occurred in 2018 to 2020. The primary goal was to regulate what was a health crisis, and it was quite rampant among our young at the time. The tax rate is a bit complicated, as the fiscal note would say, depending on what type of product it is. But it was largely put in as a placeholder. And in some cases, it needs reexamination. For example, the 8% of wholesale cost, that's less than what we tax a tuna fish sandwich for right now in New Hampshire. It's a relatively smaller piece. It's less than 1/200th of what we collect in cigarette taxes at the time. But I think it's time to reassess this tax, and perhaps this bill proposes a similar structure of allowing administration to work within confines. Finally, the third section deals with a committee to understand the use of tobacco funds. This was originally a bill that was supported and forwarded by Edith Tucker in Ways and Means. In particular, the tobacco settlement funds compared to its legislative mandate would be helpful to study. Working for a tobacco company isn't easy. However, in some of the states, the use of tobacco settlement funds is quite a bit more creative. For example, in North Carolina, They have a program called Golden Leaf. The Golden Leaf Fund has supplied over $55 million in in-state high-quality education grants. This information provided by this report, I think, would see as a foundation of what we're doing compared to what the mandate or direction was at the time, and whether there are suitable other opportunities for these funds. So to summarize, Part 1 and 2 propose a methodological change so that still makes us a low-tax state. It provides a mechanism that doesn't leave too much money on the table, since sin taxes are generally somewhat more desirable. It's basically a market-forced fee set on a regular basis by the experts that we've hired to run our government rather than the legislature itself. I also think that this market-driven process should be considered for other potential sin taxes that may come up, like this afternoon. Thank you. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the committee members? So, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Representative Spear.
I received some letters from some small vaping stores. They seem to think that raising the tax to 8% is going to hurt them. Can you comment on that? Because they seem to think that that's going to bring it to the point where they won't be able to stay in business. It's not low enough, they say. And I'm not making judgment one way or the other. That they feel it's not low enough that anybody would come across the state to come to, and they say 50% of their sales is from out of the state.
Yeah, I mean, I think the e-cigarette and vaping tax situation is more complicated than cigarettes because of the way that they're done, and I think the mechanism of how customers decide which product to purchase by state is somewhat different. And also the revenue piece is a lot smaller right now. I do think those taxes were put in as placeholders, and I do think both the mechanism of how it's set and what they are needs to be updated, because it was definitely thrown in as a placeholder at the time.
I see. And the other half of the question is on
Further
that,
question, you may inquire.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You may inquire. Further question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm new at this. I noticed that cigars aren't taxed as much as cigarettes. I mean, and they cause as much problems as cigarettes. What is that about?
Well, premium cigars is addressed in another bill, I think, going directly to Ways and Means
I see.
with another sponsor. Just 10 seconds on it. We do know a lot of people buy premium cigars via online. That creates other complications and issues
I
that
see.
would need to be addressed with that
Thank you.
specific product. There are small cigars that are taxed like cigarettes, though. Thank you.
Representative Petusic?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the charts that are on from DRA,
Mhm.
the pack of 20 tax rate for New Hampshire, et cetera, has anything been taken into account the lack of total revenue because of the tax rise per pack that we lose back to Massachusetts or Maine?
Are you? Oh, well, I think the fiscal note.
He's looking at the old fiscal note that came in
okay.
the bill. which is not
The
being
numbers
Oh,
that
no, this is,
Yeah, that's in the bill.
it's in the bill.
But I just had passed out to everyone a new fiscal note.
Okay.
So I don't know if
So
it's different, but
It
that maybe
still-
that's what,
It still doesn't answer the question of
Right.
how much we're going to lose on total revenue
Yeah,
based on the
you're-
tax increase per
Mhm.
pack.
Yeah, you're saying that if we tax it more, that's going to suppress demand and sales of New Hampshire cigarettes by some amount. This figure here, based on the 0 to 8% range and calculating it that way, is based on no reduction in demand. We're still the low tax state. I personally would lower those numbers a little bit, because if indeed the state sets the rate higher. So there's no guarantee they're gonna raise the rates appreciably under this.
Further questioning, inquire?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And would you believe that there is going to be a revenue drop when the people go back to Massachusetts or Maine and buy the cigarettes there for basically the same price?
It's not going to be the same price because Massachusetts charges way, way more than anywhere we would go at this point. So,
Thank you.
Representative Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So we have this chart in front of us that talks about the New England tobacco tax amount by state and by type. And it shows bordering state. Let's just use the first one, Maine. They're charging $2 per pack for taxes. Did that take into consideration the sales tax? Or is sales tax, I think it's 5% in Maine, or is that applied to tax? Is that exempt?
yeah, the way the bill is written, it would you should use it. Says to use the sales tax because Maine charges 5.5% sales tax, so that would be 211. I actually am somewhat indifferent of whether you do that or not. So if you didn't use it, it would be $2. If you use the sales tax, it's 211.
So it's more.
In New Hampshire, it's 178.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming and testifying.
Sure.
Question, you used the word micromanagement. I just wanted to zero in on that word. By giving the agency the ability to set the tax rate, is there a process where the public can be involved in helping to define that rate the way it is here now when we have a bill introduced? How would that process work?
Well, right now the rate's $1.78, and that's it. What this bill proposes to allow the administration to work within a range without having to go to the legislature. But they could not either go above or below that range without coming back to us and asking us for new legislation. And of course, at any point we could do the same.
So, make sure I understand here. The current statute is that the legislature sets the dollar amount.
That's my understanding.
And you're saying, well, it's just $1.78. Well, I can say here on this committee, it's been 30 cents a gallon for beer for a very long time. And over those years, we've had bills in to raise it. And we had hearings and process, and the bill dies. So I guess what is wrong with that system? Why, I guess you could say does it happen every year? Like the commissioner is supposed to make a change every year? Theoretically, it could. Even in the halfway through a biennium, if someone put in a bill to raise the beer tax, we could theoretically still raise the beer tax.
Yeah, I mean, you can't raise cigarette taxes too quickly because of the way the stamp distribution. I mean, you buy these stamps and it takes a while to filter out the old ones and bring in new ones. So practically speaking, there are time limitations of how quickly administration could make a change. I guess the premise is, I think our desire is to be the low tax state and to take advantage of the elastic demand that comes with that. But it's, if the circumstances change locally and we still meet that objective, then we've done as a legislature what we want to do. And I think it also provides a disincentive for anybody else to try to undercut us. So
can the commissioner just unilaterally change 6 months into a year because some other state changed their rate?
Well, this talks about a once a year process.
That's what I see.
Where they examine what the local rates are and whether a rate is warranted. Much like in online gambling, the contracted rate with our preferred supplier could change, and we could be having a different rate, which generates revenue for the state. And then, in that case, we're getting way more than we ever would have gotten if we had sat around the table and tried to come up with a fair price that we were going to offer. So that's
But right now, that set around the table happens in Ways and Means when they set the budget. And it seems to have been working pretty well for how many years now? A long time, right? I mean, I'd say it's great that you're thinking out of the box and thinking of something creative, but to take something away from the legislature and give it to a commissioner with some guidelines, it seems an anathema to me that that's something the legislature would want to
Well,
do.
and if I was in Ways and Means, which I'm going to be in finance, I'm in finance this term, but I would still feel like we had control over it because we could set the range and monitor the process and pass bills as necessary. But still allow for market-based changes without, frankly, voting for a tax increase isn't easy either. This states really what our goal is for these taxes, which is to bring to not get not be having a tax rate that's way below our neighbors, and it's still moving forward.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Any other questions to the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see, what do we have here? I have 3 cards in opposition and 1 card neutral. Why don't we do the neutral? Nancy, representing the American Heart Association.
Good morning, Chairman Hunt, members of the Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee. For the record, I am Nancy Vaughn, Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association here in New Hampshire. And I am very pleased to be able to be here today while I am taking a unique neutral stance on a tobacco tax bill. I don't, at this point, I'm not quite sure I understand all of the concept here. But I wanted to at least share some information with this committee. As you can see, I have provided a lot of light reading for you. So this is, peruse. Some of this information comes from the American Heart Association. Some comes from the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, which I urge you to, look at their website and pull up even more information on tobacco taxes and the impact on health and things of that nature. I do have written testimony, and I was trying not to read what I have. I do want to thank the sponsor for bringing this bill forward. I can't remember the last time we had a bill on tobacco taxation in New Hampshire. I was just thinking about that. I don't know. It has been about 10 years since we have had an increase to at least the cigarette tax. Several years ago, there was a tax put on electronic cigarettes, and we do have a tax rate on other tobacco products, also known as OTPs, which are generally smokeless tobacco products. And so the American Heart Association always supports substantial tax increases in our states. And by substantial, I mean about $1 a pack is really our minimum point at which we encourage increasing taxation. The reason is because tobacco use is the leading cause of preventable disease, disability, and death in New Hampshire as well as the rest of the country. When you raise the tobacco tax at a substantial rate, there are public health benefits, such as reducing and preventing tobacco use. Predominantly amongst youth is really our focus to help prevent that addiction from starting. Savings on healthcare costs from tobacco-related diseases, and a source of funds that states can put towards their tobacco prevention and cessation services at the state level. And we have not put tobacco tax revenues directly towards these efforts. We have not put any of our MSA dollars directly towards these efforts. We do have funds from the state budget for prevention and cessation services, and another dollar amount that went towards cessation for youth who are now using electronic cigarettes at an incredible rate. And we appreciate that, but it's still about 3.6% of what is recommended to have a meaningful decrease in tobacco use. If we could even have 15% of the CDC recommendation, which would be about 2.5 million, that would be terrific. One of the other reasons why tobacco tax increases are great for reducing use among youth is that they are very price conscious. When we increase cigarette taxes, which we have in this state, we are now down to about 5.5% of high school students use traditional cigarettes, but 33.8% are now using electronic cigarettes, which we don't have a very meaningful tax rate on. And I'm not here to push a tax rate change with this group, just to provide information on why it's important for our organization, particularly for protecting youth. And these tobacco products, cigarettes, electronic cigarettes, other tobacco products contain nicotine, which is the addictive agent within tobacco products, particularly for youth. There's also the healthcare costs that I mentioned. In New Hampshire, we have about $847 million annually that go towards tobacco-related illness. And that is a huge dollar amount, and only less than $1 million going towards tobacco prevention. So again, why we would love to see an increase to a tobacco tax in the near future. We will continue working towards what we call the tobacco endgame to end all tobacco use and nicotine addiction. Just wanted to add that, particularly for the question that came out, when states raise their tobacco taxes by a small amount, 8% or something along those lines, you will see a reduction in revenues in your tobacco tax revenues, because it does not keep up with the natural decrease of people using tobacco products. So if you do a $1 tobacco tax increase, you will always see an increase in those revenues, even if you lose some business for the reduction that people are purchasing tobacco products at. So again, I don't want to take up too much time. I am always here for you if you have any questions about tobacco or any other things that cause heart disease, and encourage you to reach out to me if you ever have any questions or need materials or resources. And that sums up my testimony.
Great. Would you believe I remember the time where we lowered the tax in hopes that we would get more of those out-of-state revenues that didn't show
Yes.
up.
And wasn't that a great trial of what happens when you decrease tobacco taxes? And again, it kind of goes to the point of why you need a substantial increase. When that 10-cent decrease went into play, it was supposed to encourage more people to come to New Hampshire. The tobacco industry itself raised the price of cigarettes, 9 cents a pack, following that 10-cent decrease. So the state did see a decrease in revenues, and the price stayed the same for the people purchasing the tobacco products. Yeah.
So would you believe the take home is it's best just to leave the thing alone and not mess with it?
No, it's always best to increase it by at least $1 a pack. And also, just want to add for that other tobacco product tax rate we have 65.03% of the wholesale value of OTPs is the tax rate on that. Maine has a lower tax rate of 43%, I believe, on their OTPs. So this is another concern that I have for the way this bill is set. And obviously, relying on other states to help set our tobacco tax rate is not the New Hampshire way necessarily.
It's a little tacky, isn't it? To have that written.
So,
Okay.
yeah. So
All right.
again, I encourage tobacco tax increases, meaningful levels.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Victor Verdelay? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have about 30 pages here I'd like to read.
I know you're kidding.
I'm just kidding. Thank you. Members of the committee, I don't know if I'm using
Yeah,
this
you want to
right.
be real close.
Okay. Thank you for hearing my testimony. Good morning, everyone. So I'm here representing myself, my small business, and I'm with the New Hampshire Vapors Association. And I'm hoping to offer a little food for thought. Pardon me if I'm stating the obvious. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Cross-border sales are great. Massachusetts continues to shoot themselves in the foot. As usual, thank you for the business. But they created a much larger problem. And this time, it's a little more than loss of revenue. The vapor products black market in Massachusetts is absolutely massive. And it's much larger than all of New Hampshire vape products sales combined. So instead of competing with legitimate businesses, we're competing with the black market. If we increase prices right now, tax, it'll just stimulate the black market. Costs will go up here. People will decide to save a tank of gas instead. Sounds familiar, right? I can't imagine why anyone would consider raising prices right now. So, in relation to the bill, from what I read and what I understand, I think it's a good idea to not let neighboring politicians set the standard and decide what's right for New Hampshire. They make a lot of mistakes. Passing bills like this will allow those mistakes to annually compound, and that's a nightmare. So let's not play follow the leader off the fiscal cliff. Let's do what Massachusetts is doing. Let's do what Maine and Vermont is doing. I don't think it's a good idea. If there's one thing neighboring states are good at, it's losing revenue to New Hampshire. Let's keep it that way. I think what's best for New Hampshire right now is to kill the bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think we're all set. Thank you. So amazingly, the Department of Revenue Administration wants to speak on the bill. Yeah, come on up. So theoretically, they are neutral
Yes.
on this legislation.
Good morning. My name is Keen Ming Wong, Tax Policy Counsel for the DRA.
Good morning. My name is Lauren O'Sullivan. I'm a senior financial analyst at the DRA.
And just to reiterate, the DRA does not have a position on this bill. We are here to answer questions. We heard that there were some questions on the fiscal note that we prepared. However, we do also want to point out that we do see some, if the bill is to be passed, we do see some challenges in terms of administering, such as when we see some neighboring states tax the products differently compared to New Hampshire. So we do see a bit of challenge to, okay, how do we compare that and find which way would, how would we price the tax to set the tax rate? And if this legislation were to pass, we would hope that there was some clarifying language to be inserted into the bill for that as well. And as was mentioned earlier in the one of the testimony, that the tax rate setting is done on an annual basis. So probably additional, like, researching what other tax or other states are doing, and having to set that on a timely basis might be also slightly challenging.
So the devil's in the details here. Okay. Any questions from the committee
Oh.
members?
Oh, wait. Oh, you had one more comment?
So yeah, one more comment was sorry,
Okay.
my apologies. One more comment was that that the bill required that the commissioner instruct on the current usage of the funds from nicotine taxation. The department currently does not have that function, and we normally, once we collect the tax revenue, that revenue is passed on to the state treasurer, and probably our suggestion is to consider a different agency who is more equipped with the reporting on the usage of the nicotine taxation.
So that's section 2 of the bill, is it?
Yes, that's
yeah,
right.
Yeah. Okay. I can see that being problematic. Okay. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Rich Regario? Oh, that's a Z, right, okay. See, I should have looked at it. You didn't make a little line through the Z. Good morning. Yeah, you got to turn your mic on
Hello?
and talk close.
All right.
Perfect.
My name is Richard Regazio. I was born and raised in New Hampshire. I'm a third generation retailer, and my son and daughter will be fourth generation, even though they went and got their doctorate. They're back in the family business. And my business is East West Distributors, which is a little tobacco niche that one of the few people that still can stamp cigarettes in New Hampshire. A lot of them moved out of state. I also own 10 smoke shops. We employ roughly 100 people. 90% of them live in New Hampshire. I oppose this because I think it gives up our freedom to control our pricing. I don't think that's the right way to go. I don't want to be the test state. Business has always been a roller coaster in this state with tobacco tax, but right now we're on the top of the roller coaster. Thanks to Charlie Baker in Massachusetts for doing what they did. When they come over for cigarettes now, because they ban flavors, they buy beer, they go buy gas. I'm up 30%, and if I'm up 30%, the state's got to be up more. You know what I mean? The same. So, or pretty close. And I just oppose it because I think we lose our freedom to control pricing, and we rely on other states. And I've doubled my vehicles. I've doubled my employees. I've never paid employees as much as I do today, and I'm able to, so that's a good thing. I create jobs, and, I'd like to keep on expanding. If it's a vulnerable area that you never know what's going to happen. And also, when Charlie Baker raised that, now you have all these Massachusetts retailers coming over, which is providing more revenue for the state. Example, the town of Seabrook had 5 or 6 smoke shops. Now we have like a dozen. They're now trying to stop another one from opening up because it's only like a mile where they have to sell. So it's been a revenue generator for the state of New Hampshire. I don't think we should be the test state for this bill. Any questions?
See none. So, Charlie Baker's my birth brother. We were both born on the exact same day. So, shouldn't be so mean to him.
I call him the best governor I ever had. Even though he's not my governor, but
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Okay, one more card. Birch Scott? Brett Scott. When you cross your T's together, it looks like an H.
Yeah. So my name is Brett Scott. I'm the owner of Smokers Haven. We have 17 retail locations throughout New Hampshire and Maine, employ over 140 people. I also represent the New Hampshire Vapors Association, which is comprised of local small business owners such as myself throughout New Hampshire. The proposed legislation would substantially increase select tobacco and nicotine product taxes, especially that of vaping, which would be nearly a 400% increase. By changing the tax to be slightly lower than surrounding states, it would leave New Hampshire vulnerable to other state legislation changes and lawmakers that we do not elect. The Department of Revenue Administration has stated that over 50% of tobacco sales in the state of New Hampshire are out-of-state buyers. By increasing the tax so drastically, the incentive for out-of-state buyers would be lost, and there is not as much of a tax advantage over surrounding states worthwhile enough to make the cross-border trip. Consider other commodities. If you can get fuel on your way home, but the next town over is 5 cents cheaper, would you drive out of the way to save 5 cents? Now, if you could save $1 per gallon, would you take the slight inconvenience to save $15 on your fill-up? Reducing the incentive for consumers to spend their money here in New Hampshire not only will hurt these businesses directly, likely resulting in closures and hardship due to the lessened demand in an already competitive market, but also will impact other businesses in nearby areas that benefit from cross-border consumers coming to these areas that then stop, shop, spend money, and support unrelated other local businesses. The importance of out-of-state buyers in this industry cannot be ignored. The impact of reduced demand directly affects the state's tax revenue and local businesses. The tax structure plays a pivotal role in enticing consumers to save money by making the trip to purchase these products here in New Hampshire compared to their home state. I hope you will consider the impacts that such legislation would have on New Hampshire and oppose this legislation.
Okay,
All
I
right.
think
I do-
everybody got it. Thank you.
I do have written testimony as well.
The clerk will appreciate that.
Okay,
Thank you.
wonderful.
Okay, that's all the cards I have. Online, we had one person opposed, Julie Smith. The blue sheet, we have one person in support, the co-sponsor, Tom, and the rest are in opposition, and they represents AFP-NH, New Hampshire Grocers Association, New Hampshire Retail Association, Altria Client Services, and Reynolds America are all in opposition. And with that, I will close the public hearing. All right, so the next one.
Still talking to Jim at all?
Amazing.
Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on 279 and hear from Representative Mooney. Good morning, Representative Mooney.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to members of the committee. For the record, my name is Representative Maureen Mooney. I'm from the town of Merrimack, that's Hillsborough County, District number 12. I'm the prime sponsor, and I'm testifying today in support of House Bill 279, increasing the penalty for on-premises licensees over-serving alcohol, known as the Elizabeth Croak Law. House Bill 279 is introduced on behalf of the Croak family of Merrimack, who are present today. The bill is known as the Elizabeth Croak Law, in line 1 of the bill. Tragically, Elizabeth Croak of Merrimack lost her beautiful and full life at the age of 20 to an intoxicated driver in April of 2021. The bill does the following. First, it increases the existing fine from $2,500 in Liquor Commission rules to $7,500 for, quote, serving an individual who is visibly intoxicated or who a reasonable and prudent person would know is intoxicated, and such intoxicated person directly causes the serious injury or death of another person or persons. Secondly, it changes the license suspension to up to 30 days, quote, up to 30 days, as opposed to 10 consecutive days in Liquor Commission rules. Third, lastly, it requires the publishing of the reason for the license suspension. So it would have to be posted on the establishment's door if a license is suspended, the following verbiage, quote, closed due to mandatory suspension by the New Hampshire Liquor Commission for over-serving of alcohol in accordance with RSA 179:5. I've worked closely with the Liquor Commission on the language of this bill. They do have some proposed amendments, minor but important ones, of which I have absolutely no problem with, and I can distribute their suggestions. I think they'll talk about it after my testimony. One of which, for example, is the publishing of the notice, that it be on exterior doors. Exterior doors, as mine only says doors. Certainly amenable to that. With that, I ask that you pass this to become the Elizabeth Croak Law formally, and I'll conclude my testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members, for your attention.
Representative Vincent has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for testimony and taking my question. So, what's the magnitude of the problem? How many violations are per year?
For accuracy, I'm going to defer that to the Liquor Commission, who could give you a good answer.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm curious, how is there, when I read the bill, it seems a little subjective on how you decide who, if it says reasonable but prudent,
Yeah.
that somebody maybe is too drunk or overserved.
Mhm.
But like, what is that standard? So, I mean, my cousin, she manages a bar in North Conway, and a restaurant, not so much of a bar, but they serve alcohol. And she says that you wouldn't believe how often they find like beer cans or nips in the bathroom. And so, if I am the bartender in that situation and I have served somebody 2 drinks and I think they're fine, but then they came in and drank a few to save money back in the bathroom or in the parking lot before they came in, at what point are they like not responsible for something that they actually can't control? Or another example would be, what if they took a Xanax or a couple of Xanax before coming in, which was another example she gave me when I called her to talk about this bill. She said that actually happened where people had taken Xanax, came in, they had 1 drink, became a mess. They didn't quite understand what was going on. They found out later that the person had taken Xanax and they had that in the system and interacted with the alcohol. So I could see it in that case, it didn't go bad, but I could see that something like that happening where the restaurant's held accountable for something that's really not their fault. So how does the bill deal with something like that?
Thank you for the question, and it's an excellent one. I had the same thoughts coming up with this bill and working with the Croak family on it, which, by the way, is going on almost 2 years. I would answer that question by saying this. First of all, I would direct you to current law, RSA 179:5, Roman 1. That standard, who a reasonable and prudent person would know is intoxicated, is already in current law. My bill relates to the fines and to the publication and the suspension, not the standard.
Okay.
Standard's already there. That's the first part of my answer. The second part is to inquire with the Liquor Commission. They're the experts, let's face it, and see what their thoughts are with regards to what makes that standard and how it's enforced.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Forgive me if I've missed this in statewide news broadcasts or articles, but what's the driver here on the desire to stiffen the penalties? Have there been violations, and you believe that the bar needs to be raised for violations and also for deterrence purposes? Why this? Why now?
Thank you for the question. I would say that the impetus for the bill is the Croak family and their personal experience with this and their journey through the process of watching the Liquor Commission enforce the current laws. And in my discussions with the Croak family, whom you'll hear from this morning, they had expressed to me concern that the fine was not enough, that publication was not adequate, and that suspension timing was also not adequate.
Follow, please.
Further question, may inquire.
So this is essentially the family, the affected family to whom you have already made reference, and not any particular incidents where there have been violations, and it is the opinion of some that the bar should be raised. This is the family only, correct? And the opinion of others who may be supportive of this for whatever reasons.
Yes, I've only worked with the family and the Liquor Commission on this bill. However, I know that an incident was highly publicized just as recent as last Thanksgiving, very similar to this one. I've not worked with that family, nor have I followed that family's journey like I have the Croaks.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, Representative
Yeah,
Burrows.
thank you for taking my question. The thing I keep thinking about is a person who comes into a bar and maybe has 10 vodka tonics and there's no visible signs of alcoholism. They go out and have an accident where somebody gets injured or killed. And I mean, just as as an example, another example, I was talking to my colleagues about it. I'm 5 feet tall. If I have literally like a quarter glass of wine, I'm intoxicated, which is why, unfortunately, I can't drink very much. So, I mean, how do we deal with it? Should there also be a cutoff limit? I mean, does it make common sense that somebody shouldn't be drinking 10 vodka tonics and then going out and driving, even if they're not visibly intoxicated?
Certainly a good question, a good concern. Again, I would defer to the Liquor Commission. My bill, my work with the Croak family has been on the fines and the penalties that they have experienced in a very personal way. But your questions are very valid. I'm curious myself, but I would say let's ask those that are most familiar and have enforced current law related to these fines and penalties and determinations of the standards and the like, and get their opinion on it.
Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and nice to see you, Representative Mooney. In your testimony, you stated that current law is 10 consecutive days for the suspension. And the bill says up to 30 days. So my question is, does this allow for suspension of fewer than 10 days, which is current law? And is that judgment call left up to the department? Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Representative, for the question. Once again, a good one. I referred in my testimony to Liquor Commission Rule 603.3. And yes, I interpret it as you say, up to 30 days. That could be 10, that could be less. My interpretation is it's a max of 30, but no more than.
Okay, Representative Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to touch on the subject a little bit more, I'm looking under the methodology, and then the first offense it says 10-day suspension, and then on the second offense it says 30 to 60 days. In my mind, that would make it mandatory, 30 to 60 days on the second offense. So does this bill take the teeth out of it?
If you don't mind me asking, what exactly are you looking at?
The methodology here on the back page says, as it stands right now, 10-day suspension, $2,500 fine. And then the second offense, $5,000 suspension, and 30 to 60 days for second offense. To me, that would seem mandatory.
Those are actually up to. Those are up to. Yeah, that's up to.
Okay, I've been counseled that someone may have a better answer than I could give. Thank you, though, for that question. Thank you.
Great, thanks. So before I commission, I think we'd like to hear from David and Lynn. Good morning, and I'm very sorry about your loss.
I got to figure out how to work this. Never done anything like this before.
Just have to keep the mic pretty close. And
Okay.
She knows you can't see my mouth.
Can you hear me okay now? My name is David Croak from Merrimack, New Hampshire. This is my wife, Lynn. And on April 15th, 2021, we lost our only daughter. We have 4 children, and Elizabeth was our youngest. She was 20 years old. She was killed by a drunk driver who was traveling northbound on the southbound side of Everett Turnpike. He was traveling 80 miles an hour, and my daughter was heading southbound. We hit her head on at mile 16.6. She died instantly. She had 3 older brothers, James, Matthew, and Nathan. My daughter Elizabeth loved life. She was a confident, mature 20-year-old woman with a larger-than-life personality that spread love and joy to everyone around her. Elizabeth was a graduate of Bishop Girton High School with many accomplishments. She was an honor roll student, involved in numerous clubs and activities, Bishop Girton varsity basketball team. At the time of her death, she was a sophomore at University of Massachusetts, majoring in kinesiology with an interest in medicine. On Wednesday, April 14th, 2021, between the hours of 6 and 6:30, a group of individuals in their mid-20s from Windham, New Hampshire, entered a restaurant, well-known restaurant in Windham, New Hampshire. Multiple bottles of wine were set on a table with no supervision. It was reported that the deceased defendant involved in the head-on collision had consumed a bottle of Joshua Cabernet, per witness statements. At approximately 9 o'clock, the group arrived at another restaurant located in Windham, New Hampshire, just off the highway. Bartender knew this group. They visited this restaurant often. The gentleman that killed my daughter was a 2-beer-a-night drinker, a social drinker. By the time he had arrived at this restaurant, he had already drank at least a bottle of wine. The bartender who knew this defendant served him 3 mixed tall drinks. One was a vodka and soda, one was a vodka with Red Bull, and one was a Captain Morgan and Coke. Each one of those drinks had 2 shots of alcohol in it, 80 proof. The bartender looked at this individual and said, "How are you getting home?" She then served him a green tea shot, which had a half a shot of Jameson whiskey and a half a shot of peach schnapps. She was asked in the investigation how she measured these drinks. And she told the investigator she would free pour, 6-second rule. The human body metabolizes a drink an hour, which is 1.5 ounces a shot. A 5-ounce glass of wine or a 12-ounce beer. The bartender that night served this gentleman a total of 60 ounces of 80 proof liquor plus a shot in 90 minutes. At 11:44, there were numerous requests to the state police that there was an erratic driver on the road and to be on the lookout as a hazardous operator. Roughly 15 minutes later, he would pass through the Bedford tolls and proceed to turn his car around, traveling north in the southbound lane, narrowly missing head-on collision with another woman before hitting my only daughter's car at 80 miles an hour at mile 16.6. My daughter died instantly with her car fully engulfed in fire. Toxicology report of the defendant indicated blood alcohol concentration of 0.224, or almost 3 times the legal limit. The Liquor Commission report states aggravating factors of failure to train employees in liquor education classes, failure to take advantage of classes offered by New Hampshire Commission, failure to monitor the amount of alcohol served to a patron, negligent service of alcohol beverages pursuant to RSA 507-5, serving a defendant 4 drinks in less than 90 minutes. I lost my only daughter. The establishment received a $2,500 fine and a loss of liquor license for 10 days. On November 21st, the Bar and Grill's response to their license suspension was, "We will be on holiday November 22nd to December 1st, reopening December 2nd with regular business hours." Our hardworking staff has been in it 7 days a week all summer long and is looking forward to this time. We hope you understand. See you upon reopening. Thank you for your support. Happy holidays to you and yours. They showed no remorse. No one was held accountable or prosecuted. The bartender fled town shortly thereafter, and she now lives in New York. They turned a tragedy into a time of employee celebration. My daughter Elizabeth's life was special. My daughter's life mattered. She had her whole life ahead of her. A bright light who always thought of others, gone forever. She was supposed to graduate this May 5th from University of Massachusetts. I will never see that day. I will never have the opportunity to escort her down the aisle. I will never have the opportunity to see her have children. Only memories remain. I please ask you to support this bill.
Thank you very much for sharing that with us. And is it possible that we can have that text? When
I
make
would
sure
just-
it's in the permanent record.
Yeah, I need to make some copies.
Okay, that's fine. Representative Burrows.
Thank you again for sharing your story, and I'm so sorry to hear the story. It's pretty horrific. My question for you is: this bill concentrates on somebody visibly intoxicated, and going back to the point I made earlier, given what you said with the amount of liquor that this young man had over a 90-minute period, would you think it would be helpful to have an amendment into the bill to also monitor amounts? Because the bartender, particularly in this instance, it seemed like it was one bartender and knew exactly how much was being consumed.
I think it's just a combination of things. I mean, training has to be there. I don't, none of the employees there were trained. I mean, the bottom line is it's the responsibility. I mean, it's a licensed establishment. It's their responsibility to make sure that any patron that leaves that building is not intoxicated, and they did not follow through with that.
Follow up.
Further question.
So again, do you think, particularly in this instance, that there should have been a limit set by the establishment or whatever, that no, you've had your limit, we're shutting you off even if the person wasn't visibly intoxicated?
I would leave that up to the Liquor Commission. I don't have an answer for that.
Thank you for coming in. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh,
I believe I can direct my question to you. So do I understand that licensing is required, but training is not required under state law?
training is required. That's
So this
why
is a
that was
violation of
that
law.
was why that one of the penalties was levied because they had failed to do the training. had employees properly trained.
And the maximum under the law, we've already heard, is 10 days and $2,500.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Chief. And Danielle Elston.
For the record, as most of you know, my name is Mark Armaganian. I'm the Chief and Director of the New Hampshire Liquor Commission's Division of Enforcement and Licensing. With me here today, again, as most of you know, is Deputy Chief and Deputy Director Danielle Elston. First and foremost, and I can say a couple things here before testimony, or within testimony. I commend the Croak family. This was so brave coming up here today. With that in mind, Representative Mooney and her colleagues, you guys, you folks, who are giving the opportunity for this family and us to come before you to tell you what we believe are shortfalls. There were a lot of great questions that some of you saw me nodding in the back. We can answer every one of them and probably give you some more insight on top of that. Please, with us, I know this group has never been bashful. Nobody's going to be slighted by your questions. Please ask us the toughest questions you have, because this is so compelling of an issue and such a horrific incident that occurred that we need to do something about it. So thank you for that moment. This issue has been so compelling. David and I met over the phone and had talked a handful of times, all ending in a very emotional sob. Those of us who even don't have children can really relate to what this family has gone through. I will read you a position paper that I'd like to enter as that, and also we have worked diligently with Representative Mooney on some of the things that, as we all know in this commission, this Title 13 is a permissive title. If it doesn't say it, it doesn't you can't do it. So with that in mind, there were things that just needed, they were defined, there were terms that were defined that we needed to just, for a lack of a better term, clean up. But the Liquor Commission wholeheartedly, 150% supports this bill. And increasing the penalties for on-premise over-serving. Again, I commend Representative Mooney and the Croak family for just being brave and bringing this to attention. This shortfall of accountability on the part of licensees and death resulting and serious bodily injury, which are defined in statute. In these cases, the proposed changes on existing, which you have brought up on existing legislation, will create the deterrent needed to ensure that we are doing everything right to keep our communities and the industry safe while protecting, as you have heard me say before, our vulnerable age group. The citizens of our state rely on us to make sure when they are traveling the highways and byways of this great state, or they are residing in their communities, that our servers are serving correctly, are serving responsibly, and those that are consuming are doing that in the same fashion. At that point, our training segments that we offer, that you've heard me testify to time and time again, are just that. And they are very extremely robust, and robust to a means of not only talking about those mitigating and aggravating factors that we have to take into account while we do these investigations, but looking at what outward signs of intoxication, which I know was brought up, which is a built-in defense to the statute. So we'll talk about all that as we continue on here, and Danielle will give us a great oversight of that. In conclusion with what we look at when it comes to Lizzie's case, when I walked in the door, I worked half of my career at state police, those 28 years that I was over there working homicide. And I always said to the people that worked under my command, we work on behalf of the victims of this state. Somebody has to speak on behalf of them. They're not here to speak on their behalf. We are. And doing that, as we walk into this horrific incident that happened with Lizzie, we see a driver driving the wrong way on the highway. We have a head-on collision that was so horrific with a fire that there was no way of either party surviving that crash at 80 miles an hour. The deterrent, and rightfully so, somebody brought up deterrent. The deterrent needs to be there to hold these people responsible. We have 6,400 licensees in this state, and Danielle will talk about it, but last year, numbers-wise, 3 we held accountable under this statute that came into this. There, for the most part, the majority is doing it right, but we have to keep in mind that there is that small percentage that might not do it right, that we have to have that deterrent there to hold them accountable. But in the interest of fairness and in the interest of doing a thorough investigation that will, for lack of a better term, weed out the issues that were rightfully brought up about, again, mitigating circumstances and aggravating circumstances, outward signs of intoxication. Because we're not talking people that are trained like police officers behind the counter of a bar serving. We're talking lay people. We're talking about our neighbors. And what is built into the law is that outward signs of intoxication, average outward signs of intoxication, if they are not being readily seen, that is a defense. And rightfully so, or wrongfully so, it is the way the statute was written. So with that in mind, I'd like to offer Danielle the opportunity to speak on this. This is an extremely emotional circumstance. It's an extremely emotionally for me to testify on this because I can easily plug my family into this every day of the week, same age. So it really hits home. So I appreciate the time that each and every one of you are giving to this, listening. And again, I can't thank Representative Mooney and her colleagues who really cared enough to put pen to paper on this, to bring it in front of this commission. And thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm going to try to rapid fire answer some of the questions that came up during the previous testimony, because I know there was several different ones. So in terms of how many licensees affect, you heard the chief in 2022, there was three licensees that would fall under this, 7 in 2021. Since 2008, there's been a total of 26 cases that have resulted in serious bodily injury or death. 15 of those were death resulting. In terms of the statute and the language as it sits right now, the statute is currently, the standard is visible signs of intoxication or who a reasonable and prudent person would know was intoxicated. In that reasonable and prudent person standard, we consider rate of service in our investigation. What were the drinks sold? What was the size of the drinks? What was the alcohol content in the drinks? How fast they were served and how fast they were consumed. Those are all things that are investigated and considered when we're doing these investigations, and that falls, the rate of service falls under the reasonable and prudent person standard. In terms of the circumstances that you had brought up, that individuals might be bringing alcohol into the establishment or taking, intoxicating medication prior to. Those are also things that are investigated in our investigations. So we do, in most of these cases, conduct close to what a 24-hour background would be from a police department standard. We look at what they consumed prior to going there. Are they taking medications? The effects those medications could have. We look at their regular behaviors. We talk to friends and family as to how they normally acted. Were they acting differently in the establishment? So all those are considered in the investigation of if somebody was visibly intoxicated or that a reasonable and prudent person would know was intoxicated. And we have had circumstances where on face value it would appear that the establishment did overserve the person, but the investigation concluded that they had, been drinking at a prior establishment and or taken medication, which then the establishment wasn't held accountable because we recognized that the visible signs were not from their rate of service or the service of alcohol, but from the medication that they took. These are all things that are also addressed in our server and management training. Those trainings are provided monthly throughout the state. They're also available online to all licensed establishments. They're free of charge. The majority of that training addresses visible signs of intoxication and the reasonable and prudent person standard. The amendment that you have does address first offenses and then multiple offenses after that. So currently in rule, you're correct, it is the first offense is the 10 consecutive days with the $2,500 fine, and then it moves to a 30 to 60 day suspension. The amendment increases it to a minimum of 30 days for the first offense, but allows for up to revocation for multiple offenses. Did I miss any more questions? I hope I covered them all.
We'll start with Representative Sullivan since that was his first question.
Thank you. So I do have a question on one scenario that we haven't talked about is, so what happens if you have a bar that has, or an establishment that has multiple bars in it, and so therefore you have a bartender on one side, a bartender on another, maybe there's a third or fourth bar. I mean, I've been to larger cities anyways, where there's 7 bars within one establishment. And so theoretically, if you went to each one of those 7 bars, I'm thinking of a specific one I've been to in my past in Chicago, which obviously wouldn't apply here being in New Hampshire, but if you had a similar type of place in the state of New Hampshire and somebody goes to each one of those bars and gets one drink, is there a way for a bartender to be held accountable if they thought they were maybe giving that person the first drink and it's a busy bar and they don't have a chance to really examine them because there's 300 or 400 people in there, and so they're just going as fast as they can, and that person's now had their 7th drink, or maybe they've gone and had 2 drinks at each bar, and so everybody thinks, oh, this is just their second time I've seen them. I mean, it seems like that would be over-serving from the establishment perspective, but how would they really monitor something like that, and how would you guys deal with that?
So yeah, there's a possibility that the establishment could be held accountable for the overservice of that individual. We recommend responsible business practices, but we don't manage or regulate the way the licensee runs their business. So if a licensee chooses to have several bars, that is a situation that we would bring up to them, but it's up to the licensee to determine the best way for them to manage their establishment so that somebody does not get overserved. But there is a very likely possibility that the larger your establishment is, the more bars you have, the more points of service that you have, that there is the possibility that an overservice is more likely. So if someone were to go into the establishment and go to every bar in rapid fire and be served a drink, and they at some point become visibly intoxicated, or the rate of service was not that a reasonable and prudent person should have known, then yes, it is a possibility that the establishment could be held responsible for that.
Representative Terry.
Thank you. I was the one who questioned about deterrence, raising the bar for deterrence. I'm also concerned about plugging holes that may exist. And as I'm listening to all of this, I'm hearing that, number one, the bartender fled to New York. Is that correct? And I'm wondering, are there, and even regardless of whether you know that's to be the case, are there tools that you have in your toolbox such that you can make the person, this individual, would you hypothetically been able to make that person accountable for the actions that she took on that evening? And more broadly, in response to the question that I posed to the chairman responded to me that training is required as a part of licensing. Do you have the tools to enforce penalties upon institutions, establishments, if they are found to have not completed training requirements for their employees? And is there such a range so that you have the opportunity, because we can't legislate for every particular situation, but is there a range such that you could administer a fine, or actually in a situation like this have considered revoking the license of the establishment because the owner of the establishment did not follow through and require that the employee actually receive the required training? Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you for your question. Right now, as the statute is in regards to training, a member of management has to attend training prior to the license being issued. That is the only statutory requirement for training for licensees. So the licensee can designate what themselves or a member of management to attend a training within 45 days of the license being issued. There is no requirement for employees of the establishment to attend training.
Follow?
Further question?
In light of the statistics and that you have cited and the particular cases over the last several years, do you believe that that might be a useful tool in your toolbox to be able to require that establishments require training of their employees?
I think that's a great question, Representative, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. It creates another conversation, and a very good one. I'd like to hear about the impact on industry, but anytime there are legislative mandatory hard decks, let's call them, that fortifies a training element to do it right, I think that's good business. We, in the last 6 years, that's our platform. I know you know that. We have been successful in doing business that way. As you know also that as we're looking at the statutes that are in Title 13 that and rule, that there are some that we want to make better, and this is one of them. When I walked in the door and I walked into a case on the Seacoast involving one of our licensed establishments that was 3 years old at the time. And you ask yourself, why 3 years? Because criminal prosecution had asked us to wait on our administrative role. We weren't doing business like we're doing it now. We were doing it to our administrative ability, which is a preponderance of the evidence, and not by the way of beyond a reasonable doubt, because I felt, coming from the traditional world of law enforcement, that we were going to end up in court a lot. And if we were, and if we had law enforcement throughout this state, municipal law enforcement and state, buying into the way we were doing business, then we were going to have to do business at an ultra high standard and do our due diligence in investigating every possible means of how something either went right or how it went wrong. It's not always negative like this case. And there have been several establishments that we have cleared of wrongdoing when it looked like they were doing it wrong, and they weren't, because of prescription medication or non-prescription medication being on board of the target of the investigation. So yes, a long way to get to your answer, but yes, I believe so.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Post has a question.
My question was, thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question was answered, but I have a follow-up to that. Why is it up to 30 days. Why isn't it the 30 days right off the bat? Because that's a huge deterrent to have your establishment closed for that long.
Thank you for your question, Representative. Amongst, as you know how these go, a lot of conversations, I could tell you a lot of conversations went into what you have before you and what is proposed by Representative Mooney. That was one of the things that was spoken about in our conversations. I don't know if we're there yet, to be quite honest about it, totally transparent. But this is a very firm step forward in doing business right. And that deterrent is real. If the deterrent of 30 days, up to 30 days is out there, I believe that our licensees who aren't doing business right, and I will attest in any court of law or in front of any committee that a majority of our licensees do it right. And I'm very humbled and proud of that because they've very quickly bought into what we have spoken to them about, that training and education is paramount in good and reasonable and responsible service. But with that in mind, those were conversations that were brought up during talks over this bill, and we felt that this was a solid step forward.
Yeah, follow up. Okay.
So who makes the determination of how many days? 10 days, 15 days, 20 days?
Great question, Representative. So we look at the mitigating, of course, and aggravating factors in determining what time we were going to select for imposing accountability. In any case, and I don't know why this part of the process gets lost sometimes, there is due process in all of our cases. So even though we are pushing for, let's say we do 30 days, a licensee has due process and can go into our hearing process in front of our hearings officer and plead their case of why they believe that we went too high, let's say, or the accountability or what they did wrong doesn't equal the accountability that they've been afforded. With that in mind, again, it's good business, allowing our business partners to have that ability to come in and state their case. And that happens not often because we don't have these cases often, but we are prepared for those cases as often as they may happen, and I hope they happen zero, but we're prepared to handle those.
Okay, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. Can you tell us what the penalties are in neighboring states for over-serving alcohol?
We can find that out for you. I don't have that information readily available for you. Massachusetts is not a controlled state, so their penalties are typically regulated by the local licensing boards. But Vermont is a controlled state, and we'll have something similar as well as Maine. So we can get that for you.
Thank you.
All right, so I remind the members we will be going to subcommittee on this bill. All right, Representative Ammon is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony and taking our questions. I just want to be clear for the record. Are you promoting or talking about the amendment that's before us?
Yes.
Okay. So this is your position on what the bill should look like?
Correct.
All right, so my question has to do with allowing latitude to the department, comparing current statute with what you're proposing here. And going back to the methodology section, I think Representative Cole pointed out, there's 3 different tiers to the penalties in current statute. The first one is a fine of $2,500 10-day suspension. That's the first offense.
Correct.
The second offense is 5,000 and a suspension of 30 to 60 days. So 30 to 60, that gives you that latitude, correct?
Correct.
And then an additional offense, so a third offense, would be revocation of the license.
Correct.
So you stated that the title is a permissive chapter. So if it states what the department is allowed to do, you can't do anything else besides that. So those are 3 tiers. The third one is a mandatory revocation. In the current, or in the amendment that you're proposing, it talks about a fine of $7,500. So from $2,500 first offense, $5,000 second offense. Now it's a mandatory $7,500 for each offense. Is that correct? Am I reading that right?
Correct.
And then it says up to 30 days. So your discretion is 0 to 30 days of suspension, which is different. And then it says up to revocation. So according to this language, there could be 10 offenses and revocation still is not mandatory, where in current statute, it's mandatory on the third offense. Is that correct in the plain reading? And I'm choosing 10 as a number, as a.
Yeah, in plain reading, correct. You are correct in that. So 179.57 requires that aggravating and mitigating factors are taken into account during the issuance of penalties and or suspensions. So those are the factors that are included when we're looking at what those penalties would be. So part of the issue you have with your first offense, and that is the penalty, no matter what. Doesn't matter what your aggravating factors are. Doesn't matter what your mitigating factors are. Everybody's
So
getting the 10 days.
fine, and then, but also the closure of the business. Those are part of the same.
Correct,
penalty,
correct. So
right.
in the current one that you're reading, the 10 days and 2,500, that's the penalty,
Right.
no matter what. Doesn't matter the circumstances, doesn't matter the mitigating factors the licensee does, doesn't matter the aggravating factors the licensee has. It doesn't allow for anything other than the 10 days and the 2,500. So the idea of this is that this allows for those aggravating and mitigating factors to be taken into account with a maximum of 30. Anything after that, because again, for us, it's concerning if you're going to have a second offense that results in serious bodily injury or death. That would allow us to, again, assess the situation, the case-specific facts, account for those aggravating and mitigating factors, and determine, are we at a point where they can continue to operate, or is revocation necessary at this point?
So just back to my hypotheticals. Further question, please. You could say no.
But I guess can you shut the business down? Is it in the statute that you can just shut it down? Can you just pull their license because you just say this is so egregious? I don't see that in here.
No. No.
All right. So clearly this statute needs to be fixed. So, okay, everybody all right? Clearly we need to fix the statute. So we are going to work on it, but
Okay.
we're getting a little behind on the time, and I'm a little worried that we're not going to solve everything at this moment, at this hearing.
Thank you.
But I think what we've got is we know there's a problem here, and we've got to fix this. Okay, Representative McAleer, do you agree?
I agree, but I would like to make a comment if I could.
This is a would you believe?
This is actually a would you believe, and it goes along with Representative Terry. I actually queried a bartender recently about any training that they had. And she looked at me like, what, are you kidding me? I asked if management had ever said anything about this, and the answer was no. And the other answer was, well, it gets so busy in here. We got, 5 or 6 different waiters around. It would be very difficult to monitor. So my feeling is that this could be a deterrent, or should be a deterrent, to get management to talk about it at least. And actually, I really think training should be mandatory for bartenders. Thank you.
Okay. We all set, everyone? All right. We will close the public hearing. And I would note that overnight we had 2 in support and 3 opposed. And the blue sheets is everyone is in support. That includes Representative Boyd, Kate Fry from New Futures, Elizabeth Sargent from Association of Chiefs of Police, and Representative Cahill and Representative Dutsey. All right, with that, I will close the public hearing and give everybody a moment here so that we can reset for our next public hearing. Okay. Okay. You can do it later, John. John, do it later. Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 612 from and hear from Representative Petusek.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee. For the record, Representative John Petusek, Rockingham 13, Derry, New Hampshire. HB 612, I'm presenting for a constituent. The constituent's daughter is supposed to be here to give you information on this. This bill will, A, allow wine manufacturers to give a bottle as a sample under certain conditions. 2, changes the fee and tax structure on wine sold in the state and exempts a certain volume of wine from taxes for home use. This is being presented for Mr. Mike Apollo of Apollo Vineyards, and his daughter, Kristen, I believe, should be here to testify. So thank you for your attention.
Great, thank you. So why don't you also, while you're over there making your card out, make a card out for her, and she can then come up and testify. Yeah, just hand it to the first person. Yep, you're good. Get into the hot seat, which I assume it must be very warm by now. And hold the mic close to you. Hold that mic close to you. There you go. All right, you're on.
Good morning. My name is Kristen Apollo Stacy, and I'm here to testify for my dad and Apollo Vineyards. And I'm really shaky, really. Sorry. Okay. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. I could not be there in person, so I asked my daughter Kristen to read this testimony. I'm asking that you hear and understand with open minds towards supporting local farming. I realize some education is in order because the taxation and fee structure levied on wine producers is spread across multiple RSAs. Many of my representatives who I've discussed this legislation were unaware of implications of the current law. One of the details is obfuscated in the current law by calling an excise tax a 5% fee in the RSA. Currently, wineries are paying 5% on top line sales to the Liquor Commission, and we're required to add 8.5% meals tax to anything consumed at the winery, both food and wine tastings. This sets a tax on the glass of wine at 13.5%. A 5% portion amounts to a hidden sales tax. In 2012, the Department of Revenue started demanding meals tax on wine samples consumed at the tasting room. This was without any legislation or recourse to the wineries now required to pay it. The current state of taxation on wine producers is unsustainable if you want to grow the wine industry in the state. Only one vineyard and winery in the state of New Hampshire, of which I'm aware has been purchased from a founder. 2 other wineries closed when their founders decided to move on. One vineyard was torn out. This is a tough sell point for people wanting to enter this business. The brewery business, by contrast, is thriving in the state because they're taxed at a reasonable level. Does this mean we should tax breweries more? Definitely not. They are providing full-time employment for hundreds of people. By eliminating wine catering and restaurant jobs, I would estimate between 50 to 70 full-time employees are employed in New Hampshire wineries. Many of these are owners themselves. I am one full-time person. I'm the only full-time person at my winery. Also, by contrast, no significant raw materials for beer are grown in New Hampshire. Planting of wine grapes are expanding every year. The founders of several of the largest wineries in the state have paved the way with wine styles and grape varieties that they can grow here and support viable businesses. All of the varieties on my farm are grown without chemical sprays. In fact, the winery was just recently recognized by the first sustainable craft beverage winery in New Hampshire by NHDES due to the environmental practices. Some of this inequity between beer and wine has come about because the current RSAs for the wine industry are spread across multiple sections of RSA 178. The fee and tax schedule should be rationalized and made equitable for similar alcoholic beverages. Taxes should be listed as taxes. RSA 178:8, 5% fee is actually an excise tax. For example, a 750 milliliter bottle of beer at 11% alcohol sold by volume at $13 produced at a brewery and dairy is taxed at 6 cents. A 750 milliliter bottle of wine at 11% alcohol sold at $13 is taxed at 65 cents. The wine is grown on the same property as the winery, by the way. Wine is taxed at a percentage of bottle price. Beer is taxed by volume. You can see the more than 10% discrepancy in the tax in the graphic shown here. Our most current expensive wine at $30 a bottle has a $1.50 excise tax on it. I would like to refer to RSA 425:2, the Granite State Farm to Plate Food Policy and Principles. Quotes, agriculture in New Hampshire represents a vital part of both states' rural and urban economies and the larger food systems that connect it with the state's local and regional economies and the public. Another quote, support of local food economies is vital to public health and of our residents and the viability and livability of our communities. This legislation has gone to great lengths to support New Hampshire dairy industry while significantly taxing the New Hampshire wine industry. Both wine growing and dairy businesses are agriculture. The tax structure in place for wine is weighing down on emerging businesses. The wine is known worldwide as a prime agricultural product, most able to reflect the place in which it is grown. It's a source of agritourism that brings thousands of people into our state. These agritourists spend money in restaurants, fueling stations, and other shops. And yes, they stop at the New Hampshire liquor and wine outlets, as well as they are here. Several New Hampshire wineries, including mine, have recognized international medals on wines grown and produced here. We are getting recognized. I estimate the vineyards planned this year in Rockingham County should increase by 20 or more acres. The founders of several of the older existing wineries have paved the way by figuring out what will grow here and what will sell as wine. Our best producing grape and dairy produces 5.5 tons of grapes per acre. Grapevines are a perennial plant that sequesters carbon in the soil. It's a clean and green business. The public is thirsty for locally grown wines. I'm actively working with fruit farmers to plant varieties of grapes that can turn into wines. Increasing production means more jobs for both farm and winery, lower carbon usage for wine production, and the development of full career fields within the state. Carbon usage is decreased when grapes are grown to where they are turned into wine. In other states, wine excise tax is levied by volume. In California, the still wine is taxed at 20 cents per gallon and 30 cents per gallon for sparkling wines. Federal excise tax on the wine for small producers is only 7 cents per gallon for still wine. My annual federal excise tax bill for wine is only about 20% of my current annual New Hampshire excise tax. Having current limits of consumption on the RSA are not constructive. We are now required to have food in order to serve more than a single glass of wine by the glass. We have 15 wines on our menu. We could legally serve 2 ounces of each wine to a single person as a tasting. This is 30 ounces of wine, more than a bottle. We would never do such a thing. Our staff is trained not to overserve customers and turn away intoxicated people arriving at the winery. It is the responsibility of each owner to ensure the rules are followed. The key one being that customers are not overserved. Customers often arrive at our winery that have already been served elsewhere. We turn them away, offer to call them an Uber, and produce a designated driver. If you read our Google 1-star reviews, you'll see how unhappy some of them are. The limits should be reasonable ones. 2 6-ounce glasses of wine or a bottle for 2 people. Nearly identical pours of wine for a couple on a date. For people enjoying a farm setting such as ours, this makes them repeat customers. I realize I haven't touched on some of the issues within HB 612, and also believe that others should be discussed. To summarize my request, call a tax. In the RSA, excise tax is currently called a 5% fee. NHLC auditing webpage uses the term tax on their webpage. Elimination of the double taxation on samples, any wine served, by removing the excise tax paid to NHLC in favor of the meals tax. Allow for couples or larger groups to enjoy a bottle of wine at the winery, to be at parity with neighboring states, especially Massachusetts. Drop the excise tax on wine, make it equitable to the brewing industry. Even 50 cents a gallon is much lower than what we're paying. 5% on top line sales is a hidden sales tax. The lower the number, the better. Exempt wine removed from the bond for family use to be parity with federal law. Other changes that were not included in the current draft of the bill: please rename wine manufacturer to winery in the RSAs. One must ferment wine in the state in order to bottle and sell it. This is different than liquor manufacturers, which is a very different sort of business. Example, Fabrizia brings in vodka and makes limoncello. New Hampshire law is only in place that I can find that calls winery wine manufacturer. Federal regulators call my winery a winery. Everyone else in the world, a winery is a winery. Move all fees and taxes into the wine law, RSA 178:8, labeling them appropriately. By supporting this legislation, you will be helping to support New Hampshire farms and families. Thank you, Mike Apollo.
You made it.
I made it.
Good job.
Any questions?
Yeah, so I just wanted to let you know that it was very intriguing to read this. This for someone who's been around here a long time, and to we have actually in the beer industry, we have nanos, which are not beer manufacturers, beverage manufacturers that are nano. So clearly, a farmer who's making wine and has no intent to bottle it and have it sold through the Liquor Commission in the first place, okay, then you are, in my mind, you are a nano too, right? A wine nano. And so I would say that we would definitely want to address this issue, and
Excellent.
thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Thank you for your time today.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, Liquor Commission. Well, I'm sure will agree with just what I just said.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Again, Mark Armaganian, Chief and Director of Liquor Commission's Division of Enforcement and Licensing. With me here today is Lieutenant Matt Culver, who is in charge of our administrative services, who has oversight of licensing.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members. Again, my name is Matthew Culver. I'm a lieutenant with Administrative Services for the New Hampshire Liquor Commission, Division of Enforcement and Licensing. Certainly, we appreciate this bill coming forward in the testimony provided by Apollo Vineyards. We are very committed to the partnerships with our licensees and looked at having all of these issues addressed. To give you a systematic approach here to the impact that these changes would have, starting first with the language of changing the sample size from the 5-ounce to 6-ounce. A standard 750 milliliter bottle of wine is approximately 25 ounces. So with increasing this to the 6 ounces for 2 people, that's 2 glasses of wine per each person. That's 24 ounces. That's an entire bottle of wine there. And I'm sure that was the intent of increasing it from the 5 to 6 ounces. In addition to that, the next section here, which states the full unopened bottle wines of groups of 2 or more persons of legal drinking age. That's increasing the number of bottles of wine that can be served to individuals of groups of 2 or more with no limit on that. So I think what should be examined here is, by the legislators, is the intent of the sampling, right? So what this essentially is doing is making a wine bar instead of a sample. The intent always was interpreted of the samples to be promotional, to be able to sample the product before buying it. We're moving away from that in this legislation into a wine bar. Now, I will keep everybody informed here as provisions that already exist in the statute, that each wine manufacturer has an option of obtaining an on-premises license, which is a restaurant license. This would alleviate that. They wouldn't be required to get the on-premises license, right, which has the requirements of food requirements and such. They would just be able to operate a wine bar under the provisions of this statute, this change in the statute. Moving along in the changes, starting with the notwithstanding any other provision of law, open and unfinished bottles of wine provided. This is referring to the transportation of the open bottles of wine. And this is standard language that exists in other statutes. It's just a legal way of being able to transport open bottles of wine. Moving on to paragraph 4, in reference to the status in the fee changes. We examined the 2021 figures relative to the revenue. And in 2021, for the wine manufacturers, the division collected $367,095 in revenue for the wine that was produced based on the existing language of the 5% of the sales. If the proposed tax structure was in place for the same time frame, the taxes that would have been collected during the same time is $47,790. So that's a reduction of approximately 87% in revenue, or $319,000. Continuing on with the wine sales consumed on the premises under paragraph 3 shall be exempt from the tax and subject to the meals and rooms tax under RSA 78A. If this was enacted, it would equate to approximately another 1% or $3,600 loss in revenue. And finally, the addition of paragraph 9, where wine manufacturers may exempt up to 100 gallons per year for a household with one person and up to 200 gallons of wine per year for a household with 2 or more people from the tax. Based on the 2021 figures, this would affect 7 out of the then 47 licensees, wine manufacturers that we have, and would equate to another loss of revenue of approximately $449. I would be happy to answer any questions that the committee members may have.
I think we're all set. Anybody
Thank you
else
very
would
much.
like to testify on House Bill 612? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on 612. And as I've said before, this will go to subcommittee. Okay. Blue sheet had nothing on it? Okay. Next up, guess we're all done with liquor. All right, House Bill 459. What's that? Yeah. Good morning and welcome.
Morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Commerce Committee. For the record, I'm Representative Tony Kaplan, Merrimack 8, which is the towns of Henniker, Bradford, and Warner. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Well,
I'm sorry, did you fill out a pink card?
I did not. No, I'm the
Okay.
prime sponsor. I didn't.
Yeah, no, the sponsors have to fill out pink cards. So, yeah, so when you're done, just make sure you get a pink card so we get it in the file.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
I didn't realize that. Anyway, HB 459 is intended to correct an overly broad exemption to our Consumer Protection Act, which has weakened consumers' rights to redress from harm and hurt New Hampshire businesses who do not seek to gain an unfair market advantage through deceptive practices and fraudulent behavior. The exemption to the Consumer Protection Act, enacted in 2002, led to a weakened enforcement regime in New Hampshire, which resulted in scandals such as the FRM Ponzi scheme, costing consumers millions of dollars and our state its reputation as a place to do honest business. The ambitious sweep of the 2002 exemption effectively made our Consumer Protection Act unenforceable by private citizens and the state against a host of regulated industries. Not only banks and other financial industry players, but car dealers, predatory payday lenders, foreclosure scams, and others. From 2002 onwards, the only recourse of victimized consumers harmed by one of the exempted industries has been to make complaints either directly to the Attorney General's office or to the Banking Commissioner or some other government agency in hope and wait and pray for them to take some kind of action. Previous to the Consumer Act exemptions in 2002, industry was subject to enforcement actions not only by the state, but also by private citizens, bringing suit for harms against them in the courts and recouping their attorney fees from the guilty parties. This bill, HB 459, seeks to return New Hampshire to that atmosphere of increased enforcement by allowing our state agencies, the Attorney General's office, once again to take enforcement actions and to allow private citizens harmed by corporate bad actors to seek redress in the courts on their own and not have to depend on Big Brother to come to their rescue. As written, HB 459 would empower the agencies and the AG's office to issue a right to sue letter to harmed consumers with legitimate cases, thus saving the state money, enhancing the enforcement regime against unscrupulous actors, and empowering private citizens to seek justice on their own terms. However, recently, a defect in this bill, as it's currently drafted, was brought to my attention. This bill, as drafted, would release private citizens from the exemption and allow them to take enforcement actions, but it would not do the same thing for the state and its agencies. So, in the interest of simplicity and in order to empower the state once again to enforce our Consumer Protection Act, I would like to offer an amendment to the bill as it now stands and get it to your committee before you meet on executive session for this bill. And that would simply be to repeal the exemption. In other words, to get rid of all the italicized language and just strike Roman numeral 1 from the bill as it now stands. In other words, the activities that we're most concerned with would no longer be exempt from enforcement action by the state or by private citizens. Thank you.
Okay, so you do realize that the entities that are exempt have the same powers of restitution that the Consumer Protection Act has.
Can you?
Powers of restitution. In other words, the purpose of the Consumer Protection Act was to, if a consumer's been harmed, or that they get their money back.
Right.
Okay, yes, there's the triple damages, but notwithstanding, the whole thesis was get your money back. So those exempted entities, all four of them now have the same power of restitution. They can make the consumer whole. They can get the consumer get their money back.
Yes, I understand that, but from my understanding, they cannot use the Consumer Protection Act as one of their tools.
No, they have their own statute. Each one of them has in their statute
Right.
this ability to make the consumer whole.
Yeah, I understand that.
So what's the problem?
We have a Consumer Protection Act, which is unenforceable.
well, the Consumer Protection Act was designed to pick up where those individual departments didn't already have. So the idea of the Consumer Protection Act is all those other things, other than banking, insurance, utilities, and securities, have some way to make the consumer whole. But that when it comes to those four entities, the consumer all has to do is call the commissioner, and the commissioner will make them whole and doesn't need the Consumer Protection Act to make them whole. He has his own act, or she, excuse me, he and she.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to debate the legality of how the Consumer Protection Act is enforced. I mean, that might be or might not be. I know we have a Consumer Protection Act, and it's unenforceable at the moment by the Attorney General's office and the other regulatory agencies when they want to go after payday lenders, when they want to go after car dealers, when they want to go after financial advisors who have acted fraudulently.
Okay, so let me just clear, because I was in the room when it happened. The car dealers are carved out only to the extent of when they fill out the paperwork for you to get your car financing. But otherwise, they are absolutely under the Consumer Protection Act.
Is this a question, or are we having a debate?
It's called Would You Believe?
Okay, no, I wouldn't believe.
Okay. Representative Philott.
So I suppose, as somebody who's worked with the Attorney General's office in consumer protection and also in the Bureau of Securities Regulation doing securities enforcement, would you believe that there are different statutes for different industries, and that the state's securities regulation statute allows for the Bureau of Securities Regulation under the securities statute to go to the Attorney General's office under the securities statute to seek for prosecution under the state's securities statute, and that the carve out under the state's Consumer Protection Act is not such that it allows people to get away with securities fraud. It simply means that we prosecute those who commit securities fraud are prosecuted under a different code. It is not that we allow for securities fraud to happen in the state. It's that you are prosecuted simply under a different part of the state's statute. That, having investigated securities fraud in the state, I have seen this part of the statute that it occurs under. Similarly, auto dealers in this state are not allowed to engage in fraud. That auto dealers in this state engage in two types of behavior. One, they could sell you a lemon, in which case they are prosecuted under the state's Consumer Protection Act. Two, they engage in financing, and if they give you a dodgy financing instrument, then they need to be prosecuted under a separate part of the state's statute. So we don't allow people in the state to simply run rampant. We have different parts of our code that address different types of behavior, and the Consumer Protection Act largely addresses when people engage in nefarious conduct, largely related to the sale of products. One of the problems with the Consumer Protection Act that you do address here is related to the inability of consumers to address nefarious conduct with regards to securities, the insurance industry, banking instruments, because consumers are unable to bring actions with regards to, for example, securities products. If my securities broker does me wrong, I can't bring a private right of action, which arguably is something that needs to be addressed, which we perhaps could address. It's been brought up a number of times in the state, and there are pros and cons to that. I guess this is a would you believe everything that I've just said, but
And I would believe you said it excellently, too.
But that's where we're at right now, and perhaps we should be focusing on the private right of action element rather than redoing the entire state's Consumer Protection Act, which would be wildly difficult.
Would you believe?
Well, yeah, I would believe all of that. And obviously, what we can agree on is that there's a problem with the Consumer Protection Act, whether it's whether you're talking about private citizens and their right of action, or you're talking about the state. I mean, yeah, the state has tools as it's at its disposal, and private citizens do not under the Consumer Protection Act. And that's something that needs to be looked at. That's what this original bill intended to address. So I've been kind of whipsawed back and forth between people who say the state has the right to enforce the Consumer Protection Act, and those who are saying that the state has other tools. So I don't know where the truth lies, probably in between, but I would believe what you just said. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you very much. That was an excellent conversation, I think. Okay. Thank you. And we will be doing a subcommittee, but this is an early bill. All these bills we're doing today are early bills, so we have to take action very quickly. So if you really do have an amendment that you would think we should take up, you want to get it to us like
As soon as possible, yeah.
very soon. Thank you. Okay. We have a tons of cards here on this bill, and but we'll start out with Brandon Garrett, who is the New Hampshire Department of Justice, who's in charge of the Consumer Protection Statute. And I think it's most appropriate we start with you, Brandon, with telling us what you think of this bill.
Sure.
Make sure you have that mic close.
Everybody hear me okay? Morning, Mr. Chairperson, members of the committee. My name is Brandon Garrod. I'm a Senior Assistant Attorney General, Chief of the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau at the Department of Justice, here today to oppose HB 459 for certain reasons. And given, given the comments about a possible amendment, I just want to be really clear on the opposition from the Attorney General's office is to the bill as it was filed for certain reasons. And I will speak to what those reasons are. I'll also speak to what the Attorney General's position would be if this bill were amended, as was just discussed. But first, I did an orientation for this committee a number of weeks ago. I know some of you are new to the consumer protection world. Just to speak a little bit about currently how this exemption interplays with the work that the Attorney General's office does. We are the primary recipient of consumer complaints in the state. And we receive complaints daily across all industries in the state. But some of the most frequent sources of complaints, in fact, I would be willing to say the most frequent source of complaints, is against car dealers. Another extremely frequent source of complaints that we receive are against insurance companies. And we do often receive complaints against banks, although I'm not sure that I would characterize the complaints that we receive as being complaints about unfair and deceptive acts or practices, so to speak. But we do receive a number of complaints against banks. As it currently sits, the exemption to the Consumer Protection Act takes unfair and deceptive acts or practices that are committed by those who are regulated by the Banking Commission, the Insurance Department, the Bureau of Securities Regulation, or the Public Utilities Commission outside of the confines of the Consumer Protection Act. So the rights and remedies that the Attorney General's office has to respond to consumer complaints, to go to court, to get an injunction, to seek restitution, to charge a crime, to seek jail time if appropriate, all of that conduct is currently exempted from 358A, which is New Hampshire's Consumer Protection Act. So the overwhelming majority of complaints that we receive that are regulated by those various state agencies are not looked at by the Attorney General's office, but are instead referred to the Banking Department, the Insurance Commissioner, or the Bureau of Securities Regulation. This limitation poses real problems for the Attorney General's office, which I will talk about shortly, and has frequently and continues to impede our ability to effectively investigate and prosecute unfair and deceptive acts or practices within the state. But the purpose, so I want to speak to the purpose of this bill and where the objection is to the bill as it's currently worded, because the Attorney General's office does not object in any way, shape, or form to legislation that would allow private rights of action to be free from the exemption. In fact, I think that makes a lot of sense. Currently, the exemption was designed to apply to state not having dual enforcement by multiple state agencies, but in doing so, it took a tool out of the hands of private actors in this state who might use the provisions of the Consumer Protection Act to try to get justice for a grievance that was suffered against them. This private right of action option under the Consumer Protection Act is critical because the Attorney General's office is only able to take cases where the most serious cases of unfair and deceptive acts or practices, where you have widespread consumer harm or you have significant consumer harm. We rely heavily on the people of New Hampshire in smaller cases, the cases that we can't take, to use the tools that have been given to them under the Consumer Protection Act to enforce that statute on their own. You know, if it's a simple issue that they can litigate themselves, we support that, and we strongly support them being able to do that. So the purpose of this bill, I think the Attorney General's office would be in support of. However, there's significant concerning language regarding the Attorney General's responsibilities. And frankly, I won't speak for the other state agencies, but the responsibilities that other state agencies would inherit if this bill were to be passed in its current language, which is that when a consumer alleges a violation of 358A2 by an agency or entity identified in this section, the appropriate government agency, as determined by the Attorney General, may issue a right to sue letter to the harmed consumer if the complaint in question is deemed to have merit by the appropriate agency. This is simply not realistic or enforceable in any real way. The number of complaints that are made for violations of 358A2 are astronomical. And this would, as I read it, cover both complaints that are made in the form of a formal complaint to the Attorney General's office, and also, you know, private rights of action that are currently being brought. The Attorney General's office would be required to determine for every single complaint that was filed who the appropriate state agency would be in order for that state agency to then review the complaint to determine whether on its merit that case justified a right to sue letter that would need to be generated and sent to the consumer. The resources that it would take to do this would be astronomical. And I think that this lacks sufficient clarity to really give the Attorney General's office or the state agencies that we are tasked with determining as the appropriate state agencies to really have an understanding of what they would be required to do under this statute. Because looking at every single complaint to determine if it has merit, merit is an extremely general term. It's often not something that you can determine just by looking at the face of a complaint. In order to determine whether something has merit, that usually requires an investigation. It usually requires interviews. It requires subpoenas, the review of documents, some sort of diligence in order to determine, whether what the consumer is saying is true or not, in order to make a merits-based determination of a complaint. And to expect that the Attorney General's office and the other state agencies involved here are going to be able to realistically do that sort of analysis is simply unrealistic. So that's why the Attorney General's office is opposing the bill as it's currently worded. But I do think that it's my responsibility as Chief of the Consumer Protection Act to note that this consequence of the exemption is just one of the many consequences that the state faces as a result of this exemption. Private rights of action by citizens are being precluded by this exemption, and it's a real problem. Similarly, the Attorney General's ability to meaningfully investigate Consumer Protection Act violations is being impeded by this exemption. And my office has, over the years, on a number of occasions, spoken out against this exemption in its entirety. The other agencies that are involved, it's correct that they do have tools at their disposal to get restitution. They do not have the same abilities that the Attorney General's office has to go to court, to file for a meaningful injunction in Superior Court, to bring criminal charges when appropriate, and to secure widespread protection for New Hampshire's consumers. In those cases, oftentimes the way it works is the agencies that are the primary regulators are responsible for doing the initial review, and if they determine that unfair and deceptive acts or practices have occurred, and the Attorney General's office should get involved and should go to Superior Court to bring an action, they can refer it back to the Attorney General's office for prosecution. But the reality is that is not happening. And we see regularly people coming in filing complaints against insurance companies, mostly against car dealerships and retail installment sales contracts, which are regulated by the banking industry. They file complaints with us, and we tell them that we've referred their complaint to the appropriate agency. And they say, well, we spoke with the agency and they're not taking any action, and we have to tell them that our hands are tied. We have no further ability to do this unless this agency looks at it and refers it back to us, and we're simply not seeing those referrals. it certainly makes sense to make sure that we don't have redundant enforcement of consumer protection laws, but the state's attorney general's office should be the primary enforcer of consumer protection actions in the state in order to make sure that New Hampshire's consumers are adequately protected. And if there were an amendment that repealed this or amended it to make it more consistent with other states, so that the only thing that is exempt from the Consumer Protection Act are the conducts that are specifically authorized by the banking regulations or by the insurance regulations, so that you make sure that we're not prosecuting someone for something that is otherwise authorized in New Hampshire law. That's how most Consumer Protection Act exemptions in other states operate. To preclude the Attorney General's office from being able to independently bring consumer protection actions in cases, especially cases against car dealerships who are regulated by the banking when it comes to their retail installment sale contracts, there's a massive amount of consumer fraud that is going on in the state as it pertains to retail installment sales contracts by car dealerships. And we feel that this exemption has and continues to impede our ability to effectively enforce our laws and to protect consumers in the state. So if there were an amendment to repeal the exemption in totality, I think the Attorney General's office would support it and would certainly support an amendment to this bill that creates a private right of action or protects the private right of action for all New Hampshire consumers, but doesn't allocate this responsibility to the Attorney General's office to review complaints, make merits determinations, and issue right to sue letters. Happy to take any questions.
Right, so that's on the assumption that in this case, the banking department has waived off on following up the complaint, that you're saying that we should then empower the individual to have right of private action because the banking department has refused to assert consumer protection.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I don't think there should be any limitation on a private citizen from enforcing the Consumer Protection Act, regardless of who the state regulator is. The Consumer Protection Act anticipates joint enforcement by the Department of Justice and New Hampshire citizens as it pertains to non-exempt conduct. But that's enforcement of 358A and all the rights and remedies that are in 358A. It doesn't make sense to take away that right for private citizens simply because the conduct at issue that resulted in the consumer harm is regulated by the Bureau of Securities Regulation or is regulated by the Banking Commission or the Insurance Department. The Insurance Department and the Banking Commission and the regulators should be able to take any action that is within their wheelhouse to take and that they deem appropriate, but I don't see any reason that it makes sense to limit a private citizen's ability to go to court and seek justice on their own. Because if the Banking Commission or I don't want to throw any one agency under the bus or suggest that there's a problem, but citizens should be able to quickly seek justice on their own, regardless of whether a state agency is going to choose to pursue action based on violation of their statutes. There's no reason to take this out of the hands of private citizens in any case, regardless of whether there's joint action by another regulator for the statutes that they enforce. This provision of 358A, the private right of action, should apply to all citizens in New Hampshire, regardless of who the conduct was committed by that led to their financial loss.
All right, Representative Phillip.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. It already is the case that the Attorney General's office has to reject cases that is sent to it from the outside agencies, such as the Bureau of Securities Regulation, because the Attorney General's office is already overworked and short-staffed. Is that correct?
So it is certainly correct to say that we do not accept every case that is sent to us. But if we receive referrals of unfair and deceptive acts or practices from our agencies in the state, from our brother and sister agencies in the state, we look at it very closely, and if appropriate, we regularly bring actions that are referred to us by the Bureau of Securities Regulations. I'm not sure if anybody's here today that is going to testify, but we routinely receive referrals, and we have brought significant criminal cases against violators of the security statutes. Our unit has 3 trials scheduled this year for felony counts of securities fraud that were referrals from the Bureau of Securities Regulations to our office. And in those cases, the situation worked great, but it's the cases that we're not seeing, where the referral is not being made, where we don't even know it's happening. and the lack of the ability on the front end for the Attorney General's office to look at these cases inhibits our ability to make sure that consumers are being adequately protected.
Further question?
Were the Attorney General's office, though, to receive this authority to review the cases at the first instance, that would require substantial more staff for the Attorney General's office. Is that correct?
I don't think that it is correct. We receive consumer complaints against these entities regularly already, and we send them to the appropriate agency if they're regulated by that agency. Could we, with the staff that we currently have, continue our initial screening process and send those complaints to the respective businesses and do a merits assessment that would allow us to determine, whether significant violations are potentially occurring here and bring action on our current staff? I think that we could do that. We would have to shift our enforcement priorities, certainly, because we can't do everything. But currently, the Attorney General's office is not doing any significant work in the area of unfair and deceptive acts or practices committed by insurance companies or committed by entities regulated by the banking industry. I mean, with the exception of one case that was done earlier this year against a car dealership here in Concord, we don't have any unfair and deceptive acts or practices by insurance companies or by anyone regulated by the banking industry that we're currently working on. Those referrals are simply not being made.
Okay. Representative Terry.
Thank you. Just want to be clear with respect to your testimony with reference to colleagues in other states and other state laws. Effectively, would you characterize New Hampshire as kind of an outlier with respect to the issues that you have raised in terms of the exemption and the private cause of action, particularly?
So other states have exemptions. So I don't want to create the impression that an exemption at all is something where New Hampshire is an outlier. But the exemptions tend to focus on exempting conduct that is otherwise authorized in the state. So, for example, if we got a complaint, car dealership is doing something in the course of a consumer applying for financing to purchase a vehicle, that the consumer says, we think this is an unfair, deceptive act or practice, the Attorney General's office should charge this person with a crime. If that conduct is something that, we thought this is a huge problem, but is authorized by the banking regulations or the banking laws, then absolutely you don't want us prosecuting somebody for something that is otherwise authorized in New Hampshire law. That exemption makes perfect sense. I think we are an outlier in the sense that our exemption is not narrowly tailored like that, but rather it simply exempts any conduct by any business that is regulated and has the ability to regulate unfair, deceptive acts or practices. We can't look at it at all, regardless of what the conduct is, unless it's specifically authorized and referred to us by that agency.
Further question, Main
So in your view, then, would you say in summary that weakens consumer protections?
I think it absolutely weakens the Attorney General's office's ability to protect consumers in the state.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. Do you see it as possible that this bill could be amended so as to allow private citizen rights of action and provide more appropriate enforcement authority to your office without placing inappropriate and unnecessary burdens on either the state Department of Justice or the other enforcement agencies?
I do. There was a comment that was made that it would be wildly difficult to make these amendments, and I respectfully disagree with that comment. I think that all that would need to be done is the exemption. If the exemption is simply repealed, it would address the entire problem. But if to the extent we want to keep an exemption in place for authorized conduct, you'd simply make it so that only authorized conduct is exempt as it applies to the Attorney General's office, and specifically include language that private citizens are not subject to this exemption. That would address the entire issue for both the Attorney General's perspective, and I believe from private citizens' perspective, who were the target of this bill in the first place.
Thank you.
I think it would be simple.
Great. So we'll look forward to seeing an amendment from you when we take it up in subcommittee, which will be next Wednesday.
Happy to do that.
Perfect. Okay. I guess we'll take a little detour here. Heather Silverstein from the New Hampshire Insurance Department, who is in opposition to the bill.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Heather Silverstein. I'm General Counsel for the New Hampshire Insurance Department. And I guess we are in opposition for a variety of reasons. I'm speaking for insurance, and so not other agencies. Insurance is a highly regulated industry. We had 750 complaints last year. We recovered over $4 million for consumers last year. Our consumer protection is even, our consumer division is even by statute. It's RSA 400A 15-E. We have a consumer division with 7 employees. When we review consumer complaints, there can be as many as a few attorneys in the room. The commissioners are often in the room when we do legal reviews, and directors at our agency are also in the room when we are reviewing consumer complaints. So we take it very seriously. For us, the concern is like a muddying of the waters because of we have regulatory control over insurance issues, including unfair trade practices. And so that would be something that we regulate, complaints related to anything regulatory for insurance, including that. The other issue is internally, I described our process, and then externally, Mr. Garrard touched on it a little bit. We also talk to banking and securities and the AG's office. We meet 4 times a year, and this is because of RSA 21U, which came about because of the 2002 issue that happened way back when with the financial bad player, we'll say.
FRM.
Yes, thank you. And so we meet quarterly, and I also every month review complaints that Mr. Gerard sends over to our office in case they miss them. So they refer cases to our office if they notice that it goes to our office. But then there's other things that the attorney generals wouldn't necessarily know goes to our office that I could pick up. That is like, maybe a warranty issue, a 415C issue, or portable electronics. There's certain complaints that they wouldn't at the top of their head go, oh, that goes to insurance, because they're licensees that they are not as familiar with. And for us, that's important, as the expertise is with us as the regulator, because we are very involved with our licensees. We do examinations of our licensees. We do investigations with our licensees. And it's important for that consistency with our licensees that we maintain that regulatory control, if you will. One of the concerns that I have with the bill as written, I noticed it extends the statute of limitations and also increases damages to 2 to 3 times the damages if anything were to fall under the Consumer Protection Act. And as you know, anticipated costs of insurance companies, that gets passed on to consumers. That means higher premiums for all of us, even if it doesn't happen, like even if there weren't more court cases. I guess my last issue is when we have consumers that come to our door, oftentimes we can help them, and there's other times that we can't help them, and they can still go to court. They can have, there's coverage cases, which does allow for attorney's fees if you file a coverage case in Superior Court, if you're having a, dispute with your own insurance company, or tort cases. Like tort cases are filed all the time. So it doesn't, just because you went to our agency for relief, and maybe if we couldn't provide relief because there wasn't a regulatory violation, that doesn't preclude you from going to court if there is an actual legal issue to go to court with one of our licensees. So.
Great. Representative Terry.
Mr. Chair, to which subcommittee are you going to assign this bill?
This is
Insurance? Where is this
what
bill
did
going?
I don't remember what I signed this one to. I believe
I'll hold my question.
I believe I signed this to the banking committee because
right.
it's consumer.
Well, then I will ask my question since
Okay.
it's not going to my subcommittee.
Okay.
Thank you. So with respect to your observing that, that costs would increase under the provisions of this bill. Is it not true, though, that the increases that are requested in premiums by insurance companies are overseen and regulated by the insurance department, such that if you anticipate costs that don't actually happen, that there would not be some sort of adjustment down the road to your premiums?
Yes, there could be an adjustment, but they are allowed
There
to.
could be, or would,
No, they are allowed to.
prospectively.
They are allowed to increase premiums on anticipated
But in
costs
fact, if those costs don't materialize, then there would be an adjustment to take into consideration that they were not happening.
later.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative McAleer.
Thank you. A quick question. If this were to be amended, as Mr. Gerard said, would the insurance department be more inclined to no?
No.
You answered my question.
We like consistency, and what I did not add before is, we're regulated, insurance is regulated statewide, but we are also collaborate with other states through the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, and our collaboration, we have a model law for the unfair trade practice that is pretty consistent with other states, and this is not as consistent with other states, I would say.
And there is a fair amount of opposition from insurance providers. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we don't have the banking department, so we'll have Christy Merrill from the Bankers Association. And okay, yep, and Kurt, come on up. Good morning.
Red is good. Good morning. Chairman Hunt and honorable members of the House Commerce Committee, thank you so much for allowing us to speak today. I'm Christy Merrill. I'm president of the New Hampshire Bankers Association, and with me is Rob Dietl. Rob is president of the Gallagher, Callahan, and Gartrell Law Firm, and he's legal counsel to the association. New Hampshire Bankers represents 38 members and just about 6,000 employees. I'm here today to oppose House Bill 459 as it's been introduced, and I'll get into our opposition a little bit, but just briefly regarding the amendment that has been proposed, we would be in opposition to that as well. So I just wanted to be clear about that. As you all know, this legislation amends the New Hampshire Consumer Protection Act by eliminating the exemptions for banks, which has been in place for decades. And it also adds a private right of action for consumers. I want to be really clear that while banks are exempt from the Consumer Protection Act, it does not mean that they are not subjected to these types of laws. I know that that's been brought up a little bit, but in New Hampshire statute that is found under 383A, those are the banking statutes, and that's where the authority rests with the banking commissioner to address banks that may have violated the Consumer Protection Act. So I wanted to make that point. And additionally, as you all know, banks are very heavily regulated, and banks typically have a state federal regulator through the New Hampshire Banking Department, and they all have at least one federal regulator, and they are examined every 18 months. Now that COVID is over, they will come into their offices and be there for quite a bit of time. And one of the things that they look at is consumer protection. So specifically, I just want to talk about some of those federal regulations that banks may be subject to. The Federal Department of Insurance Corporation, the Federal Reserve Bank, the Office of the Comptroller of Currency, the Federal Financial Institutions Examination Council, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. They all have oversight. I did want to just point out, and not to get too much into the weeds, but from the FDIC's manual on consumer compliance examinations, in their manuals, they specifically talk about compliance with consumer protection laws. And so I'm just going to read just a quick sentence here that I think is really relevant to your discussions. So from their compliance examination manual, consumer compliance examinations are the primary means the FDIC uses to determine whether a financial institution is meeting its responsibility to comply with the requirements and prescriptions of federal consumer protection laws and regulations. So I think that's really relevant to the conversation. This legislation would add just another level of multi-tiered oversight structure, and through the private right of action and classes of plaintiffs. We just don't believe that this is necessary given the range of options that exist today. And no other business in New Hampshire is regulated or subject to the kind of oversight that applies to banking. And I don't know if there's a concern about the state's ability to enter into class action multi-state lawsuits. There are several of those that are happening. I can cite them, but I think you all are probably aware of that. So in short, we really just don't understand what this is trying to solve. So we're happy to answer any questions, but we would ask for an expedient to legislate, and we do have legal counsel here that can try and answer questions as well.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now, flash from the past from the last time we did this issue. Attorney Wright. How many years has it been? It feels that way. Welcome back to the Commerce Committee. Excellent. Yep. Turn that mic on and hold it very close to your face. Yeah, it's got to be red. Red is good here.
Okay. All right. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm going to shorten up the remarks that I had planned because the Attorney Garrard spoke so well.
I figured
He
so.
really outlined the reasons why we need to do something about the exemption. So I was trying to think, well, what should I salvage? Well, you've got my written testimony, but what would be helpful to you?
The most salient item, yes.
Okay. So first, for those of you who I hadn't appeared before, Peter Wright, I've been practicing in New Hampshire for 40 years, 20 years private practice, and then I most recently worked for UNH Law, School of Law, as director of the clinics, and I ran a consumer and commercial law clinic where I would teach students how to handle cases by representing real individuals, families who were faced with consumer protection problems. And so we got to see the whole range of problems. And I had to make note, Chairman Hunt, of one comment you made about how the purpose of the Consumer Protection Act and some of the banking statutes is to get restitution. But see, there's so much more than that often needed in a particular case. Let me give you just one quick example. It's a banking case, not a New Hampshire bank, but our client needed a $10,000 loan to pay her property taxes and to make some improvements to her property. She went online. She's scanning through 17 pages of fine print where you can't go back to double check. And she does e-signature, and she got her loan. What she didn't know is she also had a mortgage on her property, a second mortgage, and she didn't really realize that until she was facing foreclosure. Now, what was unfair about this loan, the interest rate was expressed as a daily rate, as a percentage. It was decimal point 342465753. What does that mean? I read that. I thought I was looking at pi, the numerical. But no, what you have to do is you take that number and you multiply it times 365 to get the annual rate. Now, you and I can do that, but this poor lady had no idea that her loan had a rate of 125%. And not only that, they were pulling the payments out on that loan daily, automatically from her checking account. Could we use the Consumer Protection Act to help her? No, because this was some out-of-state bank, and as currently worded, that exemption doesn't just, it's not just based on the jurisdiction of banking, securities, public utilities, and insurance here in New Hampshire. It's other federal or other regulatory schemes that have the power to enforce and redress unfair trade practices. So what does that mean? Well, so that means you can forget about the Consumer Protection Act. You've got to stand on your head to try to find some other way. And we did. We managed to squeeze this loan under the Small Loan Act, with the $10,000 limit, which says it forbids taking a security interest in real estate. Therefore, it was an illegal loan. It was basically a felony, and illegal loans are void. So we were able to get her to save her house. Anyway, so that's an example, though, where the need for relief goes well beyond restitution. We needed an injunction to stop the foreclosure, and we needed a declaration that the loan was illegal so that they would go away. And we did get that. All right, I thought I might speak very briefly about the mechanism of the private attorney general. Now, that's a term of art that's used in consumer law to talk about the power of the individual to bring a suit, the private right of action, but not just to bring the suit, but if they prevail, they can have an award of attorney's fees ordered by the court. So it's a way to fund individual litigation to enable someone who otherwise couldn't possibly just go up against the war chest of some of the moneyed interests that commit these unfair practices. So you've got the beauty of the private attorney general is it doesn't cost the state anything, because the costs of doing investigation, depositions, of filing the suit, it's all, yes, the attorney may have to put some money up front, but ultimately if they prevail, because it's meritorious, they can have an award of fees and costs to get paid back. And that's the beauty of it. Cost free to the state. And yet these individual cases, which are amenable to treatment as a private right of action, they can't be pursued by banking. I mean, banking actually has part of their form letter when they do take a complaint and they do prosecute it through their administrative hearing, it says, we're not representing you. You may want to get your own attorney. So if they have to get their own attorney anyway, having the mechanism for fee shifting or getting their attorney's fees paid if they win is so critical. And the other point that I'd like to make that we haven't heard anything about is, this isn't just about consumers. This is about business in New Hampshire. And for those 20 years before I worked at UNH, I represented businesses. You may not believe that. I represent insurance companies. And the point is, this marketplace, you have a much better chance of having an absence of fraud and unfair trade practices if there is enforcement of these standards. And so that's one of the benefits of conferring upon the individual the private right of action, is they can go after unfair trade practice, and it benefits honest business. Honest business can compete better in a level playing field where everybody's going by the rules. But when you have competitors who are engaging in false advertising or cutting corners or doing other unscrupulous conduct, that hurts honest business. And we need to realize that this Consumer Protection Act is to help business as well. And I think let me just see if there's anything else. Well, I would endorse the idea of amending this bill, frankly, to repeal the exemption as it stands now. I think it would go a long way toward restoring the private right of action and actually helping New Hampshire's marketplace. And that's all I have.
Okay. Representative Phillip.
Professor, do you see any value to the right to sue letter from the Attorney General's office with regards to the private right of action?
Well, originally, I was trying to, in giving some input into this bill as it is before you today, I was trying to strike a balance between, I think there's been expressed in the past a fear of frivolous litigation and just burdening New Hampshire businesses with litigation that without merit. And I don't agree that that's a problem based on this statute, because if you think about what an attorney has to commit in order to win one of these cases, the investigation and the research and going to court and all that, you don't take frivolous cases. You just don't. You learn to scope out good cases with merit, and you learn to reject and explain to people why you don't have a case. You just do. And so that the idea of having the AG review really a complaint, meaning a legal pleading, and maybe looking at some of the investigation behind it before the individual could exercise their private right, it was an attempt to strike a compromise. And then I did speak with Attorney Garrard about this before today, and I realized that they couldn't support that. I understand that. And it's one of the reasons in my conclusion I'm saying, please just repeal this. But my fallback position, I don't want to take your time because I know we're short on the clock, but did that answer your question then about,
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much for coming. It's great seeing you again.
You too. Thank you.
Take care. Okay. So we have some insurance companies who want to come up and express their concerns. So we'll start with Jim Hatem from State Farm. And I will hope you'll be a model of brevity.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Jim Hatem here on behalf of State Farm Insurance Companies, one of the nation's largest writer of insurance, homeowners, auto, life. And I'm here in opposition, and I will be very brief. We've addressed this issue many times in the past years, and heard a lot of testimony that relates to how the consumer protection law relates to the laws that regulate specific industries such as insurance companies. And, the discussion about this bill really can focus on one area to really drive home how problematic it would be if New Hampshire passed this bill, whether it's in the form presented or in the amended form. And that relates to, how it would impact insurance companies' costs and claims that they would need to be paying in connection with accidents, and how this bill by itself would actually have an inflationary impact on those claims costs that would ultimately be passed along to New Hampshire consumers. And the reason for that is it introduces a dynamic into the claims process that you really have to be mindful of as you consider this bill. So if you look in the insurance statutes, there's, there is one statute, 417, I recall, it deals with unfair trade practices. And in that, there's a provision that governs a subparagraph that governs unfair claims settlement practices by insurers. And so with that statute, our insurance department monitors and regulates the behavior of insurance companies as they manage claims in the day-to-day conduct. And, to the extent insurance companies need to be criticized or brought back into line, I can assure you our insurance department does that. But what that statute doesn't do very specifically is create a private cause of action, which the Consumer Protection Act does have. And the reason is that if you introduce a private cause of action into the claims process, you create more litigation and more claims costs. And let me give you an example of how that happens. Let's say that your grandmother's involved with in an auto accident with a teenage driver. Your grandmother bought her insurance, and through that policy, they not only bought, obligation for the insurance company to pay them or pay the teenage driver if the grandmother was actually at fault. However, it also provides an attorney and a defense so that the grandmother can protect herself from improper claims that it was her fault. So when the insurance company is adjusting a claim, it inevitably is a conflict between the claimant, the teenage driver, and the grandmother, the insured. This under current law, there's no private cause of action by that teenager against the insurance company. So by enactment of this law, you would allow the teenager to sue the insurance company, not just the grandmother, but the insurance company, and make a claim that they're not settling this claim properly. Okay? Now, that's problematic by itself, but you need to focus on the fact that the New Hampshire Consumer Protection Law provides for triple damages and attorney's fees. So now you have first a claim against the grandmother for causing the accident. Now you have a separate claim that multiplies, an additional claim that multiplies the potential damages by times 3 plus attorney's fees. And this is a dynamic that's actually played out over time in other states, and we could learn from those other states. So in the 80s, and most of my information here is a little bit dated, but the lessons are still very true. In the 80s, the California Supreme Court decided it was a good idea to let parties sue insurance companies directly. And they did that in the 80s and in 1979. And by 1988, in another case, the California Supreme Court recognized that by the first case, created multiple litigation. It encourages 2 lawsuits rather than 1, and it always is the initial suit against the insured followed by the suit against the insurance company. And so the effect of this, recognized by the California Supreme Court, is that it increased the number of lawsuits, it increased the amount of fraud, and it created increased costs of insurance, raising the California personal injury claims by 50%, by increasing exposures for auto damage roughly almost double. And it basically creates a dynamic where those additional costs need to be built into the rating of insurance premiums. And so that insurance companies had to raise their premiums in order to adjust for the fact that there's this unnecessary increase in claims costs created by adding an additional lawsuit to the accident. And this is I'm trying to abbreviate here. And this is something that happened in California. There's also a study from West Virginia that's probably about 10 years old that I'll bring to the subcommittee, and it says the same thing. But let me finish with one more story just to punctuate what I've been saying. Several years ago, it could be 20 by now because of the way life has gone on. There was a company called GMAC Insurance that sold insurance to the state of New Hampshire. And they made a fatal flaw in a junk mailer that came to more than 20,000 people in the state of New Hampshire. And that said that New Hampshire law requires you to buy automobile insurance. And everybody in this room knows how wrong that is. However, the compliance lawyer at GMA Insurance didn't see that. So those 20,000 letters were determined by the insurance department, properly so, as to be deceptive, creating 20,000 violations of the New Hampshire law. If you pass this bill, that one act, those 20,000 letters, would result in a private cause of action for more than $20 million, because the consumer protection law says that each violation, the minimum damages is $1,000. So 20,000 times 1,000, it's $20 million. So this was a matter that the insurance department resolved of a fine of approximately $80,000 or $90,000. So as you consider this bill, the question is really you need to consider what's the appropriate amount of punishment for GMAC Insurance for sending these letters that these erroneous letters. So with that, I'll end my testimony.
Thank you very much.
Take any questions?
No, we're not taking any more questions.
Thank you.
Okay, Kurt Stranson. Sorry, didn't mean to throw you under the bus. I was calling you insurance when I said only insurance left. I just realized
No offense taken.
financial services.
Good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. My name is Kurt Stranson. I'm with the Mortgage Bankers and Brokers Association of New Hampshire. I'll keep my testimony brief, so we're not repeating some of the prior testimony. Since 2010, with the Dodd-Frank legislation, there's been a very aggressive, unfair, deceptive, and abusive acts practices piece of that legislation that's come forth. The Consumer Protection Bureau implements and enforces federal consumer financial law and ensures that markets for consumer financial products are fair, transparent, and competitive. It has supervisor authority over banks, thrifts, credit unions, assets over 10 million, as well as their affiliates. In addition, over non-bank mortgage originators, servicers, payday lenders, and private student loan lenders. The CFPB has over 1,000 employees. And if you actually Google the CFPB, the first thing that comes up is how to submit a complaint. All the disclosures in a loan package when you come in for a mortgage has references how to submit a complaint. If you feel you've been wronged, there's a 63-page loan toolbox kit of disclosures that goes out. And there's also a required list of nonprofit housing agencies in your local areas that can assist if there's an issue. So although it's not through the state of New Hampshire, federal law and all the massive amount of federal legislation that has come post the 2008 mortgage crisis, there's a lot of different alphabet soup of agencies that are out there to help protect consumers if there's issues. I have no further testimony. I can take any questions.
Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. You just state it for the record. Opposing the bill. Thank you. All right, next up we'll have Donald Funstein from Gallagher. And you have three minutes, as you wrote down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, my name is Donald Funstein, Gallagher Firm. I'm an assistant to Heidi Kroll. We represent AHIP, the health insurance providers. For those of you who tap on a keyboard or write on a screen, I have a piece of paper. I want you to write one note down, please, if you would. Keith Nyan, 1-800-852-3416. Keith Nyan, Nyan, 800-852-3416. He's the tough nut over at the Department of Insurance that is in charge of consumer services. In a recent article by Anne Marie Timmons, well-regarded writer that I saw in the New Hampshire Bulletin, certainly never been accused of being a mouthpiece for the insurance industry. In it, when she was describing what a great job the Consumer Protection Division is doing for the citizens of New Hampshire, Mr. Nyan asked for one thing, that you tell people about what they do, and they'll take care of it. Second point, when I was thinking about this last evening, I felt a little like I must have first worked on this issue with Daniel Webster. I mean, this has been here a long time. The existing law is in the same text that it was in 2002. That was simply a rewrite of something that goes back as early as, I believe, 1970. We're not taking anything away from people by this discussion today. The law has been this as it has been for years. Next point, going back to the Department of Justice's resource issue, if I understood the draft bill correctly in the AG's position on the draft bill, the fiscal note for the draft bill, which did not include the amendment that we heard a little bit about, said that the AG would need 3 new people just to do what it was the original draft did, not what would be required, as you pointed out earlier, Representative, to do what they are suggesting. By contrast, Mr. Nyan, the head of the Consumer Services Division, that is protecting our citizens in the insurance field, he hasn't asked for anything. With that, Mr. Chairman, I know I could go on all afternoon, but I'll see you at the subcommittee, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. One card left, George Russo's, representing New Hampshire Association of Domestic Insurance Companies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the New Hampshire Association of Domestic Insurance Companies, I would like to express our strong opposition to this legislation. We came prepared to talk about legislation that had one little corner of consumer protection in play, and come to find out you're talking about blowing the whole thing up. And it's I can't emphasize enough how serious this would be in its implications to New Hampshire citizens if you were to consider imposing regulation and conferring jurisdiction on the Attorney General of insurance that is regulated now comprehensively by the New Hampshire Insurance Department. So what you're doing is imposing a duplicate layer of regulation. And if you're going to do that, let me suggest you repeal the consumer protection provisions in the insurance statute, which amount to about 200 pages of requirements on insurance companies, because you don't need that. We don't need 2 masters. If we're going to be regulated by the Attorney General, then skip the consumer regulation that we currently have by the Insurance Department. We don't suggest it, but we do not want to have duplicate regulation by the 2. Now, you only have to turn down to Massachusetts to see what happens when you tamper with the exemption from the Consumer Protection Act. In Massachusetts, very often you will find the 2 executive branch agencies, the Attorney General and the Insurance Commissioner, at war with each other over insurance regulation. And that practice is just something that we don't need in New Hampshire, we don't have in New Hampshire, and it would result from conferring jurisdiction over insurance to the Attorney General. Also, in Massachusetts, you've got a situation in litigation that is absolutely deplorable, wherein when there's a simple case against an accident case or a simple lawsuit claiming damages, routinely plaintiffs' lawyers bring a Consumer Protection Act violation. It's in New Hampshire, in Massachusetts, is a 93A action, and they tack it on to their claims and pursue. We don't need that in New Hampshire. So the biggest thing when I sit and listen to some of this testimony that strikes me is, do you not understand what the insurance department does every day? That the staff that they have devoted to consumer protection, they're doing an excellent job. And this suggestion of a need for doing something different just implies that they're not doing the job that they are doing. So if you look at it, the conduct that is regulated by insurance, and if you take a look at nothing else, look at RSA 417, which goes on and on about the specific behaviors of insurance companies that are prohibited. Let me also suggest a tool that the AG would not have, but that's available to the insurance department. And believe me, it's a major source of authority for insurance, and that is over the license of insurance companies. That's much more serious than a fine or paying enhanced damages or paying attorney's fees. But insurance companies are regulated by the insurance department, which in its investigatory powers has the authority to revoke or suspend the license of an insurance company in addition to imposing a fine. That's a very strong incentive to any company that's thinking about violating the consumer protection laws. So this bill, as has been mentioned, has been proposed many times. I know Jim Hayden has dusted off some testimony from several years ago. We can update it if we need to in the subcommittee, but I can't emphasize enough what a bad idea this would be for our state. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, George. Okay. Well, that's enough cards. So we the blue sheets has about 20 people, businesses from Harvard Pilgrim. We got BIA, Allstate, Cooperative Credit Union, New Hampshire Retail Association, Property Casualty Insurance Association, American Council of Life Insurers, Auto Dealers, Anthem. They're all opposed to the bill except for Attorney Wright. And with that, I will close the public hearing on 459 and apologize to the sponsor of 465, which I know she's been patiently waiting here. And I know how much she loves visiting our committee and learning about all these crazy things we do over here.
I thought it would be refreshing to talk a little trash.
Right.
Thank you, committee. I know you've had a long morning and you have a long afternoon ahead of you.
Yeah.
My name is Karen Ebel. I represent Merrimack District number 7, which is New London and Newbury. And I'm here to introduce HB 465, which is a bill that would prohibit manufacturers of fabric treatments and carpets and rugs in the state of New Hampshire with intentionally added PFAS. This is a strongly bipartisan bill. I know that this committee, whether maybe you're glad you don't work with solid waste a lot, even though it's very much part of commerce and it is affected by the Commerce Clause. As you know, the Commerce Clause bans New Hampshire from, or any state from, or prevents any state from banning out-of-state waste, and about half of the waste coming into our state at this point is from out of state, going into private landfills. I just want to give you some background of the genesis of this bill and this effort. You may recall back in 2019, China issued its national sword policy, which prohibited the United States to send its plastics and its mixed paper to China anymore. They had been the recipient of a lot of our plastics and mixed paper for recycling, which threw a lot of our municipalities and businesses into a bit of a turmoil because that was where their recycling was going. As a result of that, I put in a bill to create a legislative study committee. I chaired it, and I just want to tell you, we discovered a lot of things. This was in 2019, and we've made a lot of improvements since then to our solid waste program in New Hampshire because we were so far behind. So the first thing we did was we updated our solid waste diversion goals, which hadn't been updated since 2000. We have issued solid waste management plan, a long-range solid waste management plan, which had not been done since 2003. We regrouped DES to have a planning department. Their planning department in the Solid Waste Bureau had basically been wiped out by budget cuts. And when things like the National Sword Policy come along or other issues, there's actually very little support for our municipalities and our businesses that are operating in really a global economy. Trash is obviously a very personal and local issue, but it also has very broad ramifications. The good news is that since 2019, there's been some reorganization within the Solid Waste Bureau. We do now have a planning department of 2 people, one of whom is here, and they're able to work with us on legislation and planning. If that hadn't happened, we'd have had a very difficult time even updating our solid waste management plan. This was all vital because all our area, Northeast area states are very aggressively pursuing recycling measures, composting measures, and progressively shutting down their landfills. And if you saw the Boston Globe over the weekend, their front page article in their magazine was about the landfill issues here in New Hampshire. So the other thing that we did is we created the Solid Waste Working Group, which is basically a stakeholder group to work with DES in the development of the plan and many other issues. I chair that group, and one of the responsibilities of the group is to recommend legislation pursuant to the plan that would help move the state forward. Now, one of the vital goals of the plan is to reduce toxicity in our waste stream. And I think I won't spend a lot of time talking about what we all know is the public health disaster related to PFAS. And I want to focus on it maybe a little differently than we have in the past. I want to talk about source reduction, and that is the basis of this bill. So if you think about the waste stream, we have many products that we use, and they have PFAS in them. They tend to go to landfills, and landfills produce landfill leachate, and the leachate many times is not processed. That goes to our wastewater treatment plants, and we now know that the EPA health advisories, understandably because of the health effects, are requiring testing down to parts per trillion, parts per quadrillion. I mean, minuscule amounts. And I think that's an indicator of the toxicity of PFAS. So we know that both our state and the federal government are expending, and our towns are expending extraordinary amounts of money trying to deal with the PFAS issue on the backside. So one of the best ways that we can move forward, and this is happening in many other states in the area, is trying to ban PFAS as an additive to products. So and I just want to say also, just so we understand the whole landfill leachate process, I've given you a handout which was basically the DES presentation to the fiscal committee that talked about this issue, and the fiscal committee requested it precisely because of the economic concerns. And if you go to page 6, you will see that based on a study that was done in Vermont, one of the highest sources of PFAS in our landfills is carpeting. You also, if you look at this other handout from the solid waste
Association, you'll see that one of the largest one of the most prolific places that we are all exposed to PFAS is carpet. It should be striking to you that food packaging and makeup is a huge source of direct exposure to PFAS. Dust, and then, as I said, carpet, and then lastly, landfill leachate. So what happens is all these products are going into the landfills, the PFAS is leaching out. At this point, there's no real regulation for the leachate to be tested for, or, the PFAS to be taken out. And so it goes into our wastewater treatment plants. The wastewater treatment plants, of course, have to take it out because they can't release water into our systems, right? Unless has basically no PFAS. And so where do you think all the PFAS and other toxic chemicals are saturated down into when you're working with wastewater? Back into the landfill. And if landfills like Waste Management actually has a reverse osmosis machine where they suck all these chemicals out, including PFAS, it gets it into a cake, and then it's buried in the landfill. So I think it's a pretty clear case for if we want to get toxic chemicals like this out of our waste stream for the sake of public health, but also to save unbelievable amounts of money that we're already expending in this state, we should be looking at source reduction. So when the solid waste working group looked at this, we decided as initial matter that we would target carpets because it's such a huge source of PFAS. We also targeted carpets because Maine is doing this. They're doing basically the same thing. Their rule will be effective July 1st of this year, and Vermont is doing the same thing. So this is regional. There are other states in the United States that are looking very closely at carpets. There's lawsuits against manufacturers of PFAS. They're starting to withdraw some of the treatments. But honestly, the federal government isn't working really quickly on this. In the meantime, we're having to deal with the PFAS in our landfills and our wastewater. We're continuing to ingest them. One huge source of PFAS in wastewater is us. 97% of us have PFAS in our bodies because of all the PFAS we've consumed or otherwise inhaled over time. The Solid Waste Working Group, which I chair, as I said, recommended that we bring forth as an initial step this bill that would ban the sale of carpets with intentionally added PFAS in July 1st of 2025. It would necessitate some work, obviously, by the DES, so that's why it has a fiscal note. But I hope that the committee will focus on the policy aspects of this and then move it to finance for the financial consideration. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. I just want to say it's been a long time, but the state has a solid waste management plan in place. A lot of people don't want to see it gather dust as it did, because it hadn't been updated since 2003, and it's time to take some action and move forward on it. And this would be one very strong step, and it has strong bipartisan support. Thank you.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. In the bill, the materials we have, it talked about the cost of $98,000 to hire somebody to manage this, but it doesn't talk about the costs to the state from the landfill and to our health and to our premiums from healthcare. Do you have any data about what it does to us in terms of costs?
Well, I was driving, thank you for the question. I mean, it's a huge issue. I was driving down here this morning and I was thinking, well, maybe I could call the LBA and get sort of idea as far as expenditures. I mean, I do remember right before COVID, I was on the capital budget committee for quite some time, and I think we set aside something like $25 million. I may be wrong, don't quote me, but coming through finance, there's been a big effort to help fund wastewater treatment plants, and the federal government will be cinching down its requirements for testing for PFAS. How much money we'll get from the federal government to comply with those rules, I don't know. New Hampshire has been very aggressive because of the Copley landfill and what happened at Pease Air Force Base to try to cinch down the testing requirements for PFAS. I mean, it's gazillions of dollars, not even to mention the public health effects. And you have to start somewhere, and we really felt like carpet was a good place to start, considering what else was going on in the region.
Representative Beadle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. My family has been in the carpeting business my whole life. Not anymore because they're all dead. That were laying carpets. But have you talked to the carpet industry in the state?
I looked into whether there were carpet manufacturers in the state and found none.
None.
So I haven't engaged at that level. I mean, there's obviously many people that sell carpets. But I don't see them arguing for the ability to have PFAS in their carpets.
Yep. Thanks. And just a follow up.
Further question may inquire.
Thank you for taking so much of your time. I know you got paid millions of dollars to produce these documents. And I just want to thank you for
you're welcome
for doing everything you've done
Thank
for this
you.
issue.
I just think as a state, we've really taken our eye off the ball. And, as I said, the whole Northeast is very aggressively pursuing many, many issues related to solid waste. You folks don't deal with it that much in here. It's a huge issue as far as commerce is concerned in general. And I just thought it was really important for you to have data as you talk about this. And in the document, the digital document that you got with my testimony, I put more hyperlinks in than you ever want to read perhaps in your life. But you can click through and see the plan. You can see our new diversion goals. As you know, they've discovered PFAS in freshwater fish. There's a reason they call it forever chemicals. This stuff is created so tight that it doesn't bust up. So the idea of destructing it is pretty challenging. So source reduction on this is the way to go.
Yes, sorry, Representative Prezzelli.
Thank you. A quick scoping question. So do you know the percentage of carpets that would no longer be for sale, and a list of the specific products and manufacturers? I'm wondering how you would keep track of this.
Well, I think that is something that DES is thinking about, concerned about, because if this bill did pass, they would be the ones that would have to issue the regulations to try to understand that. I guess I would say I have to believe there are a finite number of companies that make carpets, so there shouldn't be that many. And under the bill, they have to provide certification. So that would be one way that DES could keep track of it. I mean, the other thing I would point out is that, as I said, Maine and Vermont they're going to kick this type of a provision in on July 1st, and we can also learn from them because this wouldn't be effective until July 1st of 2025 if the committee stuck with that effective date.
Yes, Representative Sullivan.
This is kind of a tie-on to the question you just answered, but are we aware that there are rugs and carpets that are currently not produced with PFAS? Because I mean,
They're starting to produce
okay.
them.
So it's not like this goes into effect and suddenly there's one rug or carpet option that we all have.
No.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman, one more question. Quick question.
Sure, Representative Terry.
So, listening to how critical this is and how you want to get at it and how the neighboring states are a little further down the road, so to speak, why is the effective date so far out, over 2 years from now?
Well, that is, obviously that's a judgment call.
So what is
you
it?
well, I'll tell you.
you.
One of the concerns is for the department to get, it has to figure out how it's going to regulate it. So if we pass the law, that has to happen.
Generate rules.
Yes,
Generate rules.
Sorry, and make rules. That's right. They have to make the rules. And then the other thing is that, I think you guys know more about commerce than I do, but in any new rule that you would pass that would affect commerce, you'd want to give the industry time to come up to speed. I mean,
I.e., get rid of their old inventory.
and the other thing I would just say is I want to point out that this doesn't apply to used rugs and sort of the aftermarket. It applies to new rugs, and the idea is that you're really trying to get people away from putting PFAS in their rugs. And I guess we have to learn how to clean better so we don't have to rely so much on all this stain resistance. I mean, that's what it's all about, right? It's just the furniture.
Right.
Anyway.
I remember Scotchgard. Yeah, that was
Yeah, I know,
highly
and
promoted.
Well, and our Gore-Tex, textiles,
yeah.
makeup, food packaging, scary subject. Anyway,
Everywhere.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Great, thank you. Okay, we do have the department here. Michael Nork is going to from DES and
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and
Unfortunately,
members of the
yes.
committee. Yeah, thank you all for your attention in this matter and cutting into your lunch break for this.
Yeah.
I will keep my comments very brief. The department is not taking an official position on this bill, but we do have a concern about the resources that would be necessary. However, that being said, we do think that reducing PFAS in the waste stream is a very important issue. It's a high priority in our solid waste management plan, as Representative Ebel mentioned. But one of the things about this is that it would require the department to basically regulate a marketplace. Our solid waste program doesn't regulate a marketplace per se or distribution of products. But this would expand our responsibilities to regulate, distribution and sale of carpets and that sort of industry, which is kind of a novel thing for us. So with that being said, our estimate in the fiscal note is for one full-time equivalent to be able to adequately kind of stand up this new program, do the research necessary for how to regulate that sector, who the players are, what kind of rules would be necessary. So there is a fair amount of resources that would be necessary to do that work. However, the bill doesn't make any provision for that. So that's really our primary concern. The only other thing that I wanted to mention is that, as Representative Ebel mentioned, there are other states that are kind of out ahead of this issue. They're kind of further along on this than we are right now, and there might be something to be said for kind of an interstate approach. Multi-state organizations have been done in the past for chemicals clearinghouses and things like that. There is actually an example that was established in 2008 called the Interstate Chemicals Clearinghouse, or IC2, and that has been used currently. It's being used for reporting by manufacturers about chemicals of concern in children's products. One of the things that we anticipate may happen is that these other states like Maine, for example, and Vermont may look to work with IC2 to create kind of a more of an interstate clearinghouse for this information. So If that were to be established, DES might be able to plug into that a little bit more easily and have lower overhead and reduce our expenditures relative to having a full-time. We might be able to get away with like a part-time staff person to do that kind of work, because it would be a lot of the research and information on who the players are would be kind of done through that IC2 organization. So I just wanted to recommend that as a potential consideration. And with that, I'd happy to be taking
We are
questions.
going to have a subcommittee, so we'll
Okay.
look forward to seeing you there.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, very good. One card left. Henry Vayu from Waste Management in support of the bill. And he's going to do it in 1 minute.
That's all I need. For the record, my name is Henry Vayu, and I'm here on behalf of Waste Management. Waste Management operates the Turnkey landfill in Rochester. That's where a lot of the trash in the state goes to. I'm just here to register our support. Obviously, keeping PFAS out of products on the front end avoids us having to deal with it on the back end in the landfill. And with that, I'd take any questions.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Henry. Okay. On the blue sheet, we have 66 people in support, 1 opposed, and on the overnight, and then the daytime, we have several representatives are in support, and DES just doesn't take a position. And with that, I will close the public hearing. Okay, so we're tight on time, 45 minutes. So we could, I'll tell everybody that we're going to start at 1:30 over at Reps Hall. I normally would never have done, I haven't been in Reps Hall doing a bill since, I don't know, you can't even remember what it was years and years and years ago I did it. So I was not so much inclined to do it because I thought we had a big enough room, but I'm told that there's going to be hordes of people coming in and trying to convince us not to pass these bills or pass a bill. So at that point, that's why I made the decision that we'll meet over there. However, I will say that I will implement a rule I've never ever done, which I will implement the 3-minute rule. Having said that, I might change my mind if I get into the room and suddenly see that there really isn't all these people and the hordes didn't show up. But I just want everybody to know that what the process is, and I will keep emphasizing for people not to repeat themselves. But of course, if people are going to come in and say, "Well, we should pass it or not pass it," it's kind of hard to say, "Don't repeat yourself" when you had the same. But I'm sure people have stories about why they think we shouldn't pass it, and usually wrapped around children, and then why we should wrap it around why are we leaving tax money on the table. So having said that, I'm prepared to. I don't want to get into a position where anybody thought I was mean and nasty and shut down testimony. But I just want you all to know that this is pretty straightforward in terms of what the discussion. And I wish I could say to everybody, just tell us what you think is good or bad about the two bills, the bills that's in front of us, because you will be taking each bill separately. But I'm sure we're going to stray from that with just either for or against it. So, so be in Reps Hall at 1:30. And I will keep telling everybody the snowstorm's coming, so hurry up. So tomorrow morning, I at this point, what was important about today is we got all the bills that have to be out of committee early. So that means we will be doing the subcommittee on all these bills Wednesday, February 1st. And we have to vote them out the next 2 weeks there. We got to vote them out. So by that Wednesday, 2 weeks later, 1st of 14th, the Valentine's Day or the day after Valentine's Day, we have to have all these bills we heard today out of committee. And my take on it is, to be honest with you, we'll go through the subcommittees and we'll work on and process them. But I think a lot of them are going to really need to be just retained, because they're going to need a lot more work. Even though someone can say, "Well, this is a simple amendment," nothing is simple. And so I would say I wouldn't be surprised if they canceled tomorrow. So, but I would know. I'm the last person to know us. So, but yeah, right. But I think what they're doing is they put it right up on this web page, right?
They're texting people.
They are texting.
Yeah.
Well, that's right. I got weird. My wife's phone call. I got a phone, and I said, "How do they even know that number?" But so they know everything, right? So, but it's not a big deal if we don't have that day, because then I'll just reschedule all those bills to another day. So, all right. Actually, the clerk is going to do that for you. Committee, not the clerk. Committee assistant. I'm sorry. I would never expect the clerk to do 3.
One moment, please. One more, smile.
That's why I don't want to sit down, because I'm going to be in everybody's way, so I'm just going to stand up here and make it like I'm talking to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I'll ask everybody to take their seats, please. Or if you want to gossip, just please go out in the ante room. So I am Representative John Hunt, and I am chair of the House Commerce Committee. I have to say that even though I've been a legislator for 38 years, only once before I've ever done this, to be up here. And I think this little dents here are mine way back when. But so what we're going to do is we're going to take up the two bills in the order they are. When you testify for the bill, please be aware that we're going to try to do a 3-minute rule here, and that you keep your points short and brief and to the point, so that we can get home before the snowstorm. And I realize that there's two kinds of approaches. You can either come in and want to speak about whether you're for or against marijuana legislation, and that hopefully you can say that in 3 minutes. If you have more attention to the two different bills, I want you to, we take each bill separately, so I want you to please focus in on the bill, and if you want to talk about the pros and cons of each of the two different bills, that's okay too, but please try to do it in 3 minutes. Okay. So we'll start off with the prime sponsor, Representative Osborne.
Am I in the right spot?
Good enough.
That's good? Okay.
Yep, it's
All
great.
right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've always wanted to see you up at that podium, so I'm glad I finally gave you that opportunity. Jason Osborne, Rockingham 2, representing Auburn, Candia, and Deerfield. So I'll be real quick today, because there's a lot more important and knowledgeable people behind me ready to testify. And I don't really want to talk about any of the details of this bill that's in front of you, because I know how this committee works, and I know you got your own tricks up your sleeves, and you're going to do whatever you want anyway, and I'm happy to help you do that. What I would like to say is that what you are looking at is the result of a number of months of work of an entire coalition of groups and advocates, everything from the business side to the consumer side to the civil rights side to the economic liberty side, as well as the recovery community, people concerned about child safety, just all of the different points of view and perspectives involved. And so I hope you'll take the time to consider everybody's concern as we determine a final product to put out. As we all know, this House has put out some sort of marijuana legislation basically every year for the last, as long as I've been around, maybe even as long as you've been around, Mr. Chairman, I don't know, but maybe not quite that long. And it always runs into a roadblock somewhere. And, but this committee in particular has not had the opportunity to take a stab at coming up with a solution. And I'm really excited to see what we can do here. And you know, it's time we get something done. And if I could just throw in my 2 cents about what I hope to see in the final product is that we keep the barriers to entry into this industry as low as possible, so as to keep it from being overwhelmed by large corporations from out of state or out of country, and that we keep I guess the tax or the margin that the state is going to extract from this industry as low as possible, so as to prevent the black market from being able to maintain control, and that we're able to take this industry away from the thugs and gangsters and put it in the hands of law-abiding citizens. So, thank you very much. Well, I'll take questions if you have any.
Is any members have a question? See none. Thank you very much.
Thank
I will now call on Senator Whitty. I forgot. Where is he? Senator, is he not in the room? Oh, there you are.
And Senator Fenton's joining.
Yes. Okay. Great. 2 senators. 2 for the price of one.
2 for the price of 1.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee. We appreciate being welcomed into your chamber to testify about this important bill. We are testifying in support of the bill as co-sponsors, wanting to show the bicameral support for this concept. I don't want to speak specifically to the provisions of the bill. I think, there are a lot of people that are working on making sure that this is a bill that fits New Hampshire. But what I will say is, as an elected official, Senator Fenton and I are both millennials, millennial representation in the Senate, and that's important because, we have a real hard time in New Hampshire attracting young folks. It's a real problem, right? We know we have an aging population. We need to really think about how we are going to build a future New Hampshire that we're all going to be proud of. And I think legalization is not the panacea to solve that problem, but it is an important part of that conversation. And I know that because I spent the entire summer talking to voters, right? In my district, I represent, I apologize, I did not introduce myself, Senator Becky Whitley. I represent District 15. That includes the communities of Concord, Bow, and Hopkinton. And what I know from talking to the voters in my district, that this is an issue they care about, right? And I would say, we do know from polling that 74% of Granite Staters support legalization. 74%. I would, be really hard pressed to come up with any other political issue that has that support. I would be hard pressed, right? If any, wouldn't you be elated if you got that kind of support at the polls, right? So I think that's important to recognize that. And then also, I will say, when I'm talking to younger folks, I would say that number is even higher. And so I think we have to be, our work in the State House has to be reflective of the issues that our constituents and our voters care about, and I would say legalization is one of those.
Senator Donovan Fenton, District 10, and all I can do is echo what Senator Whitley said. We're talking about 70% of the population wants this. And she mentioned a lot of young people, but also a lot of old people. We're a diverse state, and what Senator Whitley said, I want to echo, is that, on my campaign trail around my district, I didn't meet a single voter, single constituent that was against legalization. This is an issue that affects all of us and is important to all of us. And thank you for your time, folks.
Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. We do have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you just state your source of where your data comes from, the 70 or was it 74% you were saying of Granite Staters?
Yeah,
Where does that come from?
Yep, so thank you for the question. The 74% number that I mentioned is from a University of New Hampshire survey center. It was a study in February 25th, 2022, titled Bipartisan Support for New Hampshire Marijuana Legislation.
Representative Patusek.
Okay, I have a question on your survey, Sandra. Does that have a age breakdown on how many people by each age group were for it and against it?
Thank you for the question, and I don't know, but I'd be happy to forward the actual survey results to the committee. Happy to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Representative Matt Wilhelm, Minority Leader, who is a co-sponsor, I believe.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm here today as a co-sponsor of House Bill 639, a bill to legalize and regulate adult use recreational cannabis. I'm a co-sponsor of this legislation because it's past time the Granite State join every single one of our New England neighbors to legalize marijuana. We remain the only state in New England where residents are still arrested for marijuana possession, which puts our communities at an economic and social disadvantage. Racial disparity and enforcement of the current New Hampshire cannabis law has negatively impacted our state. Despite disproportionate levels of use across race, the unequal enforcement of New Hampshire cannabis laws put Black people at increased likelihood of marijuana arrest and charge, which leads to an increased likelihood of the loss of employment, housing, financial aid eligibility, and child custody. These collateral harms of prohibition have a lasting impact on Granite State families and communities, while the vast majority of Granite Staters support cannabis legalization. We have seen where we've been and how it's harming communities while the rest of our New England neighbors profit from cannabis legalization. Now, after years of discussion on the issue, we know where we need to go. We know that marijuana legalization will bring much needed economic growth to New Hampshire. Data from states that have legalized marijuana show us that job growth and labor income increased as a result of the cannabis industry. This legislation, House Bill 639, will allow more Granite Staters to become business owners and entrepreneurs. That's the New Hampshire way. This model will also support our retirement system with a percentage of funds from the sale of marijuana to be credited to the New Hampshire retirement system to help offset the unfunded accrued liability. Returning money to the retirement system with the tax structure of this legislation will result in lowering rates for employers, which will only strengthen our state's economy. It's clear communities, families, retirement security, and the economy will be stronger once we legalize cannabis in New Hampshire. It's past time for New Hampshire lawmakers to listen to Granite Staters and legalize adult marijuana possession once and for all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair will call on Susan Homela. Yeah. Yes, Susan, yes.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
Homola.
Homola, thank you. Thank you all for the opportunity to testify on HB 639. The purpose of this is to provide some information on what happens to states after they legalize. Across the U.S., we have 21 states that have legalized and 29 that have not. Fortunately for New Hampshire, there's other states we can look to see how it's going for them. In Colorado, legalized marijuana has not reduced the black market activity as expected. In 2020, Colorado law enforcement intelligence reports stated that there were 278 black market cases in 2019. In 2021, law enforcement disrupted an operation involving millions of dollars of illegal marijuana that involved 21 individuals funding money to China. In addition to that, other marijuana drug busts have included Mexican and Colombian cartels, as well as gangs from Cuba and Russia. It's estimated that for every dollar of revenue generated in Colorado due to marijuana, it costs the state $4 in public health costs through increased substance abuse treatment, increased hospital visits, and increased policing. After Colorado legalized, the emergency room visits due to cannabis use disorder tripled following the 5 years at the University of Colorado Hospital, which is one of Colorado's largest hospitals. Hospitalizations with marijuana exposure diagnosis increased approximately 200% after recreational legalization. The number of calls to poison control exposure increased 400% from 2006 to 2015. The National Veteran Suicide Prevention Report indicates Colorado's veteran suicide rates are significantly higher than the national average, with an increase of 25% from 2018 to 2019 alone. Teen suicide rates have increased significantly over the past year, or the past few years, and marijuana is the #1 drug found in toxicology reports. Since legalization, marijuana use by children 12 years or older has risen 30%, which is 76% above the national average. Colorado is the first in the nation for the highest percentage of adults who need drug treatment but aren't getting it. In 2021, approximately 10 years after legalization, Colorado is starting to come to grips with this public health emergency, and their legislature put in HB 1317. This bill was a bipartisan effort sponsored by the Democrat Speaker of the House, signed by the Democratic governor. Colorado's requirement now limits marijuana concentrate purchases, adds labeling requirements, and cracks down on underage medical cannabis relationships with physicians. Colorado legislatures are moving forward with these risk mitigation measures, following the warnings of many of their health experts. One health professional, the medical director of the state's largest non-public psychiatric hospital, said, quote, the epidemic of marijuana addiction, quote, threatens to swallow the lives of a whole generation of Coloradans. So let's now just turn our attention to Vermont. In 2020, 2 years after recreational legalization was passed into law, the Vermont Public Health issued the following statement, quote, marijuana use is a significant public health problem in Vermont and it is getting worse. In 2021, the Vermont Medical Society released a resolution to advocate for a number of measures, to include a prohibition on the advertising, marketing, and promotion of cannabis in the state of Vermont. A requirement that all cannabis grown, produced, or sold, whether through dispensaries or retail establishments, be less than 15% THC. It's worthwhile to note that in our own medical marijuana program here in New Hampshire, we actually have no limits on that. And you could go to their websites and find edibles that are 90% THC plus, 90% plus THC. Another thing that they also did is they put the Medical Association is requesting that a requirement that all written and internet advertising of cannabis displayed up-to-date evidence-based warnings in large typeface, which should include the following conditions: psychosis, impaired driving, addiction, suicide, uncontrolled vomiting, and the harm to fetus and nursing babies. And with regard to the relationship between marijuana and addiction, a 2021 University of Vermont presentation on childhood mental health cited the following: approximately 9% of people who use marijuana become dependent. That rate increases to 1 in 6 of those who start before the age of 18. And it is likely that 30% of those who currently use marijuana meet the criteria for having a cannabis use disorder. And almost 3% of 12 to 17-year-olds already have a cannabis use disorder. So Vermont has, earned the distinction with actually some of the highest childhood rates of using marijuana in the United States. So other states that are dealing with this, every state that either they've medically allowed it or recreationally allowed it, they're dealing with one of this relatively new syndrome that has emerged called cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome, which is a severe vomiting condition. In a retrospect analysis of patients who are treated for this syndrome at a variety of locations across the U.S., it is estimated that the cost per patient just to be about $76,000 per hospital visit to treat this. With the never-ending attempts to legalize across the states, it is also noteworthy to recognize that many elected officials are still willing to take a cautious approach. This past year, Delaware's Democratic Governor John Carney vetoed a legalization bill, stating that it was, quote, in the best interests of the state of Delaware, especially our young people. Questions about the long-term health and economic impacts of marijuana use, as well as serious law enforcement concerns, remain unresolved. In addition to this, legalization ballot initiatives were rejected this past November in South Dakota, North Dakota, and Arkansas, despite huge amounts of money spent on the pro-legalization lobby. And what does this all mean? This means that legalization comes with a significant public health cost that all states should consider carefully. And I'd like to conclude my testimony by just discussing HB 639's purpose and findings section. It says in there, in the interest of allowing law enforcement to focus on violent and property crimes, generate revenue for education, prevention, treatment, and recovery related to the use of both legal and illegal drugs, and for the public purposes in advancing of individual freedom. That's the preamble to this bill, the purpose of this bill. So I respectfully ask the committee members the following thing. Ask any member of New Hampshire's law enforcement here today if they think we need to legalize marijuana so they have more time to focus on violent and property crime. Ask any student here today if they think that you should generate funds for their school if it comes to at the price of increased suicides, teen suicides, and addiction. Ask any healthcare and drug addiction professional, particularly those who serve the vulnerable communities of Nashua and Manchester, if they think we're helping them do their job by throwing gasoline on New Hampshire's drug problem with the introduction of legalized marijuana. I respectfully ask, and I also respectfully ask that no one in this legislature hide behind the banner of individual freedom when considering marijuana legalization, especially since we all know, everyone in this room, that it's about money, because that's the main selling point. The public deserves to have an honest discussion on this topic, and they deserve actually to have the public health aspect of this discussed just as much as we want to discuss the revenues. The public also deserves for this bill not to have been slipped quietly and quickly into the Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee instead of the Criminal Justice Committee. It is noteworthy that the bill's sponsor, I believe, is a member of this committee as well. Lastly, the public deserves each one of you, to include my own Hollis rep, Karen Calabro, who's not here today, to do the right thing for the health of Granite Staters, because your decision on this bill will have a direct impact on us all. Thank you, and thank you. Yes, sir.
Representative Herbert has a question.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt. Thanks for your information. A lot of people are concerned, myself included, that being an illegal act, a lot of young men and women are being thrown into jail, and in effect their future is compromised because they smoke some weed. So I was just wondering, any of these states that have made it legal, have they come up with any kind of, well, they don't arrest them anymore, I guess, but was there any effort to try and reinstate and make it, putting kids in jail? Or is there an answer to some sort of compromise where, either your kid goes to jail, can't get a driver's license, which takes 5 years to get.
Sure.
Okay, I mean, I've seen that. Or smokes weed and you go through a whole lot of medical issues, which I'm aware of too. I'm just wondering if is it just that bipolar? Is it just either or?
Well, as you're aware, if states, make it legal, then obviously, the numbers look great for arrests because arrests go away. But I will say that it's sort of a null point here in New Hampshire because it is decriminalized. So I'm not sure if you have, yes, sir.
Further question, you may inquire.
Thank you. I was not aware of that, and I'm getting old, so some of the information I have might be dated, but I know that maybe it's too late for those kids, but I know that they've had their lives severely damaged because of being arrested and put in jail in some cases.
Yes, sir. And that's a valid point, and I will say, though, that you can add that to any number of things. Kids do all kinds of stupid stuff. I have 4 of them myself. Any number of things. They could vandalize something. They could they could drive recklessly, they could smoke pot, they could do all number of things. So your question, I appreciate it, but I do think that it could apply to a number of things that kids do in their youth.
Representative Bilo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm the clerk of the committee, and could you provide that written testimony to the committee? Yes, ma'am. I will send it to you via email. And just a follow-up. Where does the data come from? All the information that you
So
just... everything I have cited here in my information, I have included as hyperlinks, so you can all go to it yourself and verify the information I'm giving. Okay, thank you.
Okay, next up is Representative Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So this is my opinion. I'd like to know if it's yours also. Don't you think right now that the black market, and I'm not sure if you can answer this question or one of the other speakers, right now is running the so-called pod operation and outside sales, which is other states are actually running it and they're doing it anyway?
And your question, sir, is that
The black market is
Yes, sir.
running the pot sales right now, maybe putting even a greater risk on the people or the citizens, the youth or whoever's using the state. They're putting a greater risk. And I hear the so-called gateway drug. And I just want to say that if you're going to a black market dealer who's selling pot, and maybe they sell another drug that's illegal, such as coke or heroin, wouldn't they be at greater risk than to buy it in a controlled environment, controlled by the state, versus going to the black market and risking other type of illegal drug pushers or to the individual?
I understand what you're saying, and I would love to think that if legalization happened, that nobody would go to a black market, but Colorado's data shows us that doesn't happen. I mean, it just doesn't. The black market's always going to beat your price. They're always going to beat your price. You put any amount of tax on this, and they're going to beat your price. It's not going to, I mean, it's just a function of fact. So that's proven out in every state that's been doing this. So I would love to do anything to keep kids away from the black market, but legalizing doesn't solve that problem. You know, I wish it did, but it doesn't. And I will know that I actually work for the Department of Oklahoma Emergency Management. I work remotely for them, and they've had an issue with marijuana because they legalized it medically, and they have a lot of farmland, and they didn't put any limits on how much you can grow. And Oklahoma right now is the #1 state for supply for the illegal black market. And not only are they #1 supply for this, they actually have overnight in Oklahoma introduced Russian, Mexican, and Chinese cartels into their farmlands. And the way that they're legally laundering money is they're reselling the farms every couple months or so. They're just washing their profits. It's a legal way to wash their profits. It's a shame and a crime what's happening in Oklahoma. I talk to emergency managers on an everyday basis, and they tell me about what's going on in their communities. So I wish that the black market wasn't always one step ahead, but it is.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. It's a two-part question, and it kind of goes along with what Representative Vincent was saying. In Colorado, you talked about the increased rate of people going to the emergency room from marijuana. Do you know what percentage of those were from the black market because they weren't controlled?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
That's not it. That's not data that the Colorado hospitals collect.
And my second question.
Further question, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My second question is, I think you may not have this data, but I'm wondering if it might be interesting to find out what's the rate for ER visits in terms of alcohol and opioid use relative to marijuana.
I don't know, but I do know that, I know sometimes in a lot of these discussions, we try to make these equivalencies to alcohol. And I would actually just caution you that making an equivalency to alcohol doesn't negate your responsibilities to deciding marijuana on its own health impacts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good to see you.
Nice to see you.
The Honorable Sue Homola. I just have a question. You were talking about the black market. There's a reality in our state with the white market in surrounding states. So if you pay attention, for instance, about a mile south of the the mall in Nashua, there's a marijuana shop, and there's a steady stream of New Hampshire license plates in and out of that shop all day long. So that's not a hypothetical with the black market, that's a reality with the white market. What would you suggest that we do with that border? Should we have the police stop people and search their vehicles because they're coming back across the border with, how do we handle that situation if we keep New Hampshire a prohibition state?
Well, I understand that it's a conundrum because we're surrounded by states that legalize. And to answer your question, I don't know. I don't know how to do that. I just know that when states legalize, it tends to give the green light to their youth that increased use is okay. And the health impacts of those are significant. So I know that it's somewhat of a mixed bag saying, well, we're not going to legalize in this little island of New Hampshire and we're all surrounded. But I'm just going off the science. I'm just going off the science and just doing my best. As I mentioned earlier, I have 4 kids. All I've done their whole lives is just held back crazy. And that's all I'm trying to do here today.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me the time to go.
It's important to hear both sides. Okay, Tim Egan. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, committee. Tim Egan, former representative from Sugar Hill. I'm the chair of the New Hampshire Cannabis Advisory Board and the New Hampshire Can Trade Association. I'm here today as the chair of the state's leading trade group for the cannabis industry, and we're pleased to support House Bill 639, which is a bipartisan leadership effort of Representative Osborne and Representative Wilhelm, which will move New Hampshire into the realistic world of adult use cannabis. Legalization and regulation of cannabis is essential to New Hampshire in a variety of ways. We're losing revenue due to our current antiquated laws. With legal adult use cannabis now available in Massachusetts, Vermont, and Maine, we are seeing New Hampshire consumers leaving to spend their money elsewhere. Neighboring states are finding economic success with cannabis. In 2023, Vermont is projected to find $15 to $20 million in their first year. Maine in 2022 found $58.5 million in sales revenue and $65 million from direct and indirect spending by businesses and employees associated with the industry. And Massachusetts grossed $3 billion in the last 4 years from 2018 to 2022. So it's easy to see why legalization and regulation of cannabis is good for our state's economy. But that's not the only reason I'm here to talk with you today. New Hampshire can reclaim and share in this new revenue generating industry approved by and endorsed by almost 80% of our residents, and it's an industry that is focused on young people in a state where we are not attracting young people, not just folks that are interested in enjoying their cannabis, but those that want to work in the industry, in agriculture, in retail, in creation of edibles. So it's a job creator. And we're also seeing an industry that is built on small business entrepreneurs and agriculture, an industry that is poised for growth, but is being stifled. An important part of this legislation is the fact that it will allow small businesses, private industry, to be developed here in the state. We pride ourselves as being a pro-business state, a small business state, and that's an important part of this legislation. We can't ignore that this bill was designed by a bipartisan coalition looking at best practices from a variety of states and creating a bill that is best for New Hampshire. And speaking of best practices, data from the National Youth Risk Behavior Survey says that every state that has regulated legal cannabis has seen reduction in underage use. The aforementioned illicit or black market, right now, if a young person wants to get cannabis in New Hampshire, they can. We don't know what they're getting, what its potency, how it was grown. A regulated market will allow independent testing of cannabis grown in our state. We'll be able to understand what potency levels people can get access to. Now you can go into a New Hampshire state liquor store and say, I'd like 70 proof vodka or 100 proof vodka. Without regulation, we are not able to do that with cannabis. It's an important part of this legislation is independent testing and regulation and control so that we're protecting our young people and we're protecting our adults who make a decision to enjoy that. Lastly, an important part of our state's economy is tourism. People are now beginning to make their tourism decisions based on what they can get access to. I live in the North Country in Sugar Hill, between two ski mountains, and many times residents have told me, oh, I've driven over to Maine and I'll go to a cannabis shop in Maine and I'll go skiing there first, and then I'll buy my groceries and other things, and then maybe I'll come to New Hampshire for a night or two. So if tourism is a major impact of our economy, this could potentially affect that. So it's time for New Hampshire to pass intelligent legislation like House Bill 639, and I appreciate your time, and I'm glad to take any questions.
Representative Ammon has a question if you're willing to take one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Based on your testimony, I'm asking you a question about the advisory board. It sounds like you might be familiar with that feature of the bill. The Cannabis Advisory Board, it's on page 10, line 29 of the bill. Could you give us a little more detail on that advisory board if you're familiar with it?
Yes. As most pieces of legislation, I've experienced in my past as a member of your House that it will go through a variety of changes. So proposed is the idea to build an advisory board of professionals who have experience in the cannabis industry, have experience in understanding about the impacts of cannabis, to be respectful to those who are concerned about its use or overuse or potency. But by building an advisory board similar to the state of Vermont or the state of Maine, where those folks can then suggest commissioners to the executive council, that's an important part of this. Being able to build a series of professionals that have experience from all walks of life within the cannabis industry so that we are bringing the best professionals forward to oversee the industry. Again, the idea that we are looking at best practices from around now over half the nation, having states with legal adult use cannabis, and being able to be sort of in the positive position to look at what ways are best to build in a commission or an advisory board that can bring professionals that can make this a smart agency that oversees cannabis retail.
Representative Terry.
Thank you. Do I understand that you're currently a member of the Cannabis Advisory Board, sir? Are you currently a member of the Cannabis Advisory?
I'm currently the chair.
You're currently the chair. So certainly you're a member then, yes, and you're the chair, yes. So what I've heard from you thus far, primarily what you consider to be the economic benefits of this bill. You have been present to hear the testimony of the previous speaker with respect to adverse health consequences in the states that have legalized. How would you respond to what you have heard, the documented evidence with respect to massive adverse health consequences in these states that have legalized, you and the members of the board? Or if you've not addressed that yet as a board, what would be your personal feelings about this?
Well, I think I'd be interested to see the research that came out of Colorado. I work closely with the Cannabis Certification Council, which is a Colorado-based organization working closely with the Colorado Department of Public Health. And so I'd be concerned at the, quote, number of emergency room visits and whether we can discern whether that was from legal adult use cannabis or whether that was from black market cannabis. So I'd be interested to see that data and see where the proof is there. I think secondarily, while in this bill, I don't think there's some specifics around potency that usually becomes sort of an agency decision once an agency is created, like we do here in New Hampshire. Agencies have some rule-making ability, but I do think Colorado initially had some very wide open potency levels, and that is something that should be addressed and making sure that when we are creating products, we're concerned about that.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair will call on John Brinfinski, New Hampshire Chiefs of Police, and he's the Chief of Bedford.
Well, good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is John Brofronsky. I am the Chief of Police in Bedford, New Hampshire, and I'm here representing the New Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police, 160 Chiefs of Police throughout the Great Granite State. And we're here in opposition to HB 639. My written testimony is replete with a lot of facts and information that's already been discussed, and I'm not going to cover that same ground again. Several years ago, when this debate really started to heat up here and in other places, we used to say that, well, the jury's not in with respect to the effects of legalization of cannabis in the United States, or in Canada for that matter. Well, today the facts are in, ladies and gentlemen. The facts are before you in that written testimony and the written testimony of others, and the facts are undeniable. The undeniable fact is that legalization of cannabis and the commercialization of cannabis is creating a public health hazard, is harmful to both adults as well as our young people and the next generation here in the United States. It's caused increased tragedy and chaos on our highways. Just the other day, the Colorado State Police Colonel, the State Patrol Colonel, indicated that marijuana-related crashes in the state of Colorado in 2022 were up 51%. That's on top of a 120% increase since the legalization of marijuana in Colorado. So the undeniable fact, ladies and gentlemen, and members of the committee, who are charged with consumer affairs and protection, is that the legalization of cannabis has been proven by a number of studies, peer-reviewed studies, scientific studies by some of the greatest institutions here in the United States as well as across the globe, that have proven that legalization, commercialization of cannabis creates significant public health risks for adults and particularly youth. You heard testimony already with respect to marijuana being one of the primary drugs involved in completed teen suicides in the state of Colorado. Just the other day, you saw an article in our own Manchester Union Leader that talked about the risk of edibles, particularly causing a public health hazard and risk. In that article, it indicated that 62 people last year were treated in medical facilities in New Hampshire alone for consumption of cannabis. And then on top of that, 19 of that 62 were children at the age of 6 or under. Let me repeat that. 19 of those 62 people that were treated in New Hampshire hospitals with respect to cannabis poisoning were at the age of 6 or under. Just this past week in Bedford, my own officers responded to a case involving 2 juveniles. Both had to be transported to a medical facility as a result of consuming cannabis edibles. You have a 49-page bill before you. There's a lot of language in there, but all the chiefs will tell you that no amount of regulation, no amount of language is going to change the undeniable fact that legalization and commercialization of cannabis will undeniably increase the prevalence and use of cannabis by our youth in the state of New Hampshire. It will result in greater public health harm to adults. It'll create a cost, as indicated in the written testimony, of some $80 million a year in direct and indirect costs. You can make money, but is this really about money? We believe in the Chiefs Association that legalization and commercialization of cannabis is more about public safety and public health than it should be about money. It's the men and women in the green uniforms of the state police, the men and women in the brown uniforms of the sheriff's departments throughout the Granite State, and the men and women in the blue uniforms that have to deal with the tragedy associated with the use of cannabis, particularly on our highways. In 2016, a Massachusetts state trooper, 44 years of age, was killed as a result of a marijuana impaired driver. Just this past year, as you know, one of our own was killed in connection with a crash that may have involved cannabis use in connection with that fatal crash. And in Bedford alone, I can tell you that in 2019, we handled 2 fatal accidents. Both of those incidents involved marijuana-impaired drivers, and our officers had to make those calls to those affected families, telling them that their loved ones wouldn't be home. There is nothing in this bill that creates a per se limit that would allow New Hampshire law enforcement to be able to determine that someone is impaired by marijuana or cannabis. The 2 crashes that the Bedford Police Department investigated in 2019 did not result in charges with respect to impaired marijuana driving as a result of the gap in the law here in the state of New Hampshire. So there's nothing in this bill that will create an opportunity for law enforcement to be able to protect you and your families from marijuana-impaired drivers. The black market, which is something that I've heard about in previous testimony, has undeniably proliferated in every state that's legalized marijuana. In fact, the state of Oregon appropriated more than $25 million in the past year to address the black market that's proliferated in the state of Oregon. Sorry. You know, black marketeers and those folks who grow marijuana for profit that are not part of a legalized society, they don't pay withholding tax. They will always be able to undercut and undersell every legalized industry in the state in the United States. And they have continued to do that, and they will continue to do that because for them it makes a lot of money. They can undersell and undercut. Recent Boston Globe articles certainly indicated that the marijuana industry in Massachusetts is suffering. There was a recent article a month or so ago that indicated that Colorado is expecting a $100 million shortfall and expecting massive layoffs in the marijuana cannabis industry in Colorado. And of course, you've read about the significant problems and chaos in Oklahoma and California. At the end of this, I'll have to say this. We in the United States were bamboozled by the tobacco industry, and we're still paying for that. We were recently bamboozled by the pharmaceutical industry with respect to opioid painkillers, and we are paying for that dearly. And the question now is, are we going to be bamboozled by the marijuana industry? That's a decision that you all have to make. But it's the men and women of law enforcement that'll have to pick up the pieces after this is all done. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Representative Petusik, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, do you know, is there any methodology available today to test for marijuana in a DUI situation where somebody gets stopped for being under the influence?
No, there is not. There's no roadside test that's available. There's been a number of experimentations with roadside testing, both in Canada and the United States, but none of that research has proved a reliable test. The additional problem, Representative, is that in looking at the research and studies done in Ohio by a research institute there, the chronic use of cannabis has lingering effects well after the individual has stopped using marijuana. So it's not simply just using and applying the same methodology as alcohol. There's a lingering effect that they have detected. And that's, again, that's solid research done by one of the leading researchers in cannabis.
Thank you very much. Oh, I have a question. Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Piggybacking off of that question, do you know or do you have any data maybe somebody else will later on whether or not there is actually an increase traffic fatality rates since these legalizations have occurred. I'd be curious to know whether or not people have substituted away from alcohol and into marijuana. If that's occurring, perhaps that's changing the fatality rates. Also, I'd be curious to know if there's just been a spike in accidents that are involved in marijuana, and so that we're seeing higher rates of accidents, higher rates of deaths overall. Because presumably if it's as dangerous as it potentially could be, and there's all these more people using it and driving, and there's no way to test for it, there should be some sort of evidence of increased traffic fatality rates. Thank you.
Well, if I understand the question right, it relates to increased trafficking, did you say?
No, I'm trying to understand if there's any data to show that traffic fatalities have increased across the board in these states that have legalized versus ones that haven't.
Absolutely. There is substantial data both in Colorado. There's substantial data in the state of Washington. There's substantial data in Canada, particularly the province of Quebec, that associates legalization with increased fatalities involving marijuana. So there's in addition to that, when looking at the fatalities in the counties surrounding states that have legalized that have not legalized marijuana, you see an increase in marijuana-related crashes and fatalities as well. I'll have to say that, you know, while we may be surrounded by states that have legalized, that doesn't necessarily mean that the great granite state, who finds its own way in most every incident, should follow us like a bunch of lemmings across the cliff simply in the pursuit of dollars. I think that when you look at the fiscal notes of this bill, you'll see that your own administrative services folks cannot give anyone a reliable figure about how much revenue that this is going to create. And in addition to that, there is certainly no one that's going to be able to tell you what the public health costs and the law enforcement costs associated with this. What is the cost of one motor vehicle fatality that would not have occurred had cannabis not been legalized? There is no cost that we can put on a human life.
Representative Philott has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chief, for your testimony. What has been the increase in traffic accidents in New Hampshire since all of our neighboring states have legalized cannabis?
Would you repeat that question again?
What has been the increase in traffic accidents in New Hampshire since all of our neighboring states have legalized cannabis?
I'm not sure about that data. We're struggling a bit to try to get reliable data here in New Hampshire with respect to marijuana-impaired crashes. And I can tell you that, again, the data that we have, again, Vermont has only been 2 years, Maine has only been a couple of years, and Massachusetts has been, I think, less than 5 or 6 years. Whereas Colorado, we're talking about more than 10, 12 years of data. Washington State, more than 10, 12 years of data. So again, that data that has been out there with respect to the crashes in those states is undeniable. That crashes do increase. We can extrapolate using Colorado data to see that there would be another 50 or so marijuana-involved fatal crashes in the state of New Hampshire if cannabis is legalized here. That's based on what the percentage increase was in other states that's had just about a decade of legalization.
Oh boy. Okay, Representative Vinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. And I just want to state that I respect you wholeheartedly, and I don't have an opinion on either side. I just want to be able to ask some of the questions for both sides. So are you saying that having a controlled environment, as having marijuana outlets, so to speak, in the state of New Hampshire is, I guess my question is aren't
If it's
people...
the same question, I heard it before, right?
Yeah, aren't people already doing it, and can't they just go to our surrounding states and get it? I mean, how much more of an increase? What, people aren't doing it because it's illegal?
Well, let me turn that question on its edge and tell you that if you legalize it, you will certainly, undeniably have increased use. let me tell you that undeniably, black market for marijuana in the state of New Hampshire will not evaporate. It will not go away. People that grow marijuana illegally will come here once it's legalized and take advantage of legalization as they have in every other state, right? Which puts an increased burden on New Hampshire law enforcement that frankly, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have the capacity to deal with. We don't have the capacity to deal with what we have today, let alone another 50 fatal crashes in the state of New Hampshire attributable to marijuana. That's not something that we can sustain. And the cost of that is just something that we can't sustain in terms of human tragedy.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, Representative Bealow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You're talking about all these crashes throughout the U.S. Can you tell me how many of these crashes involved liquor and marijuana?
How many crashes involved in what again?
Liquor? Alcohol. Alcohol and marijuana.
I don't have the numbers for alcohol. I'm sure that there is an ample number of crashes that involve alcohol. But again, as in response to your colleague's question, increasing or legalizing cannabis and commercializing it will undeniably increase the number of those accidents. It will undeniably increase the number of traffic fatalities attributed to marijuana. That's a fact. That's undeniable. You can check the data all across these other states. That's what's going to happen here.
Yeah, just
Further question may inquire.
Clarification. So are you telling me that all of the crashes that you're talking about were just marijuana, people that were on marijuana, or marijuana and alcohol?
No, these are crashes that were attributed to marijuana-impaired drivers. That's where the data comes from.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming and testifying. In looking over the handout that you gave us, I just had a question about one of the charts. Is that okay? So on page 8 at the top, it talks about the number of overdose deaths. How many overdose deaths are attributable to marijuana, and how does this chart relate to your argument?
I don't have any data in my head with respect to marijuana overdose deaths. If you can assign a factor to marijuana impairment to motor vehicle fatalities and teen suicides, you may be able to extrapolate a number there. But certainly chronic use of cannabinoids does factor into the fatalities in motor vehicle crashes and in teen suicide. The data on that is in fact undeniable.
Just follow up.
Further question.
So the chart talks about heroin and opioid overdoses, and I was just wondering how that relates to cannabis legalization. That's what the chart says here.
Well, the opioid overdoses here in the state of New Hampshire, as you're, I'm sure, more well aware than anyone, is not decreasing. It, in fact, has increased over the last couple of years. And so the question I point to anyone is, and the number of ED visits, emergency department visits, at least with respect to cannabis, that was tracked for some period of time by the Department of Safety here in New Hampshire, increased substantially in 2021, right? I don't have the latest data. In terms of overdose deaths, I don't have overdose deaths data with respect to cannabis use. But again, there is an undeniable correlation between legalization and increased fatalities and teen suicides. And if you look at the Texas data, which is in my packet, marijuana was the #1 controlled drug that was involved in child fatality cases in the state of Texas, child fatality cases. So there's another correlation. There's a cost to this, and it's not dollars and cents. It's in the lives of the people that you represent and that we serve.
I think we're finally done with questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening.
Okay, Ralph, don't put 2 bill numbers on one card.
Ralph Bohm, Hillsborough District 14, Town of Litchfield. My major testimony will be for the whole house. I just want a couple of statements I want to make here. I was going to introduce Sue Homolo, but She's already spoken, which is good. But my main concern is I just hope the statement that this committee takes the same criteria they used against other bills that were against federal law. For example, the home distillation of alcohol. It was against federal law. So is this against federal law. Also, in a question that was asked, Ms. Homola, is on the black market. So let's make everything legal so it wouldn't be on the black market, like cocaine and fentanyl. The point is, the black market will still exist with us selling legally, and it will be cheaper on the black market. So it's not going to fix anything. So, thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, for another point of view from criminal justice, we have Rick Van Winkler, Law Enforcement Action Partnership.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Committee. Thank you very much for taking my testimony today. My name is Richard Van Winkler. I'm a lifelong resident of the state of New Hampshire. I have 33 years of law enforcement experience here in New Hampshire, 27 of those years as the superintendent of the Cheshire County Department of Corrections. And I retired in June of 2020. I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 639. In addition to my professional career in law enforcement, I'm also a board member of Law Enforcement Action Partnership. They're known as LEAP. LEAP is a nonprofit group of police, prosecutors, judges, and other criminal justice professionals who speak from firsthand experience. Our mission is to make communities safer by focusing law enforcement resources on the greatest threats to the public and working toward healing police and community relations. When a drug is illegal, we have no control over it. We know that for over 50 years of prohibition in an attempt to end the drug war. Nobody needs a license to sell it. They can sell it to our children, and they do. Nobody oversees the product's quality or the purity, so the products contain dangerous molds or other toxins. Some sellers in the illegal market offer not just cannabis, but also pills and heroin, fentanyl, tempting buyers with free samples. Many New Hampshire adult users, and there are a lot of them, in our state are already visiting neighboring states for safer consumer options, and they prefer to patronize a legal market. They don't want to participate in a black market. States that have legalized are realizing significant tax revenues from this decision, job growth, and investment opportunities. I believe that cannabis legalization would also improve the police-community relations because it no longer forces police to be the bad guys carrying out a cannabis arrest that most people consider ridiculous and unjust, and oftentimes for our youth, lifelong harming. I've testified in favor of cannabis policy reform for the last 16 years in this House and the Senate, and when I started, no state or country lawfully supported cannabis for adult use. In that time, 7 countries, 21 states, 4 territories, to include our own Washington, D.C., have legalized cannabis for adult use. New Hampshire should not consider this issue because it's popular, and obviously we didn't over the last several years, but the state should support it now because it is smart and it is responsible. You will likely hear many reasons why this bill should not be passed. Marijuana is not a gateway drug, as one example. And there are so many other pieces of misinformation. There's just far too much misinformation in opposition to efforts like these. Use by youth will not explode. States that have legalized cannabis do not show increase in use because legal sellers are subject to licensing requirements, strict regulation, surprise inspections. Legalization is not permission or recommendation to use. We're not here to give permission. We're not here to condone what people do. We're here to admit that we know people do it. A lot of people do it. People who want to do it already do. Other states have shown that legalization is not a doomsday scenario. It is common sense, and it is responsible legislation which time has proven to be successful. In summary, this comprehensive reform bill would move our state forward in improvement of public safety and healing police-community relations. And I personally thank you for the opportunity to share my perspective in support of House Bill 639. And I want to thank each of you personally for your service to our state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, now we'll have the Department of Health and Human Services, Michael Holt and Jenny O'Higgins.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to provide testimony on this legislation. My name is Michael Holt. I am the administrator for the department's therapeutic cannabis program.
And I'm Jenny O'Higgins. I'm the legislative liaison for the Division for Behavioral Health.
The department doesn't have a position on this bill. However, we would like to take the opportunity to provide some information to the committee relative to certain public health matters associated with the bill. First of all, we appreciate the thoughtfulness that the drafters of this bill took to approach the state's therapeutic cannabis program and the licensed alternative treatment centers in the state which sell cannabis to therapeutic cannabis patients. However, we do have some issues of concern with the bill, and we have a number of recommendations for improvement. I'll let Jenny start.
Sure. So the bill establishes a substance abuse and recovery fund to be administered by the department in order to be used for behavioral health uses. So there's no appropriation in this particular bill for additional department staff that would be needed to administer that fund. There's not a clear time frame for the disbursement of the remaining funds in that fund, and not a separate appropriation for a preliminary public media campaign in order to get upstream on the prevention prior to the rollout of the adult use program. And the bill also does not follow some of the Clean Air Acts that we had discussed in other versions of this bill. And I don't know if you want to go through some of the other technical challenges as well.
Thanks. So one of the issues that we've identified is that the bill does not set a limit on the number of licenses allowed to be held by a single entity. Such limits are considered to be an important safeguard against large corporate interests from dominating the cannabis industry in New Hampshire. And the last issue of concern I'd like to raise is that the bill does not require that cannabis testing laboratories be independent. The bill would allow a testing laboratory to be owned and operated by the same entity that owns a cultivation, manufacturing, or retail cannabis facility, creating a potential conflict of interest between the testing lab and the products they are testing. We've identified a number of issues that are recommendations for improvement of the bill. I'd like to just go through them. I'll provide the written testimony upon our close. It has more detail. But for instance, the duties of the Cannabis Advisory Board that was mentioned earlier could be expanded to require the board to exercise its expertise on certain issues. For example, from a public health perspective, the board could be required to consider and make recommendations on such things as potency, serving size, advertising restrictions, and testing requirements. Secondly, the proposal to transfer the therapeutic cannabis program from the Department of Health and Human Services to the Cannabis Commission would be better made to go to the HHS Oversight Committee rather than the standing policy committees. Another issue is that there is no explicit exemption from taxation for therapeutic cannabis patients when purchasing from a retail cannabis store under the proposed endorsement model. nor is there a clear method for enforcing the limit on untaxed cannabis for this population. The bill contains an opportunity for New Hampshire licensed alternative treatment centers to undergo a for-profit conversion, but this is a one-time opportunity. Removing the December 31st, 2024 deadline would provide more flexibility for the ATCs to enter the market. There's a prohibition on certain types of solvent extraction, but no penalty for violating that. There is no prohibition on vaping cannabis in public. And there are a number of technical issues with regard to consistency of language of cannabis and cannabis products, registration and licensure, regulations and rules, etc. So there's the testimony that I'll hand out has a little more detail on this. We are available to participate in any subcommittee work with the committee or the sponsors for making improvements to this bill. We're happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, Chair will call on Matt Simon from Prime ATC. Chair, what?
Thank you, Chairman. This microphone's even shorter than it looks. For the record, my name is Matt Simon. I serve as Director of Public and Government Relations for Prime Alternative Treatment Centers in New Hampshire. I'm testifying in support of HB 639. I believe this is the most thoughtful and well-crafted cannabis bill that's been before this House. Established in 2016, Prime ATC is one of the nonprofit alternative treatment centers that's licensed to provide therapeutic cannabis to registered patients in New Hampshire. We have approximately 55 staff members. We operate a production facility in Peterborough and dispensaries in Merrimack and Chichester. Our ATC has had only one focus up to this point in our existence, and that is serving registered patients here in New Hampshire. Prior to taking this job, I worked for 15 years on cannabis policy in New Hampshire and other states. Gotten to see how some of these laws have been implemented and how some of them have worked out. I want to focus first and foremost on how this bill would impact New Hampshire from Prime ATC's perspective. So with cannabis legalization, there are essentially two issues. Some people really like cannabis legalization because it expands personal freedom for adults. Other people like cannabis legalization because it presents an opportunity for meaningful regulation and consumer protection. So I'm here to support this bill for both of those reasons. I think successful cannabis legalization policy both expands freedom for adults and balances that with effective regulation that is simply not possible when the product is produced, transported, and sold in an illicit, unregulated market. So I think this bill does that. Some of the concerns we've had about previous bills that have been considered, first and foremost, some of them have not thoughtfully sought to integrate the therapeutic cannabis program into the new adult use regime. This bill takes a very thoughtful, slow, deliberative approach to that transition to make sure that patients are not left behind, to make sure that ATCs are required to continue prioritizing patients if in fact they do expand to serve the adult use market, and ultimately envisioning a process where these new businesses could seek a therapeutic cannabis certification, as Mr. Holt mentioned, ultimately expanding access for patients. If we don't expand access for patients, there are only 7 dispensaries in the state. If we had 100 adult use stores, say, and 7 medical dispensaries, that would be much better access for adults than for registered patients. So we don't want to leave patients behind. We want to make sure that their options improve as options for adults improved. And this required quite a lot of thought that the coalition put into this. So I encourage you to keep that in mind as you consider any changes. Secondly, more broadly, would this legislation create a broad distribution of economic opportunities, or would it only benefit a few corporations or the state itself? This is a business that has been prohibited and underground and illegal for many decades. I've come to view this as a really awesome opportunity, really a one-time opportunity to transition from a prohibited, unregulated market into a regulated market. There are a lot of ways to get it right and a lot of ways to get it wrong. Overtaxation is one way, overregulation is one way. I think this bill crafts a very good approach to that and makes sure that we're not simply transitioning to yet another industry where only a few entities get to make money, or the state itself, that we're giving people an opportunity to succeed in the New Hampshire cannabis industry and spreading that opportunity broadly. Third point is, does the bill repair damage caused by the war on cannabis, such as including provisions to annul past criminal records? So we've heard that cannabis is decriminalized in New Hampshire. That is true up to a point. In 2017, the state decriminalized possession of 3/4 of an ounce or less, replacing a criminal penalty with a $100 fine. So anybody caught with 3/4 of an ounce or less is currently being fined. Anybody with more than 3/4 of an ounce is still committing a criminal offense. So it's legal to buy an ounce in Massachusetts. If I buy an ounce in Massachusetts, I'm committing a crime when I cross the border and could be arrested for that. So there still are a number of arrests happening. I think the ACLU will present the exact numbers. But as we transition to legality, we want to make sure that if businesses are going to make a lot of money off this, if the state's going to make a lot of money off this, there are still thousands of Granite Staters walking around with criminal records that are holding them back economically, and we want to make sure that there is fairness restored to the greatest extent possible. So I think the bill does that, at least to a significant extent. And fourth point, final point, does it create a sensible, transparent regulatory process to protect consumers and minimize any potential impacts? So I'm here to tell you, cannabis is not harmless, full stop. It's less harmful than alcohol. And as we've learned from alcohol, the harms associated with alcohol are much better managed through a regulated system than they were during the 1920s. I think we should view this issue through a similar lens. This is an opportunity to transition from the violence and corruption and unregulated products of prohibition and get to a better place. But I do think the Independent Advisory Board is a key feature of that. Other states have found that having oversight of that implementation process is really important. We're always learning new things from other states, and the best states, I think, have been able to adapt on the fly as they learn new things. The last point I want to make, we've all heard that cannabis is available on the illicit market. We've heard that it's available right across the borders. I haven't heard anybody point out that it's also available in New Hampshire, and I don't mean from the ATCs. So hemp cultivation was legalized by the Farm Bill in 2018, which created a national hemp industry. At the time, most people didn't realize that you could grow a field of hemp, harvest the CBD from that hemp, and then chemically convert it into a THC product. So you can walk into some New Hampshire gas stations, some New Hampshire vape shops, and you will see products that look like cannabis products. And in fact, they are THC products. They're derived from hemp. Some of them have been not really tested on humans. They're really kind of very alarming to a lot of us who are quite comfortable with regular cannabis. One in particular is called THC acetate, or THCO, which is more intoxicating by all accounts than regular THC. I got a picture on my phone from a Sunoco gas station in New Hampshire where this product is sitting right there on the counter, and I don't know if people are being carded to buy these things. I know they aren't independently lab tested. I know they aren't regulated. These are THC products. They cause impairment. Any problem that could be caused by cannabis itself could be caused, and arguably, and then some, by something like THC acetate. So THC's here, cannabinoids are here. One of the features of this bill is that it would put the sale of all THC products under the purview of one single cannabis commission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? See none. Thank you very much. Chair will call on Beth Scare from Nashua.
Hi, committee members. I'm testifying today because marijuana has devastated my family. My older brother started smoking marijuana at a young age, and as a teenager, he became a paranoid schizophrenic. He's been homeless most of the last 50 years of his life. And this happened back in the 70s when marijuana had a very low level of THC. With the new dangerous high THC products, many more families are suffering the same devastation that we have. And on your desk, I handed you this article from Tablet Mag. And I read some very scary statistics in that article, how weed became the new OxyContin. If you've ever smoked a bowl and became irrationally anxious that everyone is staring at you and knows you're high, what you experienced was a mild symptom of cannabis-induced psychosis. According to one study, about 40% of people react this way. If you experience that paranoia and keep smoking on a regular basis, nonetheless, especially with today's high-potency THC products, and especially if you're young, there's a good chance you'll eventually suffer a full psychotic break. 35% of young people who experience psychotic symptoms, according to another study, eventually have such an episode. And if you keep using after that, you run a decent risk of ending up permanently schizophrenic or bipolar. Cannabis has by far the highest conversion rate to schizophrenia of any substance, higher than meth, higher than opioids, higher than LSD. 2 Danish studies, as well as a massive study from Finland, put your chances at close to 50%. 1 out of every 20 daily users can expect to develop schizophrenia if they don't quit, according to Dr. Christine Miller, an expert on psychotic disorders. You can read the rest at bit.ly/HB639. That's bit.ly/HB639. Please vote inexpedient to legislate on HB 639 to spare other families from the same tragedy.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Frank Knack of the ACLU of New Hampshire.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Frank Knack. I'm the policy director with the ACLU of New Hampshire. You have my written testimony, so I won't read it verbatim. If it's okay with y'all, I'd like to first just talk about some of the issues that have been raised and some of the questions y'all posed. I think the first is regarding the polling, and there was a question around age groups, and particularly older age groups and support. And so I looked at that UNH poll just to make sure you all had that information right now. According to that same UNH poll that Senator Whitley referenced earlier, for age 65 and over, the support category was 64% of people 65 and older supported, 13% were neutral and 23% opposed. For 50 to 64 age group, 71% supported, 13 were neutral, and 16 opposed. And then when you get down to the youth, 18 to 34, or young folks, it's 92% support, 4% neutral, 4% opposed. And again, that was across, I looked at regional, that was across all regions of New Hampshire. There was strong support, and even among political parties, they even broke it down by political party. And so among Republicans, you were at 60% support, 29% opposed, Democrats, 85% support, 4% opposed, independents, 80% support, 9% opposed. So across all political parties, across all jurisdictions in New Hampshire, across all ages, there's strong support for this legislation. And again, we're here in support of HB 639. There were some questions around traffic fatalities, and particularly in New Hampshire post-legalization, starting with Maine and Vermont and Massachusetts. And so first, just noting that there's been studies that looked at all the states, and I cite this in my fact sheet that I gave you all, but that it appears that marijuana legalization has had, quote, little to no effect, unquote, on traffic accidents and fatalities. And specific to the question in New Hampshire, after that was asked earlier, I went and looked at the State Highway Traffic Report for New Hampshire from the U.S. Department of Transportation. And in 2016, when our first neighbor legalized, we were at 136 annual deaths on traffic fatalities. In 2020, the most recent data available, we're at 104. So from 136 to 104. And if some people might argue 2020 was a COVID year, less people are driving, if we just go back a year to 2019, we were at 101. So substantially fewer. So we're not saying that it is safe, but as Matt Simon talked about, we're not arguing here that marijuana is a safe product, unregulated, but that's exactly what this bill is trying to do, have a regulated product to ensure that we have safer communities. And again, there's been a lot of talk about youth use. And so I want to point specifically to a study by the Journal of the American Medical Association where they say recreational marijuana laws were associated with an 8% decrease in the odds of marijuana use and a 9% decrease in the odds of frequent marijuana use. Again, this is from the Journal of the American Medical Association. And to get to our main, from the ACLU's perspective, our main talking points on this issue, I think while we've made great progress, we've decriminalized marijuana, but people are still facing arrest for marijuana. We looked at the FBI UCR data, which is the data that, agencies in New Hampshire provide to the FBI so that we know crime stats in New Hampshire and arrest stats in New Hampshire. And in 2021, the most recent year available, 1,120 people were arrested. And so while the vast majority of those people are not going to jail, they are still having a criminal conviction on their record, and that has huge collateral consequences in terms of their ability to get employment, to get housing, et cetera. And so it sets people up with additional hurdles that are completely unnecessary to live productive and healthy lives. I think it's really also important from our perspective to look at this as a racial justice issue. And so the FBI UCR data portal in 2021 didn't provide the racial breakdown, so we're still analyzing that from the spreadsheets. But going back to 2020, this is an issue where we know black people and white people from robust research use marijuana at roughly the same rate. Nationally, black people are about 3.6 times more likely to be arrested than white people for marijuana possession. In New Hampshire, it's 4.6 times more likely. So we're significantly higher than the national average. And that disparity has actually gone up from 2.6 times back in 2010. So we've seen a 46% increase in the racial disparities in marijuana arrests in our state. And also, we have to look at this as from a fiscal perspective. So it's not only the revenue that would come in through legalization, but we also have to think about what we are spending now on the enforcement of marijuana possession laws. So each of those 1,100 plus marijuana arrests that we had in the past year involved court actors, they involved law enforcement. And so the ACLU had done a report a while back where we calculated with an economist the average cost for each marijuana arrest. And so putting that methodology to the current arrest numbers, we're spending about $2.6 million every year in New Hampshire just enforcing our marijuana possession laws alone. So we think it's time for New Hampshire to move forward. We think this is a responsible bill. Some of the issues that were raised from folks about other states, this bill is taking all the best practices from the states. There's robust protections to keep children from getting access to these. It's a big bill that has had a lot of thought put into it, and we would appreciate your support and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair calls on Liz Barber from Hollis.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt and the entire committee for hearing my testimony today. My name is Liz Barber, and I'm a resident of Hollis, New Hampshire. I'm here to speak in opposition to this bill. I have grave concerns about the adverse results of the commercialization of marijuana on public health and public safety. The legislation of marijuana will normalize its use and tell our vulnerable teen population that it's okay to use it. It's legal. Aren't you concerned that we would lose more and more of our teens to the addictive quality of marijuana? I know that some committee members are medical professionals. To you I ask, Will you share information about the addictive qualities of THC and the real hazards such as THC toxicity and cannabis use disorder with the committee? Let's not normalize marijuana use. For teens, regular marijuana use can impair memory and concentration and may interfere with learning. It's also associated with lower odds of completing high school or getting college degrees. Regular use of marijuana linked to psychological problems and higher chance of substance use disorder in adulthood. Even using marijuana one time can alter motor control, coordination, and judgment. This can contribute to unintentional deaths and injuries. I'd like to tell you a teen addicted story. Ethan Andrews started smoking marijuana during his sophomore year of high school in Colorado to help with his anxiety. His casual marijuana use turned to smoking potent cannabis flower and concentrates known as dabs, which contain high levels of THC. Andrews said he smoked every day from morning to night. I couldn't think or sleep without it, he said. 2 years after becoming an avid marijuana user, Ethan developed cannabis-induced psychosis, a condition including severe hallucinations, delusions, and paranoia. I had to quit my job because the voices in my head were so distracting, Ethan said. In conclusion, I ask that you consider my testimony today along with the testimony of others who are speaking against the bill. New Hampshire is an island surrounded by states who have legalized marijuana and are now spending thousands of dollars, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars on additional medical care and mental health care related to marijuana use. If you support this bill, you will need to explain to us how the dollars balance out, revenue versus increased medical care and the cost of losing so many productive lives and futures to this highly addictive drug. Please let New Hampshire continue to be the shining beacon on the hill that puts our people first and promises bright futures to our children. I humbly ask that you vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Chair will call on Paul Toomey from Chichester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My background, I'm the former House Legal Counsel. I'm also a member of the coalition that originally put together the proposals that are in this bill. And I was a member of the commission, the state commission that studied for the legalization of marijuana in 2017. And before I go on, I'd encourage any of you to take a look at that. The materials with that, there are some studies that will answer some of the questions I've heard today. There's a NHTSA study on whether or not being impaired with marijuana, basically it does some things to you that make you more impaired, but it also makes people drive slower. And so NHTSA didn't actually come to any overall conclusions. That being said, nobody should drive under any substances whatsoever. I have a prepared statement that you have that has a lot of sort of technical things and talks about amendments, but I'd like to talk to a couple of things and be brief about my own personal experiences. About 10 days ago, I had an infection and I was put on an antibiotic. And after about 2 days, I had a very bad reaction to it. My face started swelling. I had to rush to an urgent care before the doctor's office were opened. They gave me some advice, and then later that night, the swelling started going down towards my throat. And I was told, get to an emergency room as quick as you can. Leaving Chichester, I drove by the Epsom Police Station, I drove by the Chichester Police Station, I drove by the Concord Police Station on the way to Concord Hospital, and it never occurred to me once to stop and ask a police officer for medical advice or for health advice. I have many friends that are police officers. I never call them up and ask them for how to deal with health problems. There will be health problems. If you legalize cannabis, you already have the health problems here, and it comes from the cannabis that you can buy legally out of state and the cannabis you can buy on the street, which is far more dangerous because it's not regulated. I heard several people say, well, the black market will still, always go lower. If you make the taxes high enough, that's true, but When was the last time that you saw somebody selling beer on the street corner, you know, opening up their coat and saying, hey, you want to buy some beer? They don't do that because they can't compete with a legal, regulated structure. And if you do this right, you will destroy the black market in the state, and that will make everybody safer in the state. I was a public defender for many years, and I spent probably 46 years as a criminal defense lawyer. I haven't done that for the last 5 or 6 years, except for when there are vets that have health problems with getting housing or jobs because of marijuana, cannabis prohibitions. The VA, until very recently, was very strict on that, so I would do criminal cases for them. In the 46 years of doing criminal defense, I never had a client plead guilty to possession of marijuana, simple possession. I had people convicted of all kinds of drug things, but nobody was ever convicted of possession of marijuana. In the last 20 years, I have never seen anybody with a lawyer convicted of possession of marijuana. It just doesn't happen because prosecutors don't want to take the time it takes to actually prove the case. So they always change it to something, or they give some sort of a deal, but it goes away. Nobody with a lawyer who has the resources to get a lawyer gets convicted of marijuana now. But people do get convicted, and the people that get convicted are the poor kids that can't afford a lawyer on their own and don't want to apply for a state lawyer because they know they're going to have to pay it back, and if they don't pay it back, they're going to go to jail. Those kids walk into arraignments without lawyers, and they plead guilty all the time because they're told that's the easy way out. They don't know the consequences. They don't know what's going to haunt them for the rest of their lives. They don't know they'll have problems getting good jobs. Basically, their future is taken from them and stolen from them for something that if you come from a well-to-do background, you'd never pay that price that those poor kids pay. And you can see it every day in the arraignments in district courts around here. Those are the people that get convicted of possession of marijuana. That's whose futures you will be saving more than anybody else. So I urge you I support this bill, and I urge you to pass it and to stop the one-sided madness of trying to treat health problems as police problems. They're not police problems. They're health problems, and we need health professionals. Part of this bill puts money towards beefing up our health care system and counseling system. There is one particular thing I'd like to talk about, which is the problem with edibles. There have been recent studies showing that edibles themselves, that high-potency edibles, can potentially be a real serious problem for very young children. There's different ways to deal with that, and one way is to try to change the behavior of their caretakers and teach them to be a little bit more careful, and I'm going to submit some proposals to do that. But you should also give some careful thought to having potency limits on edibles, because unlike the smoked stuff, which you know how strong it is right away, with edibles, you don't know for hours, and people will keep eating them and eating them and eating them, and then all of a sudden they're going to have a real serious problem. So I'd ask you to give some thought to that. Aside from that, I'd ask you to listen to people like Kate Gray over there, from New Futures to the Marijuana Policy Project people, the ACLU, and my good friend Ross over here from AFP. They all have very good specific recommendations for amendments, and I urge you all to listen to them. I'll take questions if you want them. Thank you.
We're all set. Thank you, Paul. Bob Dunn, representing the Roman Catholic Bishop of Manchester, in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Bob Dunn, the Director of Public Policy for the Roman Catholic Diocese of Manchester, and I'm here today on behalf of Bishop Peter Lavashi to register our opposition to HB 639, and I've provided some written testimony. I'm not here to present any religious arguments, but I am here to ask you to take a look at something that sort of overlaps between the religious and the secular, and that is the principle of the common good, which, as you all know, is laid out in the very first article of the New Hampshire Constitution as the reason, or one of the reasons, that government is instituted. As it says, it's instituted for the general good. And then Article 3 goes on to say that the protection of others is one of the foundational purposes of our society. So that's the way that we're looking at this and that we ask you to consider as you deliberate on this. I've, in the written testimony, laid out 4 questions that we'd ask you to think about as you undertake your deliberations. Will legalization advance the safety of our youth and improve family life in New Hampshire? Number 2, will legalization improve the public health? Number 3, will legalization improve communities? And number 4, will legalization make people better workers and strengthen our business workforce? Now, in our view, we think the answer to those questions is no, and that's why we oppose it. But I ask you to think about those as you ponder this legislation. And for those reasons, we ask you to vote against the legalization of marijuana. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the
So
committee.
I have a question for you, Bob.
Yes.
Taking that list, when our forefathers in their wisdom decided to create the State Liquor Commission, did it meet those values that you just said?
I don't know that, Mr. Chair. One of the things, though, is obviously liquor was something that was very much a part of society at the time that the...
It was illegal. It was a prohibition. So the end of the prohibition.
No, I'm talking about at the time of the founding.
Founding, that's true.
So, I'm confident that the founding fathers would have had no problem with liquor.
Right, I think George Washington had his own whiskey distillery. Yeah. But I was just saying that it's interesting that you read that list, because I would think about what happened when the Prohibition ended, and New Hampshire, unlike its other neighboring states, it chose to address, I think, those issues by creating the Liquor Commission. Would you believe that?
Would you believe that?
Oh, Representative Fielett has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. I'm intrigued by question 1, particularly in light of other testimony that we've received today, which boils down to what about the children? What do you think is the role of families and parents in protecting children from the alleged evils of marijuana? At what point does it become the role of families simply to help their children to avoid marijuana or to avoid becoming addicted to marijuana? It seems to me that throughout this discussion, we've had parental abdication of responsibility, that suddenly we've left children to the streets to wander and find marijuana. Where do you think parents are in this discussion?
Central role, absolutely. But I think that the state government has a role to play in that, right? And so at a time when that we have a severe substance misuse crisis in the state, I think the state is sending the wrong signal by saying this is okay. I think that the state owes it to families to make it as easy as possible for families to work with their children and to keep them safe.
Further question, you may inquire.
As a follow-up, do you think children really pay attention to state policy?
What, can you say that again, Representative? I'm sorry.
Do you think children pay attention to state policy?
Well, I'm the parent of children, so I don't know what children will pay attention to at any given time, but no, but their parents do, right? And kids know what the state says is okay, and that makes a big difference, I think.
Representative Ammon has a question.
Thank you. This is a short question. From a theological perspective, since you're from the diocese, if a parishioner smokes marijuana, is that grounds for excommunication in the church? I'm just curious.
I'm not a theologian, but I don't believe that is, Representative, no.
Okay, thank you very much. Nice seeing you, Bob.
Thank you all.
Nathaniel Gurian, of New Hampshire Cannabis Party.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee for giving me a few moments to chat about cannabis legalization. I am the executive director of the New Hampshire Cannabis Party, which was endorsed by over 100 candidates for statewide office during the last election cycle for its position on common sense, smart cannabis legalization, a lot of which is highlighted on our website. I am also the CEO of FinCan, which provides banking and financial services to the cannabis industry as well as to banks around the country. I also write a bi-monthly column for the for the Conway Daily Sun covering the New Hampshire cannabis industry. I think probably one of the first most important points to make is that this is not a partisan issue, this is not a political issue, this is an economic issue. This cannabis legalization is a much more, potentially a much more impactful and positive initiative for our economy. We could either have Me Too legislation that is relatively similar to the states around us and other states, take into account some of the mistakes they've made and try to improve on them and have good legislation. We would significantly increase the prosperity of the state by doing that. Or we could lead and have groundbreaking legislation that really accomplished a great deal and turbocharged our economy and created really a gold rush for this state and for its residents that would really be generational. One thing that I think people may be aware of is that certainly in the cannabis economy, there are obviously jobs and prosperity and revenue that will be created by people who actually handle a plant. They run dispensaries, they manufacture, they cultivate, they distribute, they test product, and so on. But what has happened in the cannabis industry, and I think that happens in a lot of other industries, is that core activity is supported by a incredibly wide range of vendors, professionals, service providers. They can be attorneys, they could be CPAs, they could be people who build social media, people who sell equipment, people who sell soil, build greenhouses, construction professionals. So the more robust a cannabis economy that we encourage and that we enable, the more robust many, many other sectors of the economy will become. A couple of little details on the bill that's proposed, which the New Hampshire Cannabis Party fully supports. Several of the people who spoke before me, including Leader Osborne, mentioned that there was a significant coalition and collaboration in producing this particular bill, of which I had some input also, and I think that it represents a very, very good start on smart, common sense cannabis legalization. But a couple of little things on the bill just to take a note of that's already in there. One is that it makes reference to cannabis seeds. Roughly several months ago, maybe 4 or 6 months ago, the DEA, there was a significant amount of confusion as to whether cannabis seeds and hemp seeds, whether they were cannabis, whether they were hemp, how they should be regulated. The DEA came out with a very, very clear guidance several months ago that said that all seeds, cannabis or hemp or otherwise, were going to be treated as hemp and regulated as hemp. And I think that was actually a pretty rational and good approach to that, and it has created a significant amount of order in the marketplace. My recommendation would be to do the same thing and not to try to put cannabis seeds, which contain no THC, into the same bucket as cannabis and regulate it that way, because the market is really actually beginning to pick up some speed, and there's really doesn't seem to be any downside. It's all just kind of a good positive thing. There's also provisions in this particular legislation for tracking inventory and for close regulation of cannabis. A significant amount of the close tracking of money and inventory is as a result of the fact that there's still federal prohibition on cannabis, cannabis entirely, and that in 2014, the U.S. Department of the Treasury came out with guidelines for banks and for cannabis operators that would allow them to navigate legally the compliance issues that are created by that tension between federal and state law. And the only reason I mention that is because at this particular point, that type of regulation and that close tracking of the money and of the inventory is a necessary, I don't know if I'd call it an evil, but it's definitely a necessary component to navigate through the tension between state and federal law. But it would be very important that we sunsetted a certain amount of that pretty rigorous tracking of money and inventory when federal prohibition is over, in the same sense that that type of regulation was lifted and eased when hemp became legal and became no longer a federally scheduled narcotic. Right now, the regulation over hemp is largely concerned about making sure that people selling hemp and hemp-related products stay in an arbitrary sandbox of less than 0.3% THC. And of course, it's actually all really the same plant, but at this particular moment, because hemp has been carved out by that definition as being different, a lot of the regulatory obligations of anyone in the hemp or cannabis business were the hemp, all of the anti-money laundering and careful tracking of inventory and money has fallen by the wayside when the federal prohibition on hemp ended. And I think it would be important to relax that also on cannabis when federal prohibition is over. And these are just little details about the bill. What I actually want to talk about more, and which I think is a lot more compelling, is what's not in the bill and probably should be. But a couple of other things that are in the bill. One is that I think that there's a strong sentiment on the part of a number of policymakers to have no cap on licenses in New Hampshire as part of this bill. And I've had conversations with several leading lawmakers on that. And at this particular moment, it would not be a good idea to do that right away because it creates chaos in the marketplace. It creates a glut of product that people can't really make a profit on it. And they are very tempted to enter the black market and start selling it all over the place. And there's a provision in the bill for labeling, testing, and child-proof packaging and education and so on, and that's very good. Okay, I'm being asked to speed it up, so let me just mention a couple of very quick, important points that are not in the bill. One is that we should encourage and incentivize through economic development and tax incentives public-private partnerships between business and our ag universities for research. This will create a lot of very good jobs. Likewise for pharmaceutical research, likewise for technology. An example of technology would be developing a sobriety test, which interestingly enough, I was organizing an event a few months ago before the election where we were going to bring in a number of different business leaders and so on. And there are two companies, one on the West Coast and one in Canada on the West Coast, that have developed effective sobriety tests, and, for example, encouraging them to maybe establish operations in New Hampshire would be a good thing. But the other two things that I think are most important and most compelling, I've saved for last. One is that, as I'm sure most of you guys know, if you are a user of marijuana, you have to disclose that on a firearms transaction form. And if you lie about it, which most people do, you are obliged, when exercising your constitutionally protected Second Amendment rights, you are obliged to commit a federal crime in order to proceed with that transaction. That is something that we can and we should fix when we put together cannabis legislation. It's completely doable, and we can protect the citizens and residents of New Hampshire from prosecution and any adverse consequences with that. And I will say that I think that anyone who really supports that is likely to make themselves the darling of the Second Amendment constituencies in this state and nationally. And I think that it would be doing the citizens and residents of New Hampshire a great service, and it would also, I think, be the kind of thing that it would be important to support. The other thing is that what we can do is there is actually no federal prohibition on interstate commerce. The Constitution gives Congress the right to regulate interstate commerce, but they are not regulating it as regards cannabis at this point. However, in deference to that, every state so far that has legalized cannabis has put into their law that interstate and interstate commerce is prohibited. But the prohibition does not, in fact, emanate from the feds. It emanates from the individual states that prohibit it. If we were to allow interstate commerce and international commerce, we would open up a floodgate of investment and prosperity for New Hampshire, and we would be leading the nation with that. That is also doable. It's doable legally, and it would create a situation in New Hampshire where we would have an incredible boom as a result of this legislation. So I'm going to mention only in the context of that, this is essentially in support of 639, just to comment on 544. 544 is the antithesis of that. That tends to suffocate commerce with having the liquor authority as the sole distributor of it. And it would also channel that suffocated commerce to a very narrow band of beneficiaries rather than broadly in the state. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say. If there are any questions.
Thank you very much. I think we're all set. Chair will call on Kaylee McGlynn, Coalition for the Youth.
There we go. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee, for being here on this snowy day to listen to me. I'm Kaylee McGlynn. I'm a 16-year-old senior at Raymond High School, and I'm here to offer a perspective that otherwise might have gone unseen with everyone else here. So, through the eyes of a high school student in 2023, I park my car in the student parking lot and walk in, try to ignore the overwhelming whiff of marijuana emanating from the cars in the next row over. I've told administrators before, but nothing has been done, so now I just keep walking. Flag 1, the adult complacency regarding the use of the substance have paved a path for our youth to be desensitized from the danger of this drug. This was a place of learning. It is early Monday morning, and I walk into my Block 1 class. The girl I sit next to is stoned out of her mind, giggling to herself. She looks over me and slurred and incoherently says, "It's fine, oh my God. I just had a little bit of my mom's stuff this morning." I look over nervously and try to make some sense out of what I just heard. Flag 2, kids and adults are not mature enough to understand the effects of marijuana and are too overcome by the high it provides, so that's just another thing to do. I wait until 9:30 to use the bathroom. That's usually when all the girls clear out from their first hangout session. And to my disappointment, they're still there. As I wash my hands, they are all silent, and I turn to the sink, and one of them speaks. "You better not tell, right? I'll give you a hit." She hands me a dab pen, and I politely decline. "Whatever, but you better not tell still." I turn off the water. "Yeah, sure, you're entitled to ruining your own life." But then I remembered she's not just ruining her own life. She's ruining but these are my peers, and this is the generation of our future society. Flag 4. If this doesn't scare you, what does? I want to be able to walk through the student parking lot and smell nothing but cold New England air. I want our youth to walk into their Block 1 class and sit next to a conscious and coherent classmate. Our kids need to be able to use the bathroom without fear or judgment of tattling due to illicit and illegal activities on school grounds. When did the bathroom become synonymous with drug use? Sadly, many of my peers have not received the crucial support from the adults in their life, but they can with their help. Take the time to talk to the teens around you and be the adult they can go to. But either way, HB 639 cannot be passed without exposing the youth to these dangers of this drug. And in regards to previous testimony, the Governor's Youth Advisement Council and Kid Governor pay attention to the laws being put into place. And I believe that myself today is a very obvious example that the youth pay attention to what is happening in our big enforcement going on with the laws today. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions inquired.
That was a great job. Thank you very much. Okay, I have 5 cards left. They're all in favor, so I'll hope these people will be a model of brevity. Brett Scott from Hooksett, Cannabis Haven.
My name is Brett Scott, and I'm a local entrepreneur based here out of Concord, New Hampshire. I have 17 retail locations in various industries, from tobacco, medical retail cannabis, adult use retail cannabis, and cultivation. And I just wanted to submit my information to potentially be of assistance as somebody that's from the industry, that's a local entrepreneur. I have stores in Maine, as I mentioned, for medical and adult use as well as cultivation. So just would be happy to assist in any way if possible. So I want to give my information. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Chair will call on Brogan Rod from Gavins Fall Road. Doesn't say where town he's from. Rod? Is there a Rod? Going once? Going twice? Okay. Randall Kellig from Bristol.
Afternoon. Excuse me. I just want to thank you all for volunteering your time to be here today. Also, I know what it's like to volunteer, and sometimes that commitment can be very time-consuming. I want to clear up a few things that I heard today. First of all, it's our state constitution, not the federal constitution, that is what we're guided by. Second, edibles are not 90%. Most are not more than 20%. And you cannot die from eating marijuana. As much as that is expressed, it's an impossibility. This state is concerned about the legalization of cannabis, yet we expanded one of the most addictive drugs on the planet, which the state holds a monopoly on, alcohol. We've expanded that into some of the most vulnerable communities in America, the lowest income. They are the most susceptible to addiction. Except this state, what did we spend, like $70 million to expand our alcohol distribution? That made sense, right? That had no negative impact on those communities, right? That's what I thought. Anyways, but we fall back in the devil's lettuce is an impossibility to legalize, except the impacts of it are a lot less impactful. You know, I've never seen somebody or heard from a police officer or anybody express this. I seen them beat their wife. What do you mean? When they consumed alcohol. Never under the influence of marijuana alone. Oh, wait a minute. They might beat them to the fridge to get the better munchies. That'll be the extent of the violence that is portrayed from the consumption of cannabis. Legalization gives us control. You know, you all worry about fentanyl and the 20 other things. I'm going to state something. I'm a recovered addict. I used to put a gram of heroin up my nose a day. You know what got me off of that? Cannabis. You know what straightened my life out? Cannabis. And you're all looking going, what? How? Here's some tidbits for you. I'm the vice chair of the planning board in Bristol. I'm the chair of the CIP committee. I'm on the downtown committee. I am also on the emergency management committee. Here's the icing of the cake. I'm running for vice chair of the New Hampshire GOP. Why? Because of this narrow-mindedness. It's absolutely absurd. This just ices the cake to some of it that I see. We need to open our minds in this state to a lot of things. Once again, we'll expand the alcohol distribution by $70 million, but the devil's lettuce. I heard some talk about how statistics are showing there's more accidents in Colorado and stuff. If someone would have stuck around so I could have questioned him, if you look at those statistics, when you start out at 0, and then you build those statistics, what do you think is going to happen? They didn't test for marijuana use prior to its legalization. And marijuana can be in your system for 30 days. 30 days. So they could test it. It's not an inkling in the world on whether that marijuana consumption caused that accident. That's a fact. Gateway drug, my parents never had a cannabis cabinet. That's what I'm going to say. Okay? There was never any cannabis in my home. Alcohol. That's what got me on the road to addiction. Alcohol. But yet, the state expanded it by $70 million. Imagine that, huh? And there's a ridiculous suggestion that ER visits will and have increased. That's because we've softened society to the point of victimhood. Everybody runs to the emergency room. If they waited 15 minutes, they'll be okay. Because that's the only thing that comes from overconsumption of cannabis, is feeling uncomfortable. Other than that, 15 minutes, you're done. That's why they can't get a test for DUI for cannabis. Because by the time I sit on the road, 10 minutes later, I'm ready to rock and roll down the road because 90% of the high that I consumed prior to being stopped is gone. 15, 20 minutes, half an hour later, tops. It's absurd, the 1956 mentality that we apply to this. It's not what we think it is. I have Lyme disease. You know what that cures? I mean, I don't think you understand the benefits of cannabis for those who have Lyme disease. It's off the charts. And we talked about suicide. Suicide was created by the COVID lockdowns. It wasn't created by the consumption of cannabis. And I know how many veterans who have helped themselves to deal with this world because of the consumption of cannabis. I could go on and on about this. I just want this committee to know that I think we're thinking about all of this in such a 1956 mentality. And that's there's actually people that can do this without ruining their lives. How many people do you know has a casual drink every night? And they still exist, right? But if you smoke a joint, hey, you're straight to hell. That's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. So please, think about this in a logical manner. Think about the people who are innocent people, like myself, that can get arrested and have our whole futures ruined or spend thousands of dollars fighting what? Fighting what? Something that only affects me. And because the law says it's different, it's absurd. God bless New Hampshire, God bless America, and God bless all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ross Connolly from Merrimack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Ross Connolly. I'm the Deputy State Director for Americans for Prosperity, here to enthusiastically offer our support for HB 639. As we've heard today, New Hampshire is on an island of prohibition, surrounded by states who have legalized for adult use cannabis. Although we are the last state in New England to look at doing this, there's an opportunity there to learn lessons from the states around us and develop a uniquely New Hampshire system to address cannabis use. And we think HB 639 does just that. This legislation was developed through a diverse coalition of groups from across the political spectrum, all getting their input. From AFP's perspective, we have three principles that we really look at when it comes to legalizing cannabis. Regulations on cultivators ensure the product goes through rigorous testing so consumers are safe from contaminants. Minors cannot access cannabis at retail stores. And a system with minimal taxation and barriers to entry is established to push out black market influence as much as possible. The fact of the matter is, if you are an adult in New Hampshire, you can go and buy legal cannabis. They're just going to other states to buy it and coming back here. So any of the arguments from opponents of some of the negative consequences, we are either already seeing or they have not materialized. HB 639 takes a balanced approach by providing oversight through a commission, testing requirements for cultivators, low licensing fees for retail stores. This bill, opposed to others, takes a different approach by expanding the meals and rooms tax, which is 8.5%, which would generate revenue to tackle some of New Hampshire's most pressing issues like paying off our pension liability and reducing property taxes. Things that would benefit every Granite Stater. There's 100,000 plus Granite Staters that use cannabis, but not everyone would obviously partake. From AFP's perspective, we're not saying that this is a good thing and that everyone should do it. We're saying that it happens, people are using it, they're buying it now, and if they choose to use it, we should have a regulated market to make sure that the product is safe. But at the same time, every Granite Stater can benefit from it by putting the revenue towards beneficial areas like pensions and property taxes. We think one of the big keys in this bill is private stores are critical to the mission to establishing an industry that can effectively build up supply and reduce black market influence. Granite State businesses who already operate highly regulated markets like alcohol and tobacco should be able to easily gain a license and safely sell cannabis to adults. It's well past time for New Hampshire to acknowledge the reality that we're in. As I mentioned before, any Granite Stater is purchasing it right now. The only example you need, and I encourage everyone to do this, is go down to Tingsboro or to Maine, whatever's closest to you, and drive by one of the legal cannabis retail stores. The entire parking lot is full with New Hampshire plates, and they're coming back here. So we're basically exporting an entire industry to other states. We're letting them decide what the regulations are, what the oversight is, what the system of retail stores is, and we get none of the benefits. A good example is in the state of Maine, they do not require rigorous testing. That's something that's in this bill to ensure that consumers are protected from heavy metals or other contaminants in the product. And we believe New Hampshire, in this situation, can outcompete our neighbors by setting up a uniquely New Hampshire system that protects consumers, minors, and reduces the size and scope of government. And we believe that proposal is HB 639. So we encourage the committee to move this bill to pass. I'd be happy to take any questions if there are any.
Representative Amman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Not to put you on the spot, there's a section in here about municipal ordinances. It gives local municipalities the option to prohibit. Could you speak to that if you're comfortable? Because I don't think anyone's touched on that yet.
Thank you for the question, Representative. It's difficult to hear you, but I think it was the municipal ordinances. My understanding in the bill is, planning board, zoning boards, they can surely still decide whether where a cannabis store is to go in town. I think that's reasonable. There's a 1,000-foot limit to being close to any school, and towns can vote to opt out to not allow a cannabis store or cultivation or manufacturing facility in their towns. And in our mind, that's appropriate instead of an opt-in. That's pretty consistent with a lot of other industries.
Great, thank you. I have one more card here for House Bill 639, and the good news is I only got 5 for the next one. It's a former Commerce member, Joe Hannon.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt. Almost need theme music to come up here with that introduction, so I appreciate it. I'll try to make this brief because I know it's the end, but it probably won't be brief, so I'll just warn you. Stop me when you want. I'd like to start off by saying that the story of the prohibition, the failure of prohibition, is one of the oldest stories in existence. The former president of Mexico, Vicente Fox, said, "Prohibition didn't work in the Garden of Eden. Adam ate the apple." This is not a new problem we're experiencing. Prohibiting something is not necessarily going to stop people from doing it. We heard testimony that there are young people that are using it in schools, and it's a problem with adults and families. These are not new things. I've been in recovery from substance use since 1991, so it's about 31 plus years. And I was a teenager when I stopped using illicit substances. Went on to become a doctor, took a step back, became a legislator, did okay in life. But prohibition was one of the things that could have destroyed my life had I been arrested for a felony conviction. We've had several presidents that admitted to using cannabis and other harder substances. No one got arrested or prosecuted or put in prison for it, and they became president of the United States. Although one didn't inhale in his defense. Prohibition, one of my favorite quotes about prohibition was that it has brought nothing but trouble. And my favorite part about that quote is who said it, and it was Al Capone. Prohibition has brought more problems than the actual problems themselves. Now, I'm not discounting the problems with substance use. I've experienced it firsthand. I've worked in the recovery community, harm reduction communities. I've been on so many commissions and panels and task forces that I can barely count. I was one of the public members for the commission a few years ago to study the regulation and taxation of marijuana in 2018. So I do know about the dangers of any substance use. But I remember as a state rep, you get to do some fancy things. I got to go to an opening of a liquor store in Epping when it was a new store. And the chairman, I think it was Malik at the time, came and he gave a speech about how we're selling a responsible, regulated product, that we know what's in it. No one's getting an adulterated product. No one's getting, unnecessarily sick or dying from it as a surprise, whatever it was. It was an amazing speech. If he changed the word cannabis to alcohol, it would have been the same speech. And I kind of wished I'd recorded it for that reason, but I didn't, unfortunately. But he did say it, so if you find him, if he's still around, ask him. We have a current system where we have a group that has a near monopoly, and they allow some small organizations to sell some of the product that they sell. They have enforcers. They collect money for the protection and oversight and the regulation of that industry, and they punish people. They fine them, and maybe put some people in jail for not doing what they want them to do. And you may know it as the Liquor Commission. It's based on a model that, when I heard about this, when I first sat in Commerce and they discussed the Liquor Commission and how it runs, how much money they made for the state, which was amazing. At the time, it was $3-point-some billion for the state of New Hampshire. I'm like, wow, that's amazing. Every year to go, no, since 1930 something. I'm like, okay, it's a lot of money. But that money could also be made in the private sector. People can start their own businesses. More money can be made. Tax money can be raised. Revenue can be raised. we have a drain of youth in this state. People are always complaining, oh, the young people don't want to stay in New Hampshire. We keep getting older people. I'm slowly becoming one of them, I understand. But this is one issue that will prevent that from happening. That's not going to solve the problem, but that is a big issue that can solve the problem. I have nephews and nieces. Hey, do you want to ski? Yeah, where are we going? Vermont. You know, now they have some nice slopes, but so do we. Let's see. You know, the other thing is, you know, since Prohibition began, drugs have become cheaper, they're easier to get, and they're more dangerous. You know, nothing is improved with Prohibition. We crack down on one substance, it gets smaller. They crack down on heroin, they start making fentanyl. It's easier to smuggle. Fentanyl, a little bit. Heroin, that much to get in for the same amount to get high from. Cannabis, everyone's like, oh, we're getting such higher concentrations, these really serious levels of intoxicant to get people really sick. I've seen liquor stores, they sell grain alcohol in almost every liquor store in the state. So it's not like they don't have almost pure or close to pure alcohol, and it's the same thing with cannabis. During alcohol prohibition and before alcohol prohibition back in the day, most alcohol out there was not nearly as strong as it was today. It became stronger during prohibition because if you're gonna get caught smuggling something, or you have to smuggle something as heavy as alcohol, you're gonna try and make it more compact. It's easier to get through the border, it's easier to sell, it's easier to be sneaky about it. It's the same thing with drugs, and we've seen this with almost every type of drug, from opium to methamphetamines. It's been getting worse and worse because of prohibition. Now, I'm not supporting, I don't want anyone to go out and start doing this stuff. I'm supporting legalization, I'm supporting HB 639. I don't plan on smoking it. If you see me, smack it out of my hand, I get my permission. I don't want to do it. I don't want anyone else to be prohibited from doing it. But the main reason is prohibition is the greater evil. We've incarcerated people. We've wasted countless lives, resources, and effort. And I can guarantee that you're going to hear other bills every year ad nauseum, the Commerce Committee too, because now you're in on it. Welcome to the club. This is going to be an annual occurrence that you're going to have to sit through for a long time. This needs to be done. The question is always asked, why, when is the time to legalize? The time is a long time ago. The time was never to do it. And I hate the term to legalize something. We are re-legalizing something that was legal for many, many years. It was only made illegal in the 30s, I believe. Slight lift of that from a lawsuit back in the late 60s, and 1 year later they made it illegal again. And what has it done? It's ruined lives. So I'm asking you, I'm begging you, please, help New Hampshire stop ruining lives and start the conversation so we can have safer interactions with our youth and be honest with them. The worst thing you can tell a young person is a lie. They're not going to believe you as an adult. As a parent, I'm learning that. I have a teenager myself, and if I say you should never do this, it's the devil's lettuce, it'll cause you to lose your sanity and kill people, they know I'm lying. They know you're lying when you say that. Let's have a real conversation. If it's not illegal and adults can use it responsibly and safely, not all will, but many will. It's happened with alcohol. Then we can have a real conversation with our children. My kids have an easier time getting alcohol than they do, getting cannabis than they do getting alcohol. And last thing, on the when I was on the Cannabis Study Commission, we had the Coalition of Youth come in and they said, oh, it's everywhere. Kids if they can't avoid it, it's in the bathrooms. They can't get away from it. It's everywhere. It's so easy to get. So don't legalize it because it'll be easier to get or something like that. It was ridiculous. I couldn't believe that we can't make something more easy to get than it's so easy to get. It's everywhere. So all we're doing is regulating, making it safer, and protecting kids by not being able to sell it to them. I've never bought harder drugs from someone in a bar or a liquor store. You get, something, if you're buying cannabis on the street as a teenager or a young adult, you're more likely to have that same person sell you fentanyl or heroin. That's not going to happen in a regulated market, whatever the form is. So please support this, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Or you can go home. That wasn't it. You can ask me questions.
Okay. Thanks, Joe. Good seeing you.
You too.
All right. I'm going to close the hearing on 639 and open up the hearing on 544 and hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Eaton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and unlike many, I'll try to hold to the 3-minute limit. I had the fortune to have lunch with former Speaker Jasper this afternoon, and we were reminiscing how long this has been an issue. In 1982, I was a ranking Dem on the Judiciary Committee. Former Speaker Jasper is on Judiciary, and former Speaker Sytek was the chair of Judiciary. And during that term, we passed decriminalization of possession of less than an ounce of pot on the consent calendar through this House. Didn't survive the other side of the wall, but that's how long we've been going with this. The bill before you is, I take no pride of authorship, it's a theft. It is the bill that passed last session with the addition of edibles added in because the Senate was distressed it didn't have edibles. That's the only difference between the prior bill and this one. I would suggest that you don't pass either the prior bill you heard or this one, and I would strongly suggest that the committee build a hybrid. I find objection to the prior bill in trying to build a constituency out of fund distribution. And you know as well as I do, this bill is probably going to go to Ways and Means. Once you get done with it, they're going to decide what the real fund distribution is. And if you've been on finance, you know that it doesn't matter what fund distribution is, because when the money gets tight, you stick in the word notwithstanding, and all the work you did on trying to decide percentages and fund distribution disappear, and it becomes non-existent. If you're going to deal with funding, I would suggest you give 50% to the cities and towns, 50% to the general fund, and when they figure out what kind of money it's bringing in, if they want to do a special allocation, let them do it then. But to do it now just makes absolutely no sense. I would hope you'd retain the idea of no more than 2 licenses per any individual or corporation, so that you don't have a bill that enables a cartel to be created. The arguments you've heard today in opposition to either bill are virtually identical to what was heard to avoid coming out of prohibition. It had no value then. It has no value now. And the only thing prohibition does is what it did many years ago. Creates millionaires back then, billionaires today, out of mobsters. It serves no legitimate purpose. We are surrounded. And if people say this is going to create a problem, they get their heads in the sand. If there is a problem, it's already here, but we're not getting any money out of it to deal with solving the problem. I hope you will take both bills, create a hybrid, and get something that can pass muster across the hall and get to the governor's desk. And I'll be happy to answer any questions I can. The hour is late. I hope you don't have any.
Thank you very much. Okay. We Department of Health and Human Services, they have a card in here. Michael Holt and Jenny O'Higgins. You're down just to you now, right? And I would say that the Liquor Commission, we do have their representative here, and the Liquor Commission takes no position. So I told him that he doesn't have to put in a card if he has nothing to say. Okay, go ahead, guys.
Hi again. I'm Jenny O'Higgins. Just as a reminder, I'm the legislative liaison for the Department of Health and Human Services Division of Behavioral Health.
And again, for the record, my name is Michael Holt. I'm the administrator of the Therapeutic Cannabis Program within the Division of Public Health Services, Department of Health and Human Services. Once again, the department doesn't have a position on this bill, but we would like to share with you some concerns from a public health perspective. Thank you.
So there are some issues with House Bill 544 that we have some concerns we wanted to share with you. From a public health standpoint, there are some basic cannabis safety issues that are not addressed in this bill, including requirements for child-resistant packaging, potency and serving size limits, specific advertising restrictions such as prohibitions on billboard advertising, and requirements for a universal symbol that a product contains THC. There are not social justice and social equity provisions in this bill. There are some diversion issues that are not addressed in that specific inventory controls and an electronic seed-to-sale inventory and point-of-sale system is not required. There is no cannabis advisory board established, which would allow for public health, public safety, and other concerns about harm reduction to be voiced and considered as the adult use program is being developed and implemented. Funding for the preliminary public media campaign and social media campaigns about the risks of cannabis use may not be sufficient to meet the purpose of a comprehensive campaign. And there are data and surveillance issues that are not addressed in the bill that will be critical for New Hampshire to monitor impact over time and be able to respond to prevention, intervention, treatment, and recovery needs. and there's no direct funding to the department from anticipated revenue that is set aside for that prevention, treatment, and recovery issues. The source of funds in this bill is directed to these concerns is from any fines imposed. So if those are some of our concerns. I'll hand it over to you, Mike.
Thanks, Jenny. Any bill that legalizes cannabis for adult use in a state that has a very important therapeutic cannabis program needs to thoughtfully consider its impact to the state's therapeutic cannabis program. We have about 14,000 enrollees in our program, and like I said, any legalization effort needs to consider their needs as well. This bill does not thoughtfully consider its impact to the cannabis program. It's important that the therapeutic program be maintained. I know it's late in the day, and I'll condense this testimony, but the crux here is that House Bill 544 explicitly authorizes the Liquor Commission to compete directly with the ATC's license in the state. In fact, the bill requires state-run dispensaries to sell therapeutic cannabis to therapeutic cannabis patients, and essentially requires them to function as alternative treatment centers without the requirement for them to be a not-for-profit entity. And that's important. Page 10, lines 8 to 13. It shall be the duty of the Commission to sell cannabis for therapeutic purposes as authorized under RSA 126X. At best, this sets up a dual regulatory structure, a duplication of effort, where the Department of Health and Human Services and the Liquor Commission are regulating the same entities, but at worst, it jeopardizes the viability of the state's ATCs and the access of 14,000 patients to the therapeutic cannabis program. There were a number of provisions in the previous bill that we heard that require and allow a soft landing, if you will, for the therapeutic cannabis program, including collaboration and consultation with the department in making these large changes. Day one on this bill, the state liquor stores will be able to sell therapeutic cannabis to therapeutic cannabis patients without the same regulatory structure in place as for the ATCs. So again, we are available and willing to work on any legislation that this committee wants to put forward to address some of these needs. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none. Your testimony, you guys can make sure we get copies of that.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, Kate. You got stuck in the wrong pile. So Kate Fry from New Futures.
I thought I was being punished because I actually filled out both bills on a card, so I apologize for doing that. I will be very brief, and I have written testimony. My name is Kate Fry. I'm the Vice President of Advocacy for New Futures. I'm actually providing testimony on 544 and 639. New Futures is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that advocates, educates, and collaborates to improve the health and wellness of all New Hampshire residents. We work with policymakers, stakeholders, and prevention partners to prevent and reduce alcohol and drug problems in our state. At New Futures, we believe that it is imperative to get cannabis commercialization policy right from the start. Optimal policy for our state must utilize best available scientific evidence to reduce public harm, limit youth and problematic use, and advance social justice and equity in the state. We've created principles for cannabis policy and regulation, and we track each bill based on how it aligns with these principles. These include protecting children and youth, promoting social justice and opportunities for equity, protecting public and population health, and ensuring appropriate funding from revenue from cannabis is directed to efforts to reduce harms. Based on these bills, New Futures opposes both HB 639 and 545 because they both, or 544, excuse me, because they fail to include our organization's principles. What I have for you today is a copy of our principles along with how each bill, which is very different, aligns up with our principles. I'll provide that to you and our testimony as well. and a study from the American Pediatrics Association about the increase in cannabis exposures, which backs up the reason for a lot of the policies and principles we have today in front of you.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much. Matt Simon from Prime ATC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief this time. For the record, Matt Simon, representing Prime ATC. On the previous bill, I asked 4 questions, and the answer was yes to all 4 of them. On this bill, the answer is not yes to all 4 of them. Does the bill take a thoughtful approach to the therapeutic cannabis program? No, and we've already heard from Mr. Holt on that, so I won't repeat his comments. Would the legislation create a broad distribution of economic opportunities? Again, no. The economic opportunities would be realized by the state. Does the bill repair damage caused by the war on cannabis, such as including provisions to annul past criminal records? No, it does not. It would simply set up the state to start making money off the sale of cannabis without redressing past harms. 4, does the bill create a sensible, transparent regulatory process to protect consumers and minimize any potential negative impacts? Again, I'm going with no for reasons that Mr. Holt and Ms. Fry have already said, and I will conclude my testimony. Glad to hear that we're not seriously talking about passing that same bill again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Joseph Hart.
How y'all doing tonight? I support both these bills. I know we're speaking on 544, but I support the last bill as well. But I have a couple questions. I don't know what the police are gonna do when everyone has weed, right? They're gonna have nothing to do because they just arrest everyone and throw them in jail. And I'm just wondering, how are their kids gonna eat at night if you get that bill passed? Now that they just got nothing to do, and a bunch of people are gonna be out free smoking weed on the streets. You know, I got a whiff of weed the other day driving by this house, and next thing you know, I'm stuffing down a Big Mac. Who's gonna pay me back for that Big Mac? No, I really wanna know, like, you know, we gotta take care of these people. We can't just let them smoke weed peacefully in their homes. I prefer they go out drinking with the legal alcohol that the state sells, and you know, maybe we'll get into a fight or two, and that's way better solution than legalizing cannabis and allowing us to, you know, smoke weed in our home, maybe get a little hungry, and maybe eat too much. That's horrible. Obesity is like one of the biggest problems in America. Not, you know, drinking and driving and buying alcohol from the state. That is okay. I'm okay with that. We should allow that. Then, you know, the police have something to do as long as people are drinking, right? But smoking weed at home, that is not okay. God forbid, with, you know, sales go up and you guys generate enough revenue to, you know, support the police at that point. But you got to think about the police kids, because the next thing you know, the kids are going to be smoking a little bit of weed and getting hungry, but the police don't have any money to pay for their kids' food. So we should think about this. And yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just a little paranoid here. Don't ask why. But I came here and I'm still able to speak, and you know, hopefully you guys, you know, hear me out, and you know, a little bit of weed can go a long way, and don't knock it until you try it, right? So maybe smoke a little bit and find out what it's about, then you can decide if it should be illegal or not. Just like you do when you're going home tonight and you have a, you know, nice scotch. Okay? Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Chair, we'll call on Nathaniel Gorin of New Hampshire Common Man's Party. No, wait a minute. It's just a different party now. Right? Now, I wanted to ask you, is marijuana supposed to be good for your eyes? Because this is the smallest political card handwriting print I've ever seen. And I thought maybe is this only for young people? Like old people can't read this, or you know.
Well, you know, I actually they misprinted a smaller version. So
smaller.
Anyway,
okay.
Thank you for this opportunity. I apologize. I may have been out of order in expressing a view on 544 as part of my previous presentation, but I did, so I'm certainly not going to repeat it. Thank you.
Okay, that was fast. Okay. I have no more cards. I have no more cards. The blue sheet, which the last one, the blue sheet was 93 for it and 20 were opposed to it. And this one here, I've got, let's see, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 opposed, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for it. And online was 12 support, 14 opposed, and 1 neutral. So that is it. So just for the committee, at this point, they have not announced canceling anything tomorrow, so stay tuned on that. We will have our subcommittee on the Wednesday morning. We'll, next Wednesday morning. Tomorrow is 10 o'clock, by the way. 10 o'clock tomorrow is 10 o'clock. The only reason it was 9 today was because I had all these bills these are all early bills, so I'm was feeling under pressure to get them out and get them heard.
10 o'clock today.
And that's why you showed up. Okay. Yes, 9 o'clock for you tomorrow morning. Okay. So otherwise, we'll be working on those bills on the next Monday, Friday. Anything that we're actually able to come to conclusion with next Wednesday morning. The speakers just asked that we would have a session Thursday, February 2nd, after our session. Evidently, they don't have a lot on the calendar. So we will have a committee exec session Thursday afternoon. But that'll be based upon whatever we discussed on Wednesday morning. It'll be in the calendar. Everything will be in the calendar, but I just thought you should all know. So be there for the 2nd. Okay, so, and this is really important, everybody. If you're not going to be there, Anita and I need to know, because we need to have, we need to be balanced and make sure we do it right out of committee. Okay. Otherwise, the snow it looked bad for a moment there, but it stopped, so we're all good. Thank you guys very much. It was great.